is mentally starved.
I understand that, Edward. I didn't say he made the law. I said he was trying to he was backing the church to block this law. No, of course the president is not. That's Congress, correct?
Yeah, but you put it out the law that already is on the books, like what Brad was talking about. There is a protection for those who have either their therapist or even their doctor or their priest, whatever. There is protected law already. So I don't think that, based on what you're saying, I just want to make sure I'm understanding that the president of the United States does not normally sit down and look at all these things. He has a cabinet of people that's bringing him things. I don't think he's read up on this one based on what you said. I think a lot of times we get caught up in things and we make it as if though the individual, and I want to make sure everybody knows this, the president of the United States is not our leader. He's a leader of the free world. Each individual person is their own leader, hopefully. I think that we got to get back to personal responsibility. That's why I see it.
I gotcha. I mean, again, it's just any attempt, and like I said, I acknowledge this was not federal, though I guess I thought so because a federal judge was involved.
But Moose, are you asking yourself, why would Trump want to do this?
Exactly. And I don't have an answer.
It's called anti-Trump propaganda. Duh.
Why would the president put his name on this at all?
Look at the news source and the journalists. Are you this daft and that stupid to know that all communication is spam? It's just fake news, stupid. It's clickbait. Just like all Clownhouse Room titles are clickbait generally.
Okay, cool. So then what about all these stories around the world? Forget Trump. That has nothing to do with Trump, but actually, are all the stories around the world, like, do you think...
All the stories around the world?
Stand by. Do you think it's all fake news, that priest of molested kids?
Welcome to the publishing industry. If you think sending Grant Cardone $99.95 to go to Grant Cardone University is going to make you money and not cost you money, you're part of the sucker group. And guess what, Moose? This is your great awakening and enlightening. MSNBC is fake news. CNN is fake news. Your Rolling Stones puts out fake news. It's called the publishing industry, stupid. It's called the publishing industry, stupid. Wake up before you get suckered into more scams and spams, and then come here and spread more fake news and more propaganda.
Hold on. Shut up, American. Hold on. American, listen. Moose has ideas that I disagree with, just like I have ideas that he disagrees with. But the one thing I can vouch for Moose is that he doesn't argue in bad faith. He comes to these rooms to just, sometimes to just challenge the conviction that some of us have, and to speak what's on his mind. I think we need to create that place. I think there's a way to rebuttal the things that you disagree with without being inflammatory. There are definitely people on this app that we should shit down the neck of. I don't think Moose is one of them.
Well, that's fine, but I'm just saying the links that he put in the chat, to me, they're fake news. Now, if you want to deflect about pedophiles and Trump and the Catholic Church from the fact that we are borrowing and spending ourselves into a debt spiral oblivion, let's go back to that important topic instead of the bullshit fake news that you can't seem to let go and put in the chat. So thank you very little, Dr. Moose.
Fake news and it's in Google, you can call everything fake, but there is a backup to that story.
Sorry, Dr. David, but can we save the leftists? Let's get back to the room title then, David, because I know you're a confirmed leftist. Can we save you?
Right, you know all about me.
Wait a minute, hold on. Like, if you're not going to take the concerns of somebody like Moose, and then you're going to ask for controls over economic principles or the foundation of the country, if you can't actually acknowledge that this is a concern that may be on his radar, and he may want answers, and he may want clarity. And like he just conceded that he thought it was a federal, and it turns out it was actually a state law, and he agreed to that. And you don't take your time to actually talk with him and actually have that conversation, to go to the nuances and say whether you agree or disagree with this. You'll never win on an economic front. It cannot only be on economics. We've tried that for years in conservatives. Guess what? Conservatives lost. Like, I'm going to tell you, I've lost. I'm like probably the last of a dying breed. I'm done. It is a new Republican. It is a new. There's no more liberals left. There's no more libertarians. We're all dead. We're done. And you're not going to win the economic front by just screaming economic. You won't win. Just is your main source. You have to address everything else.
And Brad, I think that what you just said, that's why we're collapsing. I think Roger said in 2030, guys, because we can't support all the programs. We can't support, and I'm going to use these terms so you guys understand. Black Lives Matter. Okay, and I'm using that as an illustration so you guys understand. Now, with all these things that's taking place in the United States, Social Security, the Great New Deal. We've gotten so far away from personal responsibility in America that now we think there's some institution or some group of people that's going to save the individual. It doesn't work. And it's very unfortunate because now we're in a country where people actually think that someone's actually coming to their rescue. And it's pretty sad.
I think America does need a political savior. They need someone to actually help them out with their economic needs. And I do think that is the MAGA populist movement. I think that I disagree with you, Ed, a little bit that we have to do away with some of that stuff. Some of that stuff I agree with. Some of that stuff I disagree with. I think protecting Social Security, protecting Medicare, Medicaid, all these things. These are political wins because people want big government. People want government intervention if it benefits their personal lives. And I think that's actually a bipartisan view. I think that's a winning message. I think both political parties should double down on that. I say moving away from that because that's when Republicans become losers. When they actually focus on fiscal conservatism, focus more on the debt than helping individual people's lives, the working class, these people who are struggling paycheck to paycheck. You need the government to intervene to help these people out. Sure, there's no stuff.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Why do you need the government to do this? See, you made this statement that you need the government to do this. What you've done is you've just accepted leftist rhetoric and you framed it. You've got your own heroes that you want to see elected, but you accepted their framing that the government must do that. And my question for you, Astro, is why have you accepted the leftist framing of what the government's role is?
I wouldn't say this is a leftist framing. I would say, it's basically interventionism versus non-interventionism. It's not exclusively left or right. You had Democrats, like in the Bill Clinton era, who actually were less for government intervention in the economy and certain issues, okay? And you have right-wingers like Josh Hawley and J.D. Vance who are for government intervention in the economy and certain issues, okay? And they're not leftists. They're right-wingers.
No. They LARP as right-wingers, but they're not. The new Republican Party is not capitalist. The new Republican Party, they do want to intervene in the economy, which by definition makes them non-capitalist. And the fact is that you guys have accepted this. You guys have accepted this horse shit. You guys have accepted this idea that Donald Trump, because you like him better than you like the other team, that his bad ideas are okay. That tariffs, putting a tax on fucking consumers is okay. You accept all of this shit that are bad ideas that I would expect to come from lefties, but because you have like a foul-mouthed fucking guy like Trump, you think that that's more edgy and it's more cool. I just want to understand, where the fuck did your principles go?
Well, I would say this, I think you're right. The Republican Party is moving away from free market capitalism. I welcome it. I think that's a great thing. It doesn't mean they're socialists at all or leftists. I won't say that. But I do think the shift to economic populism, that's what I would call it, is good for the American people. But I would disagree with Trump on certain things. I'm not going to say I agree with him on every single thing. But I do think, from the 2008 recession, from Occupy Wall Street, from all these elites who keep promising all these different things, and they actually never deliver for the American people at all. You
But
vote for
Astro,
that,
you
to
agree
get the
that
power,
borrowing
yeah.
and spending is the solution. You just admitted it. You think moving away from capitalism and moving to socialism, communism, borrowing and spending and wealth redistribution is the way that the Republicans should go? That's the way you think, Astro? Mr. MAGA?
Well, I would say this. I mean, I'm not a socialist. I'm for economic intervention. Just because you're for economic intervention doesn't mean you're socialist. There's alternatives to capitalism and alternatives.
Economic intervention is another term for borrowing and spending.
Well, Astro, I have a question. When you said there's an alternative to something, I'm 100% against big government in any form, including Donald Trump. Okay? All of them. I believe the responsibility should be back to the local level, to the state, and to the individual. That's why our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, these are our founding documents. We hold these to be self-evident. We are way too big on interventionism. Look around, it's not working. We got way too many Americans right now who can't even think for themselves. Because you know why? They're looking to government. When do the individual in America, Astro, decide that this is their America, not someone who's in some central area making decisions on behalf of that work? I just help me with that.
Well, I would say that if you actually had decreased federal government power, but empowered the states to do like economic regulations, stuff like that too, I'd be for that as well. That's still big government policy, just more on the local level. I think that's fine. But for the individual as a
So you would rather have the local government take over the business spectrum and have the government manage it all? Astro, shut the fuck up.
Well, yeah, hold on. Astro, here's the fucking issue. Here's the issue. Like, who fucking needs fucking leftists if we've got righties like you? Like, this is crazy. Like, you're not a capitalist, right? And you think that having alternatives to capitalism is a good idea. You've ignored the fact that capitalism has a track record of pulling more people out of poverty than any other economic system, and you're like, yeah, fuck that, we'll try something new. And the thing that you want to try that you think is new are lefty ideas, but as long as they're advocated by Republicans, you're all for them. What the fuck do you actually stand for, Astro?
Yeah, I would say this is that, like, hey, the socialists would say, hey, the USSR became a global superpower under their economic system. I'm not going to sit here and say communism is a good thing, socialism is a good thing, just because there's small little benefits here and there for their economic system, okay? And I would say this, that, like, I do have principles.
Economic solution, they were a mafia group that took over by murder and mayhem. They were terrorists.
Economic nationalism is key. You don't actually give all your cultural values for the GDP for higher GDP. You don't actually decrease your sovereignty to give it to the mega corporation who doesn't care about your values, who doesn't care about your culture, who actually will sell you on a dime just to actually make a quick buck. That's what capitalism in the United States does already. That's one reason why I like Ron DeSantis going after Disney, because these mega corporations that go against conservative values need to be crushed by the state.
Hold on. First of all, you don't possess conservative values. Let's be fucking clear on that. Secondly, this idea that fucking economic nationalism, if economic nationalism is your idea, then you're not fiscally conservative, period, point blank, because you're not going to be able to keep, if you want to put regulations, you want to put your hand on the scale of the market, you know what large corporations are going to do? They're going to give you the fucking finger and they're going to go elsewhere. This is why people that don't understand economics like yourself should shut the fuck up in these conversations. You should be doing more reading and more listening. The fact is, the only reason anybody ever comes up with these economic nationalism ideas is because in their fucking heart of hearts, they're just fucking racist. What you really think, this is what the fuck at the heart of MAGA is. The heart of MAGA is that we want the country to be white again. And we don't give a shit if it's economically successful. You can give me the thumbs down all you want. I'm telling you exactly the way that this stuff plays out. You guys are prioritizing this idea of what you think the country should look like over what would be effective dude, in terms of governance. This is why you have these xenophobic views about immigration. Now, I would agree with Trump about illegal immigrants. You dumb motherfuckers don't want immigration of any fucking kind. I guarantee you that if we were to continue down this conversation, we're going to get to some Pat Buchanan, David Duke horse shit where you can laugh all you want. You probably like those guys. Why don't we pause right there? Astro, tell me your thoughts on David Duke and Pat Buchanan.
I disagree with David Duke. Pat Buchanan has some good ideas. I disagree with him on a lot of things too, but I think he's better than David Duke.
I bet you couldn't tell the difference between their policy. Here's at the end of the day, look, if you're not a fucking capitalist, then you're not a fucking conservative. Because if there's anything wrong, well, no, it's true. It's true. It's true. And by the way, if you're going to be a fucking anti-capitalist, why not at least fucking go hang your fucking your coat with the fucking lefties? And like this thing that you're doing, that I honestly am starting to believe that the left's new tactic is to infiltrate the Republican Party, behave like leftists, and tell you that white capitalism is a bad fucking thing. This is fucking crazy. And I hope that the Republicans that are in this room that are free market capitalists can hear this horse shit and understand what this fucking guy is saying. This guy is not a conservative. He probably doesn't even follow politics. I guarantee he's never read anything when it comes to economics. He's probably never heard of Ludwig von Mises. He's probably never heard of Friedrich Hayek. He probably has never understood what the Chicago School is all about. I won't get into Adam Smith because I know that's above your reading comprehension level. And if I said School of Salamanca, you would think it's a character from Breaking Bad. So I won't get into any of those things with you because you're a fucking idiot.
With Adam Smith, Astro, I'm gonna tell you right here, it's one of the more prominent voices in the conservative spaces on this app for 5 fucking years. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around somebody who literally has espoused the word Moose, apologize for your ears. This is going to go with any kind of event, but literally has been a win for Moose's side of the arguments on the political spectrum for 5 fucking years. Like I have had arguments with Moose over these very principles that you're now espousing, and you're saying that you're coming from a conservative lens. I wouldn't pick that up with you myself. I won't. And Roger and I go toe to toe, and he'll yell at me at times, and it's fine. I respect him and I admire him more for it. But I mean, your economic principles are nowhere near what any conservative I've ever read, heard, or even had a discussion with would believe.
And Astro is a mole, or if you did with Red Shield, the guise of Republican or MAGA, you could have. Okay, well, what I was going to say is that, like, I'm not a fiscal conservative, but guess what? The Republican Party is not a fiscally conservative party either. I mean, it's a big
I've been saying that for fucking years. It's not a drag.
Let me respond to you, Budget. It is a big tent party. It's not the Libertarian Party. If you want pure libertarian economic theory, there is party for you. It's called the Libertarian Party. Go there, get 2% of the vote, and just vote for them all the time. Okay, but here's the thing: the Republican Party is big tent. There's different groups of people with different ideologies within it. And I'm
going to get the fucking room for your dumbass.
Well, that's how we won.
Stop there. You can say it's a big tent party. I'll act this. Yeah, Trump has allowed literally everybody in. I would say though, you need to refrain from saying you're a conservative because that principle does not apply at all. Not even close. Not even on. You may have one issue that crosses over so far. Maybe. I don't think you've actually stated an issue that conservatives would follow or believe. But I don't know. We haven't finished yet. Roger's going to tear you up a bit, but if you thick skin enough, I would say stay in. But he's going to tear you up.
Astro, do you even know what's in your PTR? No more endless wars. Do you realize your economic policy is what guarantees endless wars, you low IQ nitwit?
I would say no. It's ultimately the for-profit motive actually selling all these weapons to all these different countries. That does actually contribute.
Oh, now we found it. Economic nationalism because you hate the Jews. Go ahead.
Well, I do think we should reorient our alliance with Israel. I do, but I won't say I hate the Jews.
There you go.
So after,
Dude, that didn't take long.
no, it didn't. So after I
This is how I knew that he was down with David Duke.
the other 5 years, wait, I want to entertain this a bit. Like, what do you mean revalue our alliance with this?
They're not good partners. I mean, like, they've had, like, the international ire of every single country known to man. They've actually gotten our bases in the Middle East bombed because they keep doing hostile aggression against Iran. I mean, they're not good allies.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You're gonna shut the fuck up. How about that? No, you're gonna shut the fuck up. No, you can't. Respectfully, no, you can't. Listen, you said it all right now. You said that their aggression against Iran, they're being attacked on multiple fronts from terrorist groups that are sponsored by the IRGC. And your response is that we should realign our foreign policy because that Israel is the problem. This is how we know how problematic you are. So you want economic nationalism, but you also would be more sympathetic to the IRGC, which is a country of religious fundamentalists that pray to a prophet that molests little girls. This is your politics. And I'll tell you, that has nothing to do with any Burkean fucking conservatism. What branch of conservatism do you come from? I want to hear the tree that you've come from. I would bet I can predict it, and I would bet that I wish we were in person. I would write down the fucking answer. I would fold it up in a piece of paper. I would seal it in an envelope. I would ask you the question, and then I would say to one of the pretty ladies, please open the envelope and unfold the piece of paper. I guarantee you I know where your dumbass ideas come from. And I'll tell you right now, it's not conservatism. You're just a fucking bigot. But go ahead, you can speak now.
Well, Mojo, how about you guess first, and I'll tell you. I'm just curious if you guess right.
That's not how predictions work. Go ahead.
Well, just guess. I'll tell you if it's correct or not.
I think that you're probably a Groiper. I would say that Nick Fuentes is probably somebody that you're very fond of. Am I close?
Close but no cigar. I would say that I'm closest to the Christian nationalist movement.
Got it. The Christian nationalist movement. I don't know if there's fucking awards for accuracy here to be able to spot the fucking foolishness from a mile away, but my track record here is fucking impeccable. I smelled you coming. For fuck's sake.
So, how would you then, as a member of said Christian nationalist movement, what is the crux? What is the agenda, if you will? Your reasoning behind that. If I'm not mistaken, I think some stories have been surfacing where they're trying to actually allow this in corporations now, allow religion with a bigger hint, with a bigger bias towards what your identity, your Christian nationalist movement. What does that movement mean to you?
I mean, I think it's the perfect balance on social issues and economic issues. Social issues are king, and then economic issues also reflect biblical teaching, which means
the demographic as far as ethnicity breakdown roughly.
So you mean going into a death spiral? Going into a death spiral reflects Christian values?
Well, I would say this, simping for Disney, for Amazon, for Walmart, that exploit these people, that promote LGBTQ ideology, that promote abortion, that promote these things. I'm sorry, I'm not going to actually simp for these mega corporations when they hate
Sorry, go ahead.
But I will go back. Let me go back to what you said, Mason. My personal opinion, it's all about ideology. It's not about ethnicity. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think. I'm not like these race realists these racists, these white nationalists or white supremacists like the Groypers are. That's where I would disagree with them on. They focus too much on race.
Argue that those people that you just said you're not a part of, they make up a significant portion of said population of this Christian national movement, or at least in the guise and facade of calling themselves that. No.
I would say that they're a separate movement altogether. I think the Groypers are, a lot of times they focus more on race than they do religion. Religion's more of an afterthought. It's more about saving the white race and stuff. And most of the Christian nationalists I've seen, they're not really ethnic centric. Maybe they're actually stricter on immigration policy, but that doesn't make you like racist or anything. But
You got a lot of brothers at the cookout at these meetings, or would you say that most of the meetings that you went to are white mostly?
I would say the closest thing to me is Christian. I don't even like the term Christian nationalism, but it's the closest thing to my political group. But there's people who agree with me who are ethnic minorities. I know one guy. He's Jewish. He's Hispanic. He's married to a black woman. He agrees with me. He agrees with me.
Again, but my question though is, would you say predominantly it consists of white people identifying as white Caucasian?
Americans? Oh my God, Americans talking to Americans. Can we stop with the racial identity politics for 10 seconds?
I'm not.
It was Mojo's point earlier about the white supremacy and the MAGA movement, so I was just trying to, explore that further.
Yeah, yeah, and like,
He's got a lot. Okay, especially when you know when you say that you're a Christian nationalist, which is very honestly, kind of very crazy, because Jesus was actually a Jew. I don't know if you know that or not. So for you to actually think that's crazy. And I also like to find out here's your economic portfolio, or do you have an economic portfolio? I just want to know.
Well, I think a good historical Christian who did was G.K. Chesterton. He believed in interventionist economic theory. And he believed in, helping the working class, the average man.
He believed in borrowing and spending in fiat currency? G.K. Chesterton? Wow. Where in G.K. Chesterton did you read that?
Hold on, guys. What, I just want to translate this to people that are listening. When he says economic interventionist, what he meant to say was a fascist. But go ahead.
No, I wouldn't say that. G.K. Chesterton was a fascist. But I would say
Literally Mussolini. Thank you, Brad. I didn't know that.
and also.
Hold on. No, hold on. I'm going to give you a chance to respond, believe me. And I needed to take a few deep breaths while I was on mute, calm myself down. Look, the foolishness from the left is enough for me to deal with. But when the foolishness from the right starts bubbling up like this, when your economic policies are just as dangerous, if not worse than the left, we've got a real fucking problem here. And the problem is this. The problem is that, A, you don't know economics. You don't study it. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. And what you're doing is you're leading with this idea of what you think the country should be. You think your version of Christianity, your version of what America should be, is what should be. So what you're saying is that you're an authoritarian, right? You're an authoritarian anti-capitalist, but you think that the Republican Party is the vehicle for you. Now, this is the thing that should scare Republicans. If this guy is right and there's more like him, and they're just like cockroaches. If you see one, there's probably a lot more. If an authoritarian that's a non-capitalist finds safe harbor in the Republican Party, you guys have a lot of soul searching to do.
And I would disagree with that characterization. I mean, Trump actually. Let me just say this one thing. You can go back.
Sure. Go ahead.
What I want to say is that Trump is proof that modern economists are wrong. They're cringe. These free market Wall Street Journal people, they don't know what they're talking about. Tariffs, intervention in the economy is good and can bring back growth. And like, if I'm authoritarian for actually wanting intervention in the economy, then you have to say Trump is too. Go for it.
Yes. Well, no, hold on. Yes, Trump is an authoritarian. And you know who was an authoritarian before him? Biden. And you know who was an authoritarian before him? Trump. And you know who was an authoritarian before him? I could keep going. You have to go back to fucking Calvin Coolidge to find a U.S. president that wasn't an authoritarian. But Astro, I get that you see in Trump, you see this hope that this guy that's threatened by foreigners, this is your old nationalistic thing, threatened by people that don't think just like you. And so then you try to wrap it up in some fucking wacky idea that you understand economics. And what's crazy to me is, and I'm glad you're doing this. I'm glad everybody can see this, because when I say it, they say, oh, well, you just don't like Trump. Here's a guy that likes Trump, right? He likes Trump, and he openly acknowledges that he's not a capitalist, and he openly acknowledges that he wants more control over the economy, which basically makes him an economic fascist. And so what I hope you guys are hearing here is that what Astro sees is an ally in Trump that is anti-capitalist and has fascistic fucking viewpoints when it comes to taking over the economy.
I'm still like trying to wrap my head around where his religious ideology would warrant intervention in the economic sectors, like such as shutting down major employers such as Amazon, Walmart. Who else did he say? He said a litany of them. But
we can't.
And I'm saying that somehow this would promote economic prosperity, and then at the same time to reevaluate trade agreements on a global scale, and to somehow think we're going to get on top when you're really taking one of our top tier. Like there's tiers to like which nations we trade with that have like they help promote economic interests of the United States, and you're taking one of them that actually gives us safety, security, along with other things, and you're saying that is your first target. I don't know where the rest of your economic plan comes into play, but you're not sounding like a liberal. You sure as hell not a conservative. You sound exactly like the progressives, like an AOC, like a Kamala. Roger's right, and I'm sorry, but you sound more like that. You're just adding Christianity and thinking that somehow you could cover under the conservative.
Astro, he's calling you a hypocrite and a fake patriot. Do you understand that your desire to borrow and spend and do economic intervention is anti-American and low IQ? It's stupid, Astro. Wake up.
Wait, hold on. I know you're not a free market capitalist, and neither is Trump, and I'm glad you're pointing this out. I'm glad you're pointing this out. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to ask you a question, retard. Here's the question for you. In your economic nationalism, where are you going to get rubber from?
Trade. Regulated trade.
Wait, hold on. So, you acknowledge that you might need rubber, right?
Well, I'm not against trading. You just got to do fair trade, not free trade.
Oh, fair trade. And fair trade is you putting your hand on the scale to create a tax that the consumers have to pay for. That's what you call fair trade?
You know, you let the companies eat it up because they have the money to spend.
That's not what happens, though.
If you use the government to
My
star.
Number 16.
That never happens. Are you saying that what
happening under Trump? It's just Trump actually putting a little bit of pressure on the companies. That's why prices have not gone up significantly.
Wait. Hold on. So now you're telling me that you're for price controls?
I mean, you can do it different ways. You know, like it just depends.
Do you support price controls? Yes or no?
I'm not. I don't think there's anything wrong with the state pressuring companies to actually have affordable prices.
Do you support price controls? Yes or no?
I think that answers my question.
I think you're a fucking retard. I'm done with it. I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm.
That's true.
No, shut the fuck up, Lordness. I'm going to bring this guy back up in a second. I literally need to go walk the fucking dog. You guys have this fucking room. I'm going to come back. We'll shit down his neck a little bit more. But I swear to Christ, I'm going to have to take a goddamn blood pressure pill. This is fucking crazy. This is a fucking Republican. This is a Trump support. I hope you're listening. Brad, hello. Fucking Edward, hello. You people that are voting for Republicans, hello. What have I been telling you guys? What have I been telling you? That the Republicans are a bunch of anti-capitalists just like the fucking leftists. And you just fucking heard this guy advocating for this shit. I hope you guys heard this. I hope you heard it loud and clear. You guys think I make this shit up. You guys think I pull this shit out of my ass. Listen, I don't know why that fucking God put me on this earth to be the fucking voice of reason. Look, I'm not the fucking hero you deserve, but I'm the one you fucking got. You guys need to start listening to me. When I tell you that fucking Trump is an anti-capitalist, you need to fucking acknowledge it. Moving forward, hopefully you will understand that when I tell you these things, I'm here to help you.
Roger, I've never discounted your critiques of Trump. I've never considered Trump a conservative. I've stated that many times, and we've had many fucking rooms together bashing Trump's economic intervention, his policies, as well as his failures to actually live up to the promises that this guy down below has done. So please walk the dog, take your blood pressure, have a Diet Coke. Like we hear it. There's just what do you want me to do as a conservative? I am the outs of the party. They have it. It's the same thing you are with the Libertarian Party. We're fringe. We're no longer relevant. They don't want to listen to us, and they want to just they want to slide down that mountain head first without a skis or anything to help them on a rope. They just want to go down that way, and they just want the culture. They don't want anything else. They just want to have a religious versus anti-religious culture.
This country has become the Soviet Union of America, not the United States of America anymore. We can't just keep borrowing and spending. Economic intervention doesn't work. It's anti-American, it's low IQ, it's stupid. It's just kicking the can down the road. Wake the fuck up.
Economic intervention gave us 3% growth.
No, look, what we need to do is get rid of a majority of laws that are regulating our corporations in terms of technology, weaponry, all that, and improve our type of technology and weaponry over time. We've become more of a threat in comparison to other nations. And I mean, hey, we could probably get a lot more from other nations.
I mean, I think we should actually decrease regulation that actually incentivizes mega corporations from growing. I think it's one thing the libertarians do correct. Like, I think Ron also believes that. So, like, yeah, I mean, I'm not against that. But we still need some regulation in the economy.
No. We shouldn't have any form of regulation on the economy, no.
Esther, in the Constitution, what agency is specifically called out? What is the one agency that the Constitution actually delivers to the American people? Do you know what it is, Esther?
I did not remind me, American.
It's the Census Bureau. It's the only agency in our Constitution. Do we need the CIA? Do we need the FBI? Do we need the NSA? Do we need this and that and 350 other agencies? Do they have to keep getting funding, Astra?
Yeah, I think a lot of these agencies you can absolutely, do away with, or you could subvert them and use them for your own political interests. Either way is fine by me. So, like, I'm not against that.
Astro, I've got a question for you, and please don't say anything that irritates me. What is the 30-year period in U.S. history that had the most economic growth? Can you tell me?
I'm guessing, if I had to guess, I don't know, but maybe under Reagan, I think that's what you're going to say.
No, fuck Reagan.
Even earlier than that. So, like during the 20s, the roaring 20s?
No, there was, at the end of the 20s, we had a depression, for fuck's sake.
Well, that's what I was thinking, though. Maybe at least one day had the crash, but go for it.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Zayn, why are you speaking while I'm speaking? I'm moving you down, I'll move you back up, learn some fucking manners. So, the 30-year period of the most economic growth in this country was from 1870 to 1900. And do you know what led to that prosperous time? Any idea?
Explain away.
Deregulation. I rest my case.
And then you had the Gilded Age, and you had massive backlash against that from the workers.
You had
and also the rise of socialism in the United States as well.
Hold on. Yes, no, you're right. You're right. Let me talk about this. So we had a 30-year period where economic expansion was the shit. And then this country got poisoned by a bunch of fucking leftist shit fucking tards. And they come in and they unwind all this stuff and they start getting romanced by these fucking leftists in Europe. And they decided to start moving in the direction that you want to move, where you want to control the economy. And then look at this. You go from the most economic growth from 1870 to 1900, and by 1929, there's a goddamn collapse. And the worst economic time comes for between then and then the end of the World War II. And then by the end of World War II, then we were prosperous again. So I want to just explain something to you. We have a track record in this country. We can see, we have a long history, 249 years. We can look at the history and we can see the economic prosperity under controlling the economy, and we can look at the economic prosperity when you let the economy go. The most production that we've ever done was in the least regulated time. And what you're calling for is not an easing of restrictions. See, I want to eliminate almost all regulations. You don't even want to ease them. You want to go the other direction. You want to take your fucking fascist fist, put it on the goddamn scale, and you want to put it down. All you have to do is read fucking history. Your ideas have been tried and they fucking failed. They've been tried multiple times and they failed multiple times. This is the funny thing, though. For those of you listening, he's not a Democrat. These wacky ideas, he believes he could achieve these goals through Donald Trump. This is a guy that does not believe in free market capitalism, and he wants to push these ideas through the Republican Party under Donald Trump. You guys need to get your shit together. Clean your fucking backyard, guys.
Yeah, what I would say to that is that, if FDR, if Teddy Roosevelt and all these other people who were more economically liberal didn't do what they did, the socialists would have gone in power. They would have revolted against the United States in the early 1930s, and we wouldn't have our way of life at all. So sometimes appeasing the populace, even at the expense of economic development, is a good thing, especially if it means, helping average individual people's lives, okay? The GDP is not supreme. Wall Street is not supreme, okay? And ultimately what actually is supreme is the average American. That is the way to go. Now, I think most people would agree with that, but we just have different ways of actually achieving that. I think Mojo would say it's deregulation. I would say it is more economic interventionism. That means stimulus checks. Give me my $1,000 rebate.
There you go. This guy.
I'm saying. And that's how you.
I'm not moving this retard back down. You guys can bring him back up if you want to fucking have a say. Look, this guy's not a fucking Republican. He's not a conservative. He's not a capitalist. He's none of those things. That is a fucking leftist, okay? That is a leftist. And what he's doing is he's trying to get his ideas passed because he doesn't think that the Democrat Party, because they're out of power, can get any of these ideas done. You guys have let this guy into your fucking camp. I can't believe it. Why do I have to be the one to police this shit? Can I please have a real fucking conservative stand up and say, Donald Trump's a fucking idiot. That fucking guy that supports Donald Trump's policies is a fucking idiot. Tariffs are a fucking tax on consumers. And stand up. Where the fuck are the capitalists in this fucking room? If there is a single capitalist outside of me in this room, please fucking speak now.
Well, the owners of this stupid app aren't capitalists. Where's the ads in this fucking room? Where's the rev share? They got their payout already, I guess, a couple $100 million, and they're just going to sit there and do nothing with it. But, it's opportunities like this to identify the problem, which is former speakers who believe in borrowing and spending infinitely to grow the economy, to get us out of debt. The problem is Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the NDAA, $1 trillion for defense, and $1 trillion on the interest payments. It is unsustainable. It's a death spiral. In my opinion, everything else is political. Maybe even the debt is political because it's all fucking fiat. So, like Mojo said, either we break it or we fix it. Or I think the third option would be we do nothing and we just continue to spend at, a $2 trillion a year deficit, and we fuck the rest of the world who has invested in our fucking Ponzi scheme.
But what we do need is an improvement on innovation and technology.
Oh, yeah.
With corporations and the population to
But all that
support these
comes from
corporations.
the private sector. You realize that? Like, there's no federal fucking government. There's nowhere in the federal fucking government that creates, a fucking new rocket. Elon Musk for his SpaceX created more inventions than NASA did since the fucking Challengers. I'm still confused. Like, I mean, Elon Musk hasn't been around, SpaceX hasn't been around as long, so I'm kind of confused. The innovations that you speak of and you want, they're not created by the federal government. They buy them. They'll fucking pay for contracts to develop them, but those planes that you talk about, they're built by private companies. They innovate them, and then the government spends all of your tax money literally on those planes.
I agree, but I mean, being more of a mass production rate type of mentality for the main government itself.
Hold on. Can the fact that the guy fucking said that what we need to do is send out more stimulus checks? Like, he said we should send out more stimulus checks. And then I'm sure that you guys have voted for Trump or just like, oh, that's nonsense. That sounds like something Democrats would do. Well, I don't know if you guys remember. That motherfucking Trump, he was spending like a fucking liberal. That guy was giving out stimulus checks. This guy just wants more of them. This is what I honestly think. I think that the stimulus check that dude got is probably the fucking biggest check he's ever been handed in his fucking life. And he's like, fuck, Donald Trump fucking cut me a nice little check. Hopefully he'll cut me some more. And I just gotta say, you fucking Republicans, man, you better do better. If in 2028 you don't fucking get a capitalist in here, we're all fucked.
Well, Roger, I mean, to a certain extent, with my ideology, in some way, it does not have capitalism.
You don't have an ideology. You have a fucking incarnation. Your idea is that you don't need a government. Listen, I don't want regulation of the market, but I do fucking recognize that government does have a role, which is why we should talk about what the rights of man is, and that's why we should talk about what the role of government is. We should have a strong military. It should be able to kick everybody's ass. Doesn't mean we need to go pick and fights like we do, but we should absolutely have a strong military. We need a police force. Why do we need that? Because some of you fucking degenerates are committing crime, and your little panty asses need to go into a jail cell. And in order to get you in a jail cell after you've been apprehended, we need to put you in a court of law, which means that we need courts. So we need courts, we need police, and we need the military. Everything else should be negotiable. You guys just heard from a Trump supporter that said he wants to expand the government, and he wants to put the hand on the scale of the economy because he doesn't believe that the leftists have done enough to put their hand on the scale. He doesn't think that they've given enough of your tax dollars away. He doesn't believe that the fiat currency where they continue to print and then just send checks, he wants additional checks. This guy probably supports UBI. This guy, he doesn't have a capitalist bone in his body. And you fucking guys all have one thing in common. You motherfuckers voted for Trump. Shame on all of you.
Is it him or Camilla?
I mean, you do realize that Kamala and Waltz would have redirected the money and expanded the debt dramatically compared to what Trump and his administration are doing. And the fact is, the borrowing and the spending is unsustainable. I don't know if you watched Chairman Powell's remarks yet today, but he kept rates fixed. And, Trump wants them to lower rates. I mean, we could have negative rates if we wanted in this country, but a banking cartel, a monopoly organization, controls the fucking interest rates in this country instead of we, the voters, we, the taxpayers, or our elected representatives. You have no control over the interest rate because a group of a cartel controls it and it's law. I mean, it's a problem.
Yes, I'll take the blame, Roger. You're right. It's my fault. I allowed positive side, yeah, we have like idiots like Nick Fuentes that hang out in the ether. You have Christian nationalists that sit there and say the nation needs to be governed by Christians, and I am, because there is a man on stage that I actually respect and admire, who I would literally have no problem giving my life defending his family and himself. I will not disparage any religion of you, but I would never want religion to be the governing body of this land, nor would I want any of the economic policies that Trump and...
By the way, nor did the founders want that. Nor did the founders want that.
Exactly. I know exactly.
If it's not religion, well, then it's racial identity politics, and that's what we have and continue to have. There's DEI everywhere still.
So let me read you guys something. And this is back when Republicans had brains. You guys can tell me who this quote came from. I'll read a few quotes. The benefits of free trade are clear, and the arguments against it are always made by those seeking special privilege. That's quote. The appropriate answer to most problems in trade is not to add restrictions, but to eliminate them. Here's a third quote. The case for free trade is as close to a scientific consensus in economics as you can get. Anyone want to guess where those three quotes came from? Anyone?
John Smith.
No. Somebody way more bitch than him.
Friedman, Milton Friedman.
There you go, Milton Friedman. Yeah, Milton Friedman. And you know why he said that? Because he understood that free trade is the fucking answer. Deregulation. So any of you, for whatever reason you're doing it, is simping for tariffs, you are going against the most fucking basic principles of free market capitalism. You are fucking simping for the wrong side. So just because your fucking guy is in office and said tariffs are a good idea, and because you're cranky to China because they were kicking your ass because we weren't as innovative as we should have been, you guys can't sell out your fucking principles in a generation just because Trump became president. Milton Friedman should be your guiding fucking light, not Donald Trump. And those of you that sit here and advocate for tariffs, you are not fiscal conservatives. You're not even students of economics.
Look at the numbers on the tariffs. They've only taken in $150 billion. That's 10 days of federal spending. That's not a reduction in spending. That doesn't pay down the debt. That does nothing. It moves the needle nowhere. So it has been the lamest and longest conversation about tariffs. It's meaningless communication.
There's a lot of exceptions to it also on the tariffs. I was trying to figure out.
Are you pro-tariff, Abby?
No. I'm ordering a new freaking car from Germany. It's been a pain in the ass trying to figure out what it's going to cost me. So right now, I'm definitely not in favor of them. But
right now, that overall you were before you were impacted.
no, never. That's not something. No, I wouldn't say I was in favor of them. What he's using with strategy right now, I definitely thought it was interesting how things played out with Canada, though. I do want to say that. But I just want to say, I think there's exceptions in these tariffs with the different countries, and definitely with Europe. And I'm trying to read it as it's happening in real time. And maybe you guys have more insight into it as to what the carve-outs are on what will not be governed by it.
Well, we're going to 40 trillion in debt.
With Europe in particular, I'm curious, the carve-outs.
So here's the important thing to consider with free trade, right? That moron is back on the stage, by the way. He likes to use this word that he borrowed from the left called fair trade. Fair trade just simply means that you get to control what happens with the trade, so you don't like it to be free. Which, by the way, free trade is the biggest weapon against war. Everyone knows that, Nebraska. But here's something to think about. Within free trade, if you find that there's a country that you don't like the way that that they're let's say you don't like their stance on human rights or whatever the fucking excuse you're going to come up with of why you don't like them, right? Let's say they're a bunch of commie bastards. Let's say they're building a war machine against you. Let's say they sponsor terrorism, right? There are ways within free trade that you can just say, Okay, I'm not going to get my rice from them. I'm not going to get my rubber from them. I'm not going to get my steel from them. You just have to go seek it out elsewhere. If you want free trade, doesn't mean nobody says we have to trade with China. But the idea that you're going to put a tariff on it is stupid. If there's something that China exclusively has, whether it's a fucking mineral or finished good, really, what China does for the world, and you just recognize this, what they do well is they manufacture, right? They are a manufacturing engine for the entire fucking globe. Now, if you don't want to do trade with them, or if you think that there's a trade imbalance and you want to fix this, then what you have to do is you have to find a different country that you're going to have free trade with that gets you what you want. You don't sit there and put these fucking stupid tariffs that raises the prices on consumers. Because the price that it raises on consumers works in two ways. It's not just simply on the products that were imported because you slapped some tariff on it. It's also the companies within your own country that are now going to have to compete, right? They can then raise their prices because they know that the foreign goods are more expensive now because of the tariffs. So even the American stuff is going up. You know what's not happening? American goods are not going down in price. They're going up. They're going up in price.
Not the American companies, though there is positive. The American companies are getting the benefit of the purchasing. I mean, you can't negate that would be a fallout from it, that they will choose to purchase domestically. I mean, that's the point he's trying, is that it incentivizes keeping the business.
So you are supportive of tariffs?
No, I'm just saying you just raised all the negatives, and you raised the negative on the domestic companies, and I'm saying there's it's not 100% negative. There is a positive fallout from it, and you can't negate that. And I also go back to what we did with Canada, because they just flat out refused to recognize that they do have a border with us. That just like Mexico, we had a fentanyl issue coming from the northern border as well. We had other issues, border-related issues with them. Watch list people were coming in, they weren't taking it seriously, and he did put pressure on them. And I wonder if you see it any differently with a bordering nation than with a nation on the other side of the Pacific.
Not at all. I'm a free trade zealot. And the reason for that is that if you think about this realistically, just hear me out here. If you're going to have a tariff to protect your industry, think about what that means. That means this is what Astro wants. He wants the government to step in to protect industry. The only industries that need protection are those that are not efficient, where there's competition that is beating them. So you want to protect the company that has failed to innovate to a degree that you would choose them at a higher price, or it's going to be somebody else has manufactured something better. It's either better or cheaper, right? And so the only thing tariffs protect, the only industry that tariffs protect, are those that are inefficient. If you have an efficient industry here, they don't need any protection. And this economic protectionism is just fucking crazy. It's unnecessary. What we should do is we should take the burden off of these companies. We should lower their taxes. We should deregulate them so they can spend more money becoming more efficient, innovating more, and releasing more products, and being able to get the price down because of economy of scale. Like increasing their manufacturing capabilities. The way that you can do that is by deregulating the market and to tax them less. But instead of that, what Astro wants to do is he wants to put more regulations on them. This is fucking crazy.
That's not.
You're worse than a leftist, you fucking retard. Respectfully.
You're putting words in my mouth for half the things I didn't argue for. I already said John Stossel's right. Over-regulation sometimes produces these mega corporations. I mean, you have to deregulate in some instances, and you have to regulate in more instances, okay? I'm not against deregulation entirely, okay? So stop saying that. That's not my position. Another thing is, too, like, are you okay with foreign companies having a dominant, market share in America?
little political work.
Right, she was right about it.
But here's the thing, if these corporations become dominant in the United States, they're owned by China, owned by some other foreign nation, whether it be Russia or North Korea, whoever, whatever hypothetical adversary. Guess what? They could actually use their political influence in the United States and actually. They can use.
Astro, where'd you study political science? Astro, where'd you study political science?
I didn't get a political science degree because it's a fluff degree. I'm sorry.
Okay. Hold on. Look, I'm not hold on. I'm not a credentialist. I'm just asking where you got that degree. You acknowledge you didn't have. I'm an autodidact. I didn't go to fucking school either. But I did read quite a bit. It's kind of obvious that that's something you should try. Where did you study economics?
The internet.
You studied economics on the internet. And who's the economist that you go to? Who's your go-to for economic theory?
Good question. There's a lot of different thinkers out there. I mean,
Name one without ChatGPT.
I did earlier. I said G.K. Chesterton. He's pretty influential, I'd say. And he was good. He was good back in the early 20th century.
Did he win a Nobel Prize?
If he did or didn't, it don't matter. The Nobel Peace Prize is completely.
I didn't say the Peace Prize. I said a Nobel Prize in economics.
No. Does that mean anything? You said you're not for the credential class.
I'm trying to figure out, because what you're saying, first of all, is not rooted in any economic school. The communists would disagree with you. Shut the fuck up. The communists would disagree with you. The capitalists would disagree with you. The only people that agree with you is Nick Fuentes and the Groupers.
No, I stand with President Trump's, interventionist economic theory. I stand with him on that. I think he's done a great job with it. He's proved that the free market capitalists are wrong, and the modern economists are wrong. And guess what? America's prospering so far in his second term. I think he's actually it's been immensely successful.
You think Trump is a brilliant economist?
He's a great politician. That's why I would say.
You just said you agreed with
his economic plan has been solid.
Right.
But it's not just him who's in charge. But he has a good team with him, like Scott Bassick. He's good.
Do you think tariffs have actually been good? You think tariffs have actually made the voters happier?
Yes. So far, more. The voter opinion on the economy has gone up since Trump got.
Hold on. No, that's not hard to do. You had a fucking guy that tanked the economy. We were $37 trillion. I want to go around the room. I want to go around the room to everyone not named Astro, and I want to ask a question. Brad, I'll start with you. Do you support tariffs?
No.
Nye, do you support tariffs? I didn't hear that.
No.
Akima, do you support tariffs?
No.
Edward, do you support tariffs?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. I love you too much to argue with you. Serendipity, do you support tariffs?
You gotta know why, though.
Hold on. Serendipity, do you support tariffs?
No.
Abby, do you support tariffs?
No.
Shirley, do you support tariffs?
I don't have an opinion about this. I do know that I don't know enough. And anybody, you should cut a check. We all should get cut a check. Needs not to.
All right, hold on.
I'm doing have a conversation with you.
Shirley, love you pieces, but I'm doing a roll call here. So right now I've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nays and 1 yay. Timeout, do you support tariffs?
Yeah, I don't know enough about it, Raj. And you know what I know about, so I'll pass right now.
Yeah, Timeout knows about love. If you guys want to get filled up with love, talk to Timeout. tariffs?
No. But I have to say, this might be a terroristic move. Miss Shirley, respectfully, Roger cheated on you last night. That's why.
Oh shit! I got caught.
I love y'all.
6-1. Okay, Lord, I know the answer to this. Do you support tariffs?
50-50.
No, I guess I didn't. What a fucking retard. Moose, what about you?
No.
Okay, so we had 7 nays, and I'll count Lordness at 50-50 as a yay. So 7-2, and the majority of this room is Republicans. So Astro, what were you saying about support for tariffs?
I was saying that the economy is public polling on the economy has improved since Trump got in the office.
No, I'm isolating specifically. I'm isolating specific on tariffs.
Well, I would say the Clubhouse is not a poll. It's not like a real poll.
We established something
Astro, you win.
Very open about this. Let me just say this. Clubhouse has niche politics, including myself, including you guys. I mean, this is not a good representation of the whole entire United States.
Just play along.
Do you guys?
Wait a minute. I operate within the RNC. I've talked to people. I've had sit-down meetings with them. I've had candidates ask for my, like Gerard himself, my best friend. Well, second only to KK because I'm terrified of KK. But my best
You got a crush on her, homie. Come on.
No, but she's, but I mean, like KK herself, she operates in these arenas. Like, no, like that's not niche.
Right.
Abby, wait, where's Abby? There's fucking Abby. Abby has rocked and rubbed shoulders with some of the political elite class, the shakers and movers, the people that actually put people into office. So, I mean,
She hasn't lost her shoulders in years because of that.
like, no, Abby's shoulders are pretty tough, man. I wouldn't come for her. She'd knock you right out of the linebacker.
And I would say that, the RNC party platform is pro-terror. That is really the brand and butter of the Republican Party.
It's only pro-tariff because Trump said he's pro-tariffs. Before that, they weren't.
Well,
Like,
you're right.
conservatives
And because Trump has made it to the Trump party instead of the Republican Party.
I know, but Astro, just get his support. I mean, even Tyler got the courage to say, you know what, he actually did what's sacrilegious on Clubhouse and actually acknowledging that he's not informed enough on a topic to air an opinion.
I'm pretty knowledgeable about negotiation because I've done that throughout my career. And I'm actually in that now. My film's coming out again in AMC theaters around the country for a week. So I'm in negotiations with AMC Theater. So I know about that. So when you talk about tariffs, I don't know enough politically, but I know that there's negotiation going on. There's push and pull. There's posing as if you want this, but you really want something else. But I don't know anything more than that. So, I don't know, Raj, Brad, maybe you can tell me a little more.
But Astro, just play along. When in Rome, it's a simple yes or no. It's not going to identify your life on Clubhouse for the rest of your life. Just it's a yes or no. Are you for or against tariffs?
I'm for war, yeah. I'm not for free trade. I'm not a fiscal conservative.
I'm for them because they protect a lot of the American revenue growth, jobs growth, all different areas that we currently have been taken advantage of in a lot of areas. It's very unfortunate, guys, before 1913, the way we actually got revenue in the United States before the federal income tax, they started taxing Americans. It was through tariffs. So one of the reasons why I personally believe in them is because we have 195 countries right now that they've been tariffing us for international trade and back and forth. These are the kind of things I talk about, not just what's happened in the last, 7 months? Because most people, Roger, they weren't even involved in tariffs at all. You know that. Most Americans didn't even know that was happening.
Yeah.
Our farmers, our industry, including right now, because I'm in death care, guys, I'm probably the most penalized person on here because I get caskets from other countries. So these are.
So Edward, I wanna read to you what Milton Friedman says about tariffs in regards to what you just said about jobs. and it's balanced, it's honest, and it's rooted in reality. So the tariffs, this according to Milton Friedman, tariffs may have some jobs, may save some jobs, but they destroy others, especially in export industries. And his other comment is the economy adjusts naturally when labor moves to more productive sectors. So Milton Friedman will acknowledge that there are certain sectors that where jobs could get created. There are certain sectors that may benefit from the fixing of the economy, quote unquote. The problem that it creates is that any of the companies that rely on exports, the obvious retaliation is going to be tariffs placed on those products, and it's going to impact the sales that are abroad. And so these are the things that people need to think about. And maybe there's a particular industry that you're simping for. Maybe Astros does have a job, and maybe he's in one of the few industries that benefits from this. But overall, for the economy, Milton Friedman, who I think we would all agree knows more about economics than any of us.
And then Roger, I don't disagree with you. Let me respond to Roger.
But I just put in the chat one thing, Brad. I put in the chat because it was Senator Grassley. There's a bipartisan effort in Congress on control over tariffs and to make sure, and they introduced the Trade Review Act, which would require the congressional approval for what any tariffs imposed. So I think you can also, the argument on how the Republicans line up with this, I'd also look at some of these bipartisan efforts coming out of subcommittees and from the Finance Committee in Congress, in Senate, and probably in the House as well.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'll say real quickly. Sorry, Shirley, but I'll go real quick. And I think Edward was actually trying to respond to. That's actually a fair point, Abby. Like, is it the tariffs, that's so much troubling, or is it the how it's executed? Going in the form of one man having that power versus bipartisan congressional approval.
Moose, are we agreeing again? This is getting crazy.
This is weird. It's a full moon, Abby. It's a full moon.
Moose has started to become a conservative. Moose is shifting.
No, this has been happening to the two of us. It's getting a little weird.
So going on what you both just said, and Roger, I agree. That's the nuances of tariffs, okay? The challenge that we all have is because for me, it's above my political and economic pay grade, because I'm just a small business owner in America, but I'm affected by it, okay? The challenge that we all have is the fact that the leaders, and Roger, you said this earlier, don't have enough courage to protect American industry. We have been ripped off for years because countries have done a disservice to America, and most of our political leaders did not understand economics because they're political hats. They're not economists. This is a problem. And Roger, I know you know this. Whatever government touches, they ruin. And I land there.
Okay, so I agreed with everything Edward just said. See, here is my question. Is he not doing this because there's an imbalance of trade? We buy everything from them. They buy nothing from us. And oh, by the way, they have slave labor in some of these countries. That's how poorly they pay. You can't compete against that. So I might.
And Mojo's for that because he's for complete deregulation of the economy. That's what he would say. Like, we have to be more like these countries to be more competitive with them. And that means, you have the 12-hour work days. That means you actually barely have any vacation time. That means you have to let the free market go through its own devices. I say there needs to be balance. You don't have to have communism, but you don't have to have unregulated capitalism. This is the reason why we have to to support the American industry and our quality of life.
Spoken like a true Democrat. Look, I want to talk about the idea of what is the American way when it comes to economics. And I think it's important, especially for people that LARP as Trump supporters and probably think that the founders were, the bee's knees. It's important to think about the conflict that even created this country. If it wasn't for the British that were imposing the strict trade laws, navigation acts, taxes like the Stamp Act, Act, we wouldn't have even had an American Revolution. The most American thing that you can do is support free trade. We would not even have had this country if it wasn't for revolting against restrictive trade laws. I want you guys to think about that and think about how anti-American.
And I would counter by saying that, I don't think our founders wanted us to be a puppet state to Chinese, Russian, or any other country's influences by using these companies, especially in China, because guess what? A lot of them, most of them have to be affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, to actually influence our politics and our way of life.
You're worse than a communist, respectfully.
And well, here's the thing: you will bring about literal authoritarianism if you do not actually regulate the economy, and because foreign influence, foreign powers, like we've seen with these third world countries.
Regulating the economy is authoritarianism. Do you not understand that?
I mean, no, it's not, because
it's by definition.
There's liberal democracies all over the place that have individual rights to regulate the economy. You can regulate the economy and still have freedom of speech and all the lock-in,
Hold on. Let me ask a question to the people that have been in the Republican Party longer than this fucking twerp. Do you guys think that it's a good development that you have somebody that voted for Trump and identifies with policies where he says that you need to control the economy? The government needs to control the economy. This is a Republican. This is a guy that supports the Trump takeover. Now I get it. Fucking Kamala Harris washing those fucking greens in the bathtub. Not a very good fucking alternative. I wouldn't have voted for her either. I get it. Times are tough. But if you hold your nose and you vote for Trump, what you don't fucking do is follow this motherfucker to the gates of hell with these idiotic fucking ideas. I want to hear from the Republicans not named Astro what you guys think when you hear a Republican saying what you need to do to save the economy is institute more regulations. Please walk me through your thoughts on that. Anyone not named Astro.
Wait, we're going independents. You guys don't count. But I mean, I don't know what to say. This is Mojo. This is the Republican Party today. It's not conservative. We've had this argument for 4 fucking years. We've had this battle. You don't have conservative approaches. You don't even have fucking. These people went beyond Reaganomics. They're bypass. They skipped the off ramp and they took the fucking 6-lane highway to God knows where. Maybe it's right next to the bullet train in California. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have the answer you're looking for. We knew about these guys. You met some of them on here. In fact, there was a mock trial for me that you had to defend me in because they were like, Brad's a conservative. He agrees with these Christian nationalist Groyper, Fuentes fucking people. And I did it. I honestly did it. Literally there was a fucking a few hundred people that were coming from my head saying how horrible I was.
Crazy, Brad.
That was
crazy. I remember.
But it was Roger who had to go up in there and say, hold on a moment. Brad's never argued for these things. Brad's never wanted these. But I don't know what to tell people. You these economic theories that are being espoused, you're going to pay more. You should actually, if you want to go Astro, you should ask Edward why. Here's a case in point. Why don't you ask some simple questions of Edward? He's an honest man. He's a good man. He's a much better man than me. I will never be an equal to Edward. I could never do that. He is a much better man than me. He actually makes me wish I was a better man. But I can tell you this. Ask him directly. Why does he have to buy his supplies from China? Why is he forced to go overseas to find that? Go ahead and try actually learning something about how the regulations that you're espousing are actually driving away American products and American-made products and taking away opportunities for Americans because you want to regulate the economy in such a way that it fucking strangles everybody at home, and they don't have an opportunity to actually generate wealth worldwide, let alone domestically.
Yeah, I would say that, no, I don't believe in that type of regulation. I think that's the regulation that we actually kind of have today in a lot of ways. We live in a corporatocracy where mega corporations and the one percenters basically have extreme power. And I'll ask everyone in a second, but I do want to respond to what you said, Brad. Is that like, so yeah, and what I would say is that you have smart regulation. You know, I'm for deregulating when it matters, when it's smart, when it makes sense. But this libertarian idea that a lot of you guys are saying, I'm not saying, I don't know if you're a libertarian or not, I know Mojo is, that we have no regulation whatsoever. We completely give it up to the market to actually, self-regulate. You know, that's a dirty word in my opinion. I don't think that works in practice. You know, and I don't think that's good for the American people. I don't think, and I don't think it's good for the nation in general.
Okay, so I have a quick question for you, Astro. So you mentioned you don't have a degree in economics. That's cool.
Yeah.
What books have you read on economics?
Well, I mean, I've read the Communist Manifesto. I've read the, the classics, that you read in college, like.
Wait, go back. You said Communist Manifesto is your first book on economics?
No, well, that's not my first book, but,
But that's the first one that popped in your head, and it was the first one out of your mouth. So Roger is 100% right.
Rights of Man. I mean, there's a lot of different ones. There's a lot of different, the classic political theory.
I hate when you guys make Roger right. I have to eat crow with him every fucking time. Would you guys please stop just making Roger right? And then I have to get the verbal assault and the ass whooping that I really don't deserve on a fucking Tuesday.
Well, I mean, I would disagree. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a socialist. I reject. I'm not a Mamdani supporter. I'm not a Bernie supporter. I'm not an AOC supporter. But I do support the working class, but that doesn't make you a socialist. You got.
Hold on. So, what do you call it when you say that you want more stimulus checks?
I call it economic populism, and that's a right and left thing. You could be a right winger and a left winger to support that. That's why I would.
Hold on. Let me ask XG. XG, what do you think of this?
I just popped back in, and I'm not sure what the fuck's going on, but I don't feel like my side being represented well.
No, he's not. He's not technically on your side. Let me give you. Here's the rundown. He's a Trump supporter. He refers to himself as a Christian nationalist, but he supports heavy regulations. He's pro-tariff, and he's pro-stimulus checks because he calls it economic populism. What do you think of this guy?
I don't think that sounds like economic populism, even if we want to call it that term. To me, it just sounds like, and I say this in the most, like, it's kind of like a pseudo-socialist. It's like pseudo-socialism, but just God's involved this time.
And I would like to respond to that, say, Trump is actually open for a rebate to actually give people more money once all of these trade agreements are implemented. So, you could say Trump's a socialist. I know Mojo does because of his libertarianism. But I would say no, he's not a socialist. I mean, he is very critical of communism, like with the stuff that Mamdani is supporting right now in New York. And I would say economic.
It was never that Trump was a socialist. All I'm saying is that the way
he supports the same policy idea. That's what I'm trying to say. He supported during COVID. He gave out economic stimulus checks to people. He's probably going to give out economic stimulus checks again once the trade agreements go through, and also use that money to pay off the debt too. So that's my point.
Did he not just put us in a bigger deficit because of the big beautiful bill?
Well, I mean, it did increase the deficit. I'm not.
Yeah, so I'm
not debt.
Guys, hold on. Everyone, hold on. Everyone, hold on. I want to talk to the beloved Goo. We got an all-star Goo. We got Dolly in the Goo. We got Mike in the Goo. Yoav is in the Goo. I don't know why he's not up here. Darren holding it down the goo. Darren had to handle the big waves last night that never came. Barl, who never agrees with me on anything, probably agrees with me on this, though. Probably. At least partway, probably meets me halfway. I'm going to ask the goo a question. Do you think that economic intervention and Donald Trump instituting tariffs, do you think that this is the path forward for the Republican Party? That's the question. If you do believe that, type 1 in the chat. If you think this guy on the stage is the biggest fucking retard that's ever come in this fucking room, you can put a number 2. If you think he's the biggest retard you've ever heard on this app, put a number 2.
Can I make a request to put a similar cinnamon aside from retard for number 2?
You don't like the word retard?
It's not. I'm not saying it's a bit sophomoric.
Okay. Well, listen. I am right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm trying to bring back the word retard and the word faggot, and not because I'm insensitive. It's because these were words that, when we use them, once upon a time, I think that we also subscribe to this idea that, like, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. And I think that you could absolutely call me out for saying that it's immature. You could call me out and say that it's likely to offend some people. But I would say the benefit of reintroducing these words and normalizing these words will make us better. That would be my...
I'll grant you this real quick. I'll grant you this. I'm kind of half kidding. Like, hang on 1 second, because my edible's kicking in, so I might actually forget what I was going to say. So, Roger, to that point, I'll give you this. I'll concede that if not, Howard Stern couldn't get out of the way with saying the things he did, if not for pushing the envelope on free speech, who, of course, wouldn't have existed if Lenny Bruce would 100% agree with everything you just said.
Moose, what would you prefer, twat waffle or retard?
Twat waffle, please, thank you. And
I saved myself. At least I got a +1 in the main column there.
So, Brad,
Moose, have you ever looked at the list Stanford University put out of all the words we're not allowed to say anymore? Have you seen that?
It would take me probably a year to read it. I have not seen the latest, though.
It's pretty astonishing what we say every day that we're not supposed to be saying.
Yeah, Brad, going back to what you talked about with Mr. Astro, I'm not as strong as Roger here, but regulations hurt the death care profession a lot of ways, building-wise in every way, and that's why a lot of cemeteries and funerals buy their products from overseas. Yes, now we are being affected because we have to get tariffs on a lot of our goods and services. And unfortunately, because a lot of manufacturers has moved overseas, now we have to purchase things because I don't know if people know this. I know Roger knows this. People are in business for profit. They want to make money. Okay? We're not in business to just hire Americans. And I will hire all Americans. I have nobody outside of America working for me, working for our company. And the reason why is because I'm pro-American. I'm not pro-MAGA. I'm not pro-Maha. I'm not pro-America First. I'm pro-American. And that's where Edward stands. Because I was American before all these other titles came up. And Roger, I appreciate you bringing that back any words so we get rid of PC culture. As a believer in God, I still think people should have a right to say whatever they want. And don't tell me to manage my words with pronouns and tell me I should call people when I clearly see that they're not.
Amen. I'm sorry, Andrew. I thought you were doing amen to free speech. Yeah, and like I was saying to Abby, to your point about that list of words that are not PC to say anymore, without the great Jewish comic Lenny Bruce, who would get arrested, police would go to his shows solely for the purpose in the 50s to arrest him because he sang pussy, because he said the N-word, because he said the derogatory term for Jewish, just trying to desensitize people, not giving these words power. You open the door for all comedians down the road, on both sides, black, white, regardless of politics. Like, imagine getting arrested, a comedian getting arrested on stage these days for saying anything.
I agree. I think he was groundbreaking on it. I mean, I think George Carlin, the 7 Dirty Words, tried to make the point after him, but Lenny Bruce definitely was the one who set the path for that.
Arguments like Lenny Bruce is not afraid.
Did you guys destroy Astro enough today?
If I'm not mistaken, I think I recognize his voice, and this isn't really Knox. He had his name on his PTR. I think wasn't that guy formerly Paul? I'm not making that up, right? I think his voice was very familiar.
His voice was familiar to me too. I was trying to figure out where I heard it. I definitely heard it in rooms before.
Well, it's nice to see all of you. It's been a minute. It's good to see you, Abby. Good to see all of you, Shirley, all of you, especially Brad. Nice being in the same space. Roger, thank you so much for always being kind to a believer. So I appreciate it.
It was good to see you, Edward. This conversation my face is hurting because I am grinning. This PC with the words is driving me crazy. I can say that an idea is retarded, and my grandchildren will absolutely crucify me as if I have said something really ugly. I love it. I feel at home.
I mean, surely had grandchildren. I would, and they gave me a dumb idea. I would say, "Are you being retarded?" I would have no problem calling my grandchildren retarded. So,
Shirley, will you bring your grandkids? Make sure they're old enough. But if they're 25 or older, can you bring them onto Clubhouse?
I don't have any 25 or older yet.
Okay, how old are your kids?
My children, they range from 40 to 25.
Please bring them on the app.
Oh my goodness. There's just no words for it. My middle son I could bring.
Wait, which one's the far lefty?
My 40-year-old daughter has got DEI'd, and it's heartbreaking.
Tell her to come. I'll be very nice. I'll unleash the truth to her slowly, but tell her to log in.
Wait, what the fuck? She got DEI? You act like she just got shot. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? She got DEI. I'm so confused.
She fell for the okie doke, is what Shirley just told you.
Okay.
Listen,
you might have to DEI all the time. Okay.
Jinx, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm just listening right now. I'm not left, but I'm more like a dark purple. If that makes any sense. So I'm kind of in between.
So you're like a centrist extremist?
I'm like, I don't care if you're transgender, but don't take my taxes to pay for war and pay for it. Does that make sense?
That's fine. So what do you think about capitalism?
I think that it's gotten a little bit too extreme at this point. I think that, yes, it's good for people to have businesses and things like that, but I think the wealth gap has gotten a little bit too extreme now. I think that there's no room for billionaires in my opinion, please don't attack me. I hate being attacked on this app. It drives me crazy. I don't think that we have room in this country for billionaires. I don't think that we should have that. You should not have more money than God. Nobody should have that. I think that's just stupid. I mean, their kids aren't going to ever have to work. I think,
May I ask a couple questions? Abby, hold on. We gotta be gentle with this one. She said she doesn't like to be attacked. Okay.
I hate it.
No, it's good. I'm gonna choose. Hold on. Listen.
This is good.
I'm gonna choose my words very carefully. Okay, so Jace. Oh boy. So, under whose authority do you think we should take the money from these billion?
I think that we should eat the rich. I have a shirt that actually says that. I think that we should put way more taxes on the rich than we do on the middle class. Like, I'm middle class, and they're taking about $5,000 from me federally. That's not even state. I live in California. So, like, I need my money. I don't think that I should be paying more money in taxes than Jeff Bezos. I think that's kind of unfair.
Well, it's clearly untrue that you would be paying more. If you're paying $5,000, you're not paying more taxes than Jeff Bezos. Would it surprise you to learn that when it comes to income taxes, that 46% of all income taxes that are collected are from the top 1%? Would that surprise you?
Yeah, if that's true, then that would definitely surprise me. Because, yeah, that would definitely surprise me.
It's true.
Yeah.
And did you know that another 18% is paid by the top 5% earners?
Yeah, so what about this? 76% of all taxes are paid by the top 10%.
That also surprises me, but then we have to talk about the distribution of wealth.
Right, because you have to do it on an individual level.
Who the fuck let this retard on the stage? We're trying to have a polite conversation. You can. Hold on. He was not on your side. The only thing he was on the side of is mental illness. So, Chase, would it surprise you to learn that the top 50% of income earners pay 97.7% of all income taxes? Meaning that the bottom 50% only pay 2.3% of all income taxes. Well, that's...
Yeah, I mean, it is surprising to me because I feel like I'm getting raped by the government. So, yeah, that actually does surprise me.
Yes.
To be honest. It's still good politics to raise taxes on the rich, though. I mean, it'd be dumb for the GOP not to do.
You have a financial expert on the stage, like a CPA. Why don't you?
No, I'm talking about politics, not economics.
Hold on. Astro, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Literally, nobody cares. We have Jinx.
Hey, I care about the Republican Party. I mean,
you don't care about anything.
Write us a check. Yes, you do. I'll take it.
Hold on. We want to talk to Jinx. Jinx, so you think that the way to solve this problem is to tax the rich? If the top 50% of income earners are already paying 97.7% of all income taxes, how much do you think? How much more do you want to take from them? Since the bottom 50% virtually pays nothing, they pay 2.3%. How much more do you want the top 50% to pay? Do you want it to pay all of it? Actually, let's illustrate it a different way. I like giving this illustration. I love giving this illustration. 100 people go to dinner, okay? 100 people go to dinner. One person offers to pay 46% of the bill, okay? And then 9 other people chip in and they say, hey, look, with our help, we could pay 76% of the bill. And then 40 other people chip in and they say, we're going to pick up 97.7% of the bill. Now you're assuming you're on the bottom 50%, and now 50 people left at this dinner are told, you guys got to come up with the other 2.3%. Would you say to the people that paid disproportionately for the dinner, would you say that they should pay more? Or do you think that you would just say thank you and then reach in your pocket and the 50 of you pick up that 2.3?
So I like that analogy. That's a good analogy because I go to dinner a lot. So this is how I would do it. If I make significantly more then all of the people at the table, I'm gonna pay for the food. And I'm especially gonna pay for the food of my friend who I know is broke and doesn't have any money. I'm gonna pay for her. Like,
right, but there's 100 people at the table. How many people are you going to pay for? Because the way the taxes work now, that one person would pay for 46 people. Do you think that's a fair deal?
I think that, like I said, if I make significantly more than my friends or the people that I'm sitting amongst, I'm gonna pay it. Because I know that it's not going to hurt me as much as it will hurt them.
Correct.
Between equality and equity.
I don't like either of those terms. I don't like either of those terms. But let's go back to this scenario where it's 100 people. You guys took over a restaurant. There's 100 of you, right? And let's assume you're the wealthiest person among your group, right? And the bill comes, and everybody's like, oh, wow, that's pretty big. And you, being the wealthiest, if you said, you know what, I'm going to pay for 46 of us, right? And the 99 of you, right, that are left, you guys can figure out how to pay for the other 54 dinners. Do you think that the remaining people would look at that and say, yeah, that seems like pretty good?
I think that I would rank it as who makes the most. Then they can pay the tip. Who eats the most?
Just the
as
tip?
well as another thing.
Are you saying you just the tip?
Whatever.
So Brian, can I jump in?
Wait. Well, yeah, we're done. Gotta go next.
No, Roger, I'd like to ask a question because I will have 100 people in our company at one table. And as a company owner, we will pay for the whole meal for everybody because they're our biggest asset. However, this is the part, Jinx, I would like to ask you a question. How do you think that I got to the point as a business owner to be able to pay for the whole table?
By being frugal.
No. You say by being frugal, right? But I'm asking you a question.
Oh, no.
It's not by being, no, it's not the wrong answer. I want you to think, okay, because you want to penalize me because I own the company. You want me to pay more taxes, even though I'm already paying taxes for myself as a corporation, as an individual, and I'm paying all of the people that work in our organization also to the federal government. I'm paying a lot. So when you say these things, you got to make sure you're looking across the board of every single person involved. You're penalizing the person that create jobs, the person that gives people opportunities. And listen, some of the people that work in our organization has been with me 20 years. That means we put their kids through school, we help them go to college, we put clothes on them, we have complete holiday parties where we purchase everything. But you know what we don't do? We don't want to tax our employees and the people that work for us anymore because they help us grow. And the more money we make, the more money they make.
So
do you increase wages because it doesn't seem like the more money they make?
My whole thing about that is, Edward, this is my first time ever meeting you, but I'm talking about billionaires too, mind you. I'm not talking about the people who have, I'm not talking about the Beverly Hills people who happen to own a 6-bedroom house worth $3.5 million, or the ones that own a house that are like even $6.8 million or whatever. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about billionaires. Those are the people we should not have.
No, Jake, hold on.
How'd they get there, Jinx? How'd the billionaire get there?
Yeah, but let's
How'd they get there, Jinx?
Wait. Let's let Edward go first, and then I'll go next.
So Jinx, I want you to know there's 3,027 billionaires on planet Earth. There's 8.3 billion people on planet Earth. What you're doing is you're penalizing one little group of people who have created so much commerce. These people created a lot of things. I'm not going to blame them because they've gotten to the industry and created our lives charge that because that's what they created. The marketplace allows these things, and some people are going to grow through the marketplace. That's what happens. But you and I know if I, Edward, want to earn more money, or people come to me and say, hey, Edward, I want to make more money in the company. And I says, okay, bring me more value. Go create more value for our company, and we'll pay you proportionate to what you bring. What you're saying is that we should penalize people, and I'm just making sure I'm understanding you, James, that we should penalize people because they happen to become rich because they've done something for all of what I call humanity. That's my understanding.
So Jinx, I want to segue on what he said. So how do you think they got where they are? Do you think they all started rich? The billionaires that bother you?
No, of course not. I mean, their children will have started rich,
about the children, not them.
Yeah.
So do you think some of them might have worked their asses off really hard, studied really hard in school, and worked really hard to build what they built? Do you think that might be the case with some of them?
I think that might be the case for a lot of them, not even some.
Okay.
But
So
I think that a lot of people work really hard.
Right. So if you work really hard, isn't that a reasonable result that you gain success and financial success from hard work?
No.
Yes, but not into the billions.
Well, not
That's
into
my
the
whole
billions. But what if you come up? I mean, I happen to be in business with someone who did this, whose dad was a taxi driver. This guy was a court reporter. He had nothing. Barely went through school, and came up with a concept and built it, lost millions, then reinvented himself, and ultimately became a billionaire. And just as you heard, created tens of thousands, I should say hundreds of thousands now, of jobs around the world because of his resilience and hard work and building a company, and affected the world. So why does this guy get penalized, or you want him gone? Because he did all this hard work and all this great success.
I don't think that he should be penalized. I think that him living in the United States of America, using the roads that he uses, having these employees, making sure he has health insurance for them, I think that he's using the country. We are actually giving him the ability to make those billions of dollars. So he should give back and not have billions and billions of dollars.
You just heard, and Nick can go through it financially because he's an accountant. He can tell you. But he pays taxes. He pays for himself. He pays for his company. He pays for his employees. He pays the property tax where his businesses are located. He pays the use taxes. His company is licensed and has a particular tax for their business that they're in. He pays all kinds of regulatory fees. So, I mean, if you look at this, there's all kinds of taxes. And then, by the way, I'm going to land with you're all worried about 4 generations out. By the way, and someone can give you the statistics on this, most of this great wealth doesn't pass more than maybe 2 generations, and that's statistical. But even if it passes down generations, which, by the way, a majority of these billionaires have taken the oath that Warren Buffett developed with Bill Gates, where they have pledged to give away about 90% of their income altruistically to philanthropies. You negate to talk about how much these people also provide into the philanthropic sector and build out hospitals and community centers, etc. I mean, these horrible billionaires that do that. But these generations, there's something that we have called an inheritance tax. So a good 50% they have to pay in taxes to the government after the billionaire dies. And we know the stories of the families that have had to sell off their assets, the farmers that have to sell off after generations of having farmland because they inherit it and they can't afford to keep it because they can't pay the inheritance tax on it. So you're forgetting there's other factors here. it's these horrible billionaires. So next time you go into a community center, into your hospital, or to maybe you go see the theater, you go into a center for the arts, or you go into a museum, take a look at whose names are on the walls and who donated the money for those facilities.
Yeah, but you're trying to act like that was a charitable act.
Wait. Can I go next? Wait.
I got a quick question.
Wait. No, I can wait this whole time. Let me just ask
You can wait a little more. You can wait a little more.
I've been waiting the whole time.
And he did. He yielded his time to me.
It's not going to take long. I get a quick question. Is there like certain billionaires, Jinx, that you think need to pay more and others don't, or across the board? And is there some, maybe there's some grief around working at a company that you think that they should have more vacations or this kind of thing? Where is the beef is what I'm trying to.
So I'm a scientist, so I don't have like a beef working like at any Amazon or anything like that. I'm talking across the board, sweeping. I don't care where you're from. I don't care what you look like, nothing. Billionaires should not exist in this country, in my opinion. So I'm sweeping it.
I mean, neither should the homeless, but you married one.
Jinx,
Alright.
but hey, hold on. We're gonna go to Lordness, but I'm just gonna give a warning to everyone that's on this stage right now. We've already talked to the stupidest person on this app. Look, just everyone take a deep breath. I want everyone to take a very deep breath, okay? A very deep breath. Breathe in.
In for 4, hold, out for 6. Sorry.
No, that's good. Please lead us again. Can we take one more deep breath?
Who's the stupidest?
No. Hold on. Jinx, go ahead. Lead us one more deep breath.
In for 4, hold, out for 6.
Very good. Now listen. Hold on. I want everyone to just relax. Now that we've taken these deep breaths, if you feel like you need another one, you can move yourself down to the audience and you can take another one. Feel free. I don't want anyone to interrupt each other, and I don't pile on to anyone. If you disagree with them, that's fine. We'll create a queue. I don't want any name calling. You know what we're going to do? I'm in the presence of Timok, who channels love. And so I'm feeling the love of this room right now, and I want to encourage everyone in this room to just tap into whatever source of love you may have. Maybe you don't have a source of love. Maybe you could find one. There's plenty of people here. Shirley is a great source of love. Edward's a great source of love. Dr. Jordan's a great source of kinky love, if you're into that sort of thing. But I want you to channel into whatever's going to make you feel at peace here, and we're going to let Lordness speak. Then we're going to get the conversation going. We're going to pass the mic around to people that haven't had a chance to speak. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to name call unless Astro comes up. If you guys bring Astro up, you guys can rip him to shreds. I don't care. But we're going to be nice to Jinx, and we're going to be nice to everybody else. Jinx is a guest here. She's got a pink ticket. She's got a charming voice. She's got some dumb ideas. I didn't say she was dumb. I just said she's got some dumb ideas. No, I didn't say you were dumb.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. I'm here to learn. So
I just want to make sure that everybody is showing kindness to everyone on the stage. If you need to have an outburst, if you feel the need to, you got two choices. You can move yourself down to the chat, and you can say whatever you want in the chat. Or you could take it out verbally on Astro. Those are your options, but you cannot take it out on any.
Roger, just a point of clarification, real quick. You did not point to me as a source of love, because that would just be a complete blatant hypocrisy if it existed. Roger, and then furthermore, and Jinx is like really a great person. She is a wonderful human being. Be kind to her, guys.
Dude, just real quick for clarification on the rules, Roger. If I were to say "fuck you, Brad," and then people
that would be bad.
If I were to say that was directed at Astro, I was telling Astro "fuck you."
That's what we're gonna do when you do that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to Lordness, Lordness is going to go ahead and he's going to offer his submission. We're going to have a conversation. XG, I'll bring you back up. Yes, I'll even mod you again. Hey, everyone, Rich, don't interrupt.
What else? Trimac was the actor.
He is the actor now. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Cool.
Yes, he is. If you guys want to look up everybody's username on the Google machine, go ahead and do it. Yes, my friends are popular. So XG, go ahead and stop trolling the room. We're going to have an intelligent conversation. Lordness is going to speak. We're going to pass the mic around. I want everyone to be very kind to our special guest, Jinx. And I'm not just saying that because she's hot. I'm just saying it because we want to be nice to each other. So, Lord.
Look, Jinx, what do you think would be a better way to solve the situation, by abolishing taxes or keeping it the way it is right now?
That's a really good question. I definitely don't think we should abolish taxes. I think that we should make sure that they're evenly distributed to people's income levels. I think that's how I see it.
But wouldn't you want a win-win on both sides?
I think that billionaires are winning already.
But what if you weren't taxed? You could flourish.
But they're already, I don't know how much more you can flourish I'm not talking about millionaires, by the way, I'm talking about billionaires.
Okay, so Jinx, I got a question for you. So, if the top 1% are already paying 46% of all of the income tax that's collected federally, what do you think the proper number is for the top 1%? If 46% of all the income tax is not enough from the top 1%, how much do you think it would?
The percentage of the economy that they own.
Oh, okay. Well, then they would all get tax cuts.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they would all get tax cuts.
But they're the top 1%.
You're very generous. You are a very generous woman.
Can I ask you a question, Jinx?
Sure, of course.
Yeah, well,
why not?
Hold on. Be careful.
Well, let me ask you. I've been waiting patiently. Let me ask her.
Asher, you're going to be a little bit more patient. I'm going to ask you to be very polite. Jinx is my special guest here. And Jinx, you just have to know, this guy he's the mother lode of all bad ideas. He is a left-wing Republican that voted for Donald Trump. I just want to clarify that for you in your mind, that this is a Trump supporter that is pro-tariff. But so I want to warn you so you can be prepared for the bullshit that's going to come out of his mouth.
Would you be against a policy that only taxes the rich and actually does a tax exemption for the poor and the middle class?
I think that I don't think that I should not pay any taxes, and I'm middle class.
So how about just like income tax? That's more what I'm suggesting. So you can still pay property tax and all these other things, but income tax is exempt for certain tax brackets. But if you're making a certain amount, then you get taxed by your income. You think that's a good alternative, would you say, or would you be against that and just do proportional income tax, regardless of class?
I think proportional income tax is what I would do. But the proportion, the math has to math. It has to be it would just be a fraction of what it is now.
So, Jinx, I'm a CPA now. I haven't taught much.
Nice.
So you were saying the rich don't pay their fair share of taxes. Well, that's because you have three ways of earning money. Earned through a W-2 job or self-employed, small business owner, contractor, whatever. Passive through rental real estate or whatever, rental properties, or portfolio dividends, capital gains, interest that you get from investments. What the rich realize is they don't earn their money through a job because that's taxed at the highest rate. Because you're going to, if you read about a lot of CEO pay,
CEO pay isn't as much as you think, because you'll see a lot of them, their base pay is about, $500,000, but what happens is they'll pay themselves like $5 million in stock or stock options, because if you wait a year, that's taxed as a capital gain, and that's only taxed at a 20% rate, and you don't pay FICA tax. So you don't pay 7.65 into the greatest Ponzi scheme ever known as Social Security and Medicare. So that's where the rich have. They invest in their financial education. If you really understand, too, the rich people don't work for money. They have assets working for them, and they have their money working for them. So they understand the game of money. And, you want to keep, you say these billionaires are bad, they shouldn't exist. Okay, fine. That's fine. But do you have a 401k or Roth IRA? Because guess what? It invests in Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google, Microsoft, Tesla. So it's whether you like it or not, you want them to be successful, and you want their companies to go up and grow value, because we all gain from that. So, for them to be a billionaire, like Mr. Edward said, or Abby said, they have to improve a lot of people's lives or make a lot of people's lives better. And they have done that. So
I think that's an awesome take. I think that the second half of what you said about the 401k and the Roth IRAs, because I do participate in those things. But I will say about the first half that you said, they're able to participate in the stocks and they're able to buy homes because they have the money to do that. The lower and the middle class don't quite have that luxury. So I that's where my issue is.
But,
you know what I mean?
I guess you can consider me middle class. I buy stocks and I invest my money. I actually make more money from my investments than I do my everyday job. So am I bad for paying a lower tax rate and not paying my fair share?
No, because you're not a billionaire. I'm talking about billionaires. I'm not talking about people like us who have to exchange some sort of time for money. The normal people. I would like to think I'm upper middle class. So, I'm not talking about this bracket. I'm talking about the people who have more money than God. The people that won't even feel that if you fed, you can feed the world with the amount of money that they have. So, that's what I'm talking about.
Very true. Go ahead, let Mr. Edwards speak.
Yeah, Jinx, I love your passion. It is very cute. I'm serious. I'm going to say to you the number again, Jinx. 3,027 billionaires worldwide. You're picking on a group of people that have created tremendous opportunity through the free market to make all boats rise. Nick just said to you, all of us have a right to earn, but you also have a right to invest. But the average person don't invest. They don't invest in their own selves. I think one person in the chat was talking about that the revenue in our company, guys, the first 2017, we gave 700 of our people that work for us $40 million. We split it among all of them. Okay? How did that happen, guys?
They brought value to the company and improved your operations, your bottom line, and they thought outside of the box. Because Mr. Edward, I work in manufacturing. I'm a plant controller over 7 plants. Well, a senior accounting manager. If we can find my company money, that goes into the pool of bonuses and it gets paid out, so we all benefit. There's that incentive.
So Nick, this is the point. I don't think that everybody really comprehends the investment side, like you talked about the 401ks, the Roth IRAs, all other type of investments. Guys, I like Nick said, we make more money on our investments than what my company can ever do. And yes, you're right, Jinx. Because we have the money, we can invest it. But you know how we got it, Jinx? By building opportunities for other people. No one gave it to me. I didn't come from a family of rich people. But I tell my children, rich people come out of us. Okay? Why? Because we designed something that people do. I'm in death care for 37 years. When I first started out, I started knocking on doors, selling graves door to door. It just doesn't happen overnight. And I don't like people, and I hear you keep saying, not the billionaires. Roger gave you complete understanding of what happens with all of the people who create opportunity. Do not look at these people as like the left. They're not evil. And being a free market person is not evil. That's where I live.
Yeah, Edward, real quick again, Jigs, I'm trying to find the heart of the matter. What is I'm trying to understand what you're not getting about what everybody's been saying, and why is it that you see people that are poor and struggling? What made you come to this conclusion? Across the board, all billionaires should be doing.
Is that for Abby? I mean, for Jinx, I'm sorry?
Yes, it's for Jinx.
All right, you said it. Go ahead.
So
No,
what what makes me think that? I'm sorry. Can you repeat like the gut of that?
Yeah, and I forgot what I was saying.
I'm making dinner. Sorry.
I didn't have a question.
Oh, hold on, real quick. What are you making for dinner?
I'm making chicken thighs with vegetables and a side of rice. I eat very clean. I don't eat a lot of crazy stuff.
What did you season the chicken with?
Slap yo mama season it. It's really good.
And are you grilling it? Are you frying it? What are you doing with it?
So I have these new cast iron pots that I got, and I have a chef stove. So what I like to do is I like to put them on the cast iron both sides after I let them marinate in like lime juice. And then I season them with spices, put them on the cast iron, let them fry on both sides. And then I like to put them in the oven with some butter so that they're very tender on the inside, but kind of flaky on the outside.
All right. Look, I think based on that, I will be much more tolerant of your views on economics.
Thank you.
That's hilarious. that sounds great. Yeah, James, I was trying to get to the heart of why you feel this way. Yeah. And after Edward said what he had to say, and everybody else has been saying what they had to say, why did you come to the conclusion that these billionaires need to do more? I'm trying to see how you're looking at life and people and the workforce. Can you answer that for me? What's the heart of?
Sure. So number one, I live in Los Angeles, right? And
wait, can we qualify that? Do you actually live in LA, or are you like some Orange County chick?
No. I used to be, but no.
You sound more like Newport Beach. I'm just saying.
Oh my God, I sounded like this since I came out the coochie. Okay.
No, Roger.
Jinx, are you from Compton?
I live in Orange County, Jinx. She doesn't sound Orange County, Roger.
Thank you, Jesus.
Well, hold on. She doesn't sound LA proper either. I could go with Hawthorne. I could go with Watts. There's a few other places. I just don't think she's from LA. I don't think she's in LA. That's what
I was born and raised in Long Beach. So
there you go, LBC. Shout out. Okay. You ever go to the Long Beach Grand Prix?
Yeah, I've been a couple of times. But once you've gone to two, you've gone to them all at that point. Yeah.
Okay. Men might have a different experience there, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah, for women, you can only get ran up through a couple times. So go.
I don't know. I'm married. So the thing about this, the reason I want to answer his question is I live in Los Angeles, California, and maybe, like you said, I do have a really big heart and I'm very nice, but it's very difficult for me to see people that have so much money driving by people who are literally on the street begging for food. The polarization really bothers me. That's just me. That's one thing. And two, I am a scientist. I have multiple degrees, and I work my ass off. I actually work 2 jobs at some pretty heavy hitters, and I feel like I'm at a point where I have to exchange time for money, and they take much from me, so much from my taxes, that it bothers me that I even have to pay this much in taxes. So I don't think it's fair that I have to pay this much, and I'm literally just I'm middle class, I'm just trying to make it, versus like a billionaire that has all of these loopholes that they're able to go through, and then they just get a new huge tax cut from some of your favorite presidents, Donald Trump, to even have more loopholes. I just don't like that. It doesn't feel fair.
So hold on. So let me just break this down. So you don't like to pay taxes, but you oppose tax cut.
I never said that. I don't like to pay as much as I pay in taxes. That's where I'm coming from. I never said that I don't think I should. I would prefer.
Why living in LA then?
Well, I can explain.
Yeah, but
so I can explain Jinx.
You'd pay less.
I can explain Jinx's position.
To explain me by some really fictitious stories that he made up in his head.
I know.
It's very weird that he does this.
That's amazing. All that. So Jinx believes that billionaires pay such a small, minute percentage of taxes of what they earn, but she doesn't actually realize how much they actually pay. She thinks that they pay like a tenth of 1%. That there's all these loopholes.
Well,
billionaires don't pay any taxes. That's her biggest contention, and she thinks because she makes like $300,000 a year and she has to pay like 40% taxes, it's wrong because then a billionaire only has to pay a tenth of 10%. Which isn't true.
I mean, ultimately, I do think the billionaires do need to pay their fair share and actually, they have greater social responsibility compared to other
Astro. Why do you think they're not? Like, I'm just losing it with this. Why do you think they're not? I just went through some of the taxes that they're paying. I didn't even get through all of them. It's an extraordinary amount of taxes in every aspect, whether it's personal income taxes and business taxes, property taxes, use taxes. I mean, it's not a tax-free life for them. And then a majority of the 3,000 plus, or the ones in the United States, have pledged their wealth to philanthropies. And let me talk about them. And where 90% of their wealth is not even passing down. So, like, at what part are you of your salary in LA not buying purses but giving it to the poor people? Are you taking? Are you hiding your salary?
I don't buy back.
10%? Do you take 10% of your Do you take your appreciated stock? Do you take 10% of your salary and do you give it away? 10% of it. Do you do that?
No, because the standard of living. I'm not well above the standard of living, Abby.
People
can you calm down?
She doesn't make like $300,000.
People that make a lot less than you give money away. People give money away at all income brackets. If you're feeling this, I gave money away as a baby lawyer. I wasn't making that much then, but I gave a good percentage of my salary away. So if you feel this, why are you not giving money away?
Real quick, Roger, what is the breakdown on taxes that are paid by people?
Hold on one second. Abby, if you're, because you're making a good point. Abby, she can also start a non-for-profit for people that she's feeling that are downtrodden, right? She could do other things.
I work 2 jobs.
She doesn't have to. She can take.
Tell me,
she can
take
a percentage.
2 jobs, and I'm a behavioral specialist.
Hold on. I know you heard what I said. Hold on. Mute yourself. Thank you. So I've already broken down the math for you. I'll repeat it for anyone that's new, or maybe if it'll sink in by me repeating it. So when you look at all of the income tax collected federally, all of it, the top 1% of income earners in this country, the top 1% pay 46% of the entire collection of income taxes federally. When you expand that to the top 10% of income earners, it's 76% of all income taxes paid by the top 10%. And when you expand to the top 50%, it's 97.7%. The idea that the rich don't pay their fair share, you're first of all, you're not looking at the reality of the situation. The top 1% again pays almost 50% of all the taxes. So the idea that they're not paying their fair share is just crazy.
They should be doing more.
I'd like to.
They have to be doing
something
more.
I was saying.
You're
I
right.
would like to. One last thing.
Well, hold on. Before you guys go, here's the question then, and I'll ask the question of Jinx, and I'll ask the question of Astro, and I'm not asking for a big long explanation. I'm just asking for a percentage. If the top 1% currently pays 46% of all of the income tax, and you're not happy with that and you think they should pay more, I want you to give me a number that you think the top 1% should pay in terms of percentages. I want you to give me that number. So I'll start with Jinx. What is the percentage that you think the top 1% should pay of all income tax federally? Jinx, this is your chance.
80%.
Okay, got it. So at least everybody hold your jeers. We will address that in a moment. So we have one person that's saying that they should pay 80%. That means that the 99% of the rest of the country, she's saying, should cover the 20%. Interesting. Astro, what percentage of all of the income tax federally collected do you think the top 1% should?
A 3% increase from the current rate.
I'm asking you what percentage they should pay of the. This is not a trick question. Answer my question. 46% of all income taxes are paid by the top 1%. What if you think they should pay more? Give me how much do you think the top 1% should pay?
I mean, of the current tax rate for the 1%.
I didn't ask for the current tax rate. Listen to the frame. Okay, you want to? Okay. Fine. You'll go to the audience. You can't listen to simple instructions. At least Jinx answered the question, answered it honestly. The lefty that's LARPing as a Republican, the anti-capitalist, the guy that we have created this room title for, probably, I say that, man, I say this too much, so I need to reserve it. At this point in time, I can confidently say I've never met a more ignorant human being on or off the app when it comes to economic policy. The most ignorant human being I've ever met. But Jinx, I'm going to let the room talk about this proposal you have. But before we do, can I ask you one more thing? If we were to expand to the top 10%, which pays 76% of all taxes, do you think that the top 10% should maybe pick up the rest of the taxes, and then the 90% of Americans just get a free ride? Is that would that help you, Jinx?
I don't think that anybody should get a free ride.
But 50% of the country essentially is, because the bottom 50% is paying 2.3% of all the income tax. Do you think that maybe we should eat the poor? Maybe the bottom 50%. Maybe the bottom 50% should pay more of their fair.
No, that's horrible. Oh my god. Can I just sit back and learn now? Is that okay?
Wait, do you like Sweden?
So Jinx, Roger gave you points. You said 80%. So I'm gonna ask you a question. Jinx, do you think tax is theft?
I think that I agree with what Mr. Nick said in the chat. I think that income tax is theft. Because I'm trading my hours for money. Hours of my life.
So let me ask you to increase it, though, for the top 1%. So basically, you don't think income tax is theft. You think that income tax is theft of your money, but you think that they should steal from other people. So you're basically fucking robbing.
No, you said, well, not you said, Nick said earlier that these people generally have like dividends and they're getting passive income. So they're not essentially trading hours of their lives for money.
And you shouldn't be either, because you said something. Another word you said was loopholes. So I'm going to ask you a question. Do you not have access to the tax code of the United States of America?
Of course I do. If I go on the internet, I'm sure I could use it. But I have stock, you guys. I have a 401k. I have all of these things.
No, Jinx, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about stocks. I'm talking about, do you think that a millionaire, billionaire, whoever you want to say, do you think they're not using the same rules of engagement when it comes to taxes that you can?
No, because I don't have the same money to use the loophole.
Jinx, I think you're missing the point. It's not about how much money you have. It's the tools you use. You're not using the tools. Because you right now, if you are clearly making $300,000, there's a whole lot of other ways to make sure you shelter your funding. And Abby gave you a big one. You said you're not giving anything away. You're not giving to charities. You're not using the write-offs that's already on the books.
The cost of living is too high here, Mr. Edward.
But that's part of the problem that I have with what Abby said. One second. That's part of the problem that I had with Abby said, because with the way that she ended up framing it the first time, it was like, look at all these good things that they're doing for society. Look at how much of a benefit they're doing by donating to these charities and building this. Look at the names of the buildings that you see next to you. And now we see the reality is no one's the billionaire gives a fuck about the society. They just want a tax write-off.
Well, that's not true.
No,
hold on.
No. Everyone knew. XG, I don't think you've ever said anything that stupid in your life before. First of all, if they're doing something charitable for the benefit of the tax write-off, that's a good thing. That means that incentives work. This means that if properly incentivized, we can get people to do good things. And you're speaking out against, well, if their motivations are pure, then they shouldn't do it. No, and if we were XG, hold on. This thought that people have that if somebody with high wealth gives to a charity solely because it's a tax write-off, and I believe that there's some that do that, but I don't know about you guys. I'm sure Abby knows people with very high wealth. I would imagine that Nick, in the business that he's in, probably has seen people with extremely high wealth. There's a couple of you that have experienced and been in proximity with people that are very high wealth. Here's the one thing I can tell you for sure: when people have a lot of wealth, the one thing that they obsess about is how are they going to be perceived, and they do think about things like their legacy. They want to make sure that their community thought fondly of them. They want to make sure that their family thinks fondly of them. And once you've beaten the game financially, the only game left to play is for legacy points. And so to get these legacy points, and I could tell you, some of it, I don't believe it's all altruistic. I think you and I might agree on that. But what they are playing a game of is that they want people to perceive them as being altruistic. And if we can create an incentive structure, which we have, which allows them a tax write-off for giving to charity, we should encourage that. Talked about this before. I think they should have an unlimited write-off for charitable contribution. The whole reason you're supposed to collect taxes in the first place is to be able to serve the public good, right? So if you're serving the public good through a private charity, you should be able to maximize that. And now, for those of you statists that don't like that idea and you want the money to stay with the state, like guys like Astro, for example, then maybe you don't maximize it and let it be an unlimited write-off all the way up to 100%. Maybe you don't do that, but you should definitely look at increasing it, because it is a very good thing when people look to their community and look for a group of people that are serving a purpose, that are helping solve a problem in their community, and say, I want to give my money to that. It should not matter if the reason they want to give that is because they believe in it, although I do believe some of them do. it doesn't matter if their motivation is, I want people to think I'm a good guy when I'm really a shithead. Who cares? It doesn't matter. The money's going to the cause. And I can tell you that there's not a single nonprofit on the fucking planet that would turn that money away, even if they knew fucking wholeheartedly that the person didn't believe in their mission. If he was writing the check, they would say, you know what? Lord works in mysterious ways. We'll take the money. We'll make good use of it. And I can't believe that people get hung up on this shit about whether or not their motivations are pure. It doesn't fucking...
It's not about the motivation specifically entirely, because there's also, again, the write-offs that I was talking about aren't always for the public good. You have people that get their friends to evaluate a fucking blue line on a canvas for $150 million. You go ahead and do it for a charity art gallery donation, and boom, you get a giant fucking write-off afterwards. So, like, I get it. There are some instances where, for example, if it's a park, if it's a little library or something that gets a donation, of course, I'm not saying that the charitable park. Abby, I didn't interrupt you. I wouldn't like to be interrupted. So again, when I say that there are things that make it seem like when she was talking, saying that, oh, well, look at all these good things that are being done. Look at what they're doing. But the way that it was phrased, as if it was some type of generous thing that they're genuinely doing because they want to contribute to the good, because she was tagging off of Edward's point about how, hey, when we make more money, everyone else makes more money, et cetera, and putting onto like the greatness of what billionaires do, et cetera, right? I'm not denying that when they do those charitable acts, for whatever intention it may be, that there may be a net positive out of that, specifically like the examples I listed with the libraries, et cetera. But there are multiple other examples where it's not beneficial at all. It's as beneficial as asking a communist, how do you evaluate the mud pie as a labor value when it comes to what they decide to associate or get appraised by their friends in order to get a certain write-off off of it. I'm not saying that the charity doesn't work. I'm saying it does. Just don't frame it as if they're doing it out of the generosity of their heart and not for what they actually need, which is a tax write-off.
I got to respond to this. Number one, you missed exactly what I said on how many billionaires took the pledge that Warren Buffett put out, that 90% was going to go back altruistically. I think you must have had cotton in your ears when I said that. Number one. Number two, it's not little libraries. I hope for your sake that you don't get ill and you don't have to go to the hospital. But for the lady in LA, if she has to go to Cedars-Sinai, take a look at how most of Cedars-Sinai, one of the best hospitals in LA, got built. Look at whose names are on the walls of it. Realize that this isn't little drips and drops of money. It's large sums of money. And by the way, the person that has their art appraised still has the scrutiny and still has to go through the scrutiny of the IRS, especially when it's art and art donations. It's the most strict scrutiny of any charitable donation is artwork. And if you haven't experienced that, try to donate a piece of art and watch how a 501c3 receives it. And with respect to the girl that's in LA, these people that aren't working, that you're worried about, that need to be fed, why aren't they working? What are they doing?
Because they're mentally
Are they all ill on the streets? Or some of them just don't want to be working? So not all these people. You have to also evaluate who are the people that you think deserve the handouts. And look at these handouts. And my last thing I want to say, if you earn this amount of money, and you have stock, which you said you have stock, then take your appreciated stock, because under our tax code, you don't have to pay capital gains on the appreciation, and donate it to the United Way. You don't have time because you work 2 jobs, take it, donate it to a charity, to a food bank. If you're really worried about feeding the people on the streets, then take your appreciated stock and donate it. And that's what you should be doing. You should have been doing it whether you're a waitress or you're a scientist or you're a billionaire. You should be donating and giving money to charity. And if you want to sit and complain about others that you think shouldn't exist, I don't think people should exist if they don't give back. And for you to sit here and complain and then say that you don't give to anyone, then shame on you. Shame on you for that. You take that stock that you own and find the one that made the most money and give it to the food bank in LA.
Why would I do that? If we're talking about billionaires, Abby.
Yeah, I know many of them in my industry, and I have a hospital down the street that they built.
You're talking about my hundreds of thousands of dollars a year compared to a billionaire? Do you understand the cost of living in Los Angeles?
Okay, I would like to interrupt.
Like, what's happening? Like, you're putting all of these words in my mouth because you want to talk to me, but it's like, come on. Like, what are you talking about?
So I said when I was a baby lawyer, what did I make? 30 grand as a baby lawyer out of law school? I gave 2,000 away. I remember writing the check.
Managing skills. Did you live in LA? Did you live in Los Angeles, California?
Well,
did you live
live in LA.
Or did you
can't afford it. Don't live in LA. Don't pay LA taxes. Move to the next town that you don't pay taxes. Move across the border where I am, where I have no state.
Yeah, that sounds easy.
It's easy where I am.
All my
There's no
family
state
here.
income
Jesus
tax.
Christ.
You can take the extra money and
Jesus Christ. I know.
Yeah. I'm very entitled.
All right, hold on.
Okay, we have to wait for Roger to come back.
Well,
let's go.
James. Do you know why? Tax code.
Nick is an accountant. Why don't you let Nick speak?
Okay, so Jinx, do you know why tax code was written? It was incentives that the government and things that the government wants you to do. And what does the government want you to do? Create housing and create jobs. So therefore, what these so-called evil rich people do is they create jobs and they create housing and make people's lives better. So you could partner up with the government and take advantage of, these what you call loopholes, but they're really just incentives. I mean, tax code's out there. You can read it, and it tells you what incentives and what things you're supposed to do, and that's how they'll reward you. What's stopping you?
I want to jump in
cost
here.
of living. Sorry, Shirley.
Listen, I want to jump in here. I know that it's hard to live away from your family, but I think that you're probably more aggravated by how much everything is costing in California than you are the taxes. Just quite honestly. I have come to the point that I almost celebrate when I have to pay taxes because it means I made some money. I had to pay taxes last year. It means I made some money. But it would aggravate me if gas cost me $6 a gallon. That would aggravate me. It doesn't cost that where I live. I live in a lovely home that I may not be able to afford in California. So those things might aggravate you. And we hate to ever quote Jordan Peterson, but when you're carrying your cheap bag and somebody's walking in with their $3,000 purse, I mean, I'm sorry, that just kind of makes your eyes get wide open. Those things. But to the point that Abby was making, it is a universal, and I'm not talking down to you, hon. It's just a universal fact that somehow the universe or God, however you want to say that, I'm in the Christian business, somehow the act of giving and the discipline it takes to give, somehow the blessings flow to you. It's just a universal law. And you might want to just look into that and have an attitude of gratitude. And I'm not quoting that is not a quote that I'm taking from some kind of left goofy evangelist with the promise of money. I don't know how to say that. It's just an absolute truth. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking now.
Jinx, do you drive by in your Tesla Model S and look at the homeless and think, man, somebody should take care of this?
I do. I think my taxes.
I bet you do. You're like the billionaires.
I think that my
not
taxes
me. I shouldn't get this person a sandwich. I shouldn't get this person a bottle of water.
Wait, hold on, you sons of bitches. Everybody mute up. Listen. I can't believe that my phone dies. Actually, I can believe. My phone dies. I come back to the room, and you guys are yelling at each other and talking over each other.
I literally just said something.
Oh, no. Shut your mouth. Listen, I have my mother in the car with me, so no cursing, okay?
Hi, Mom.
Hey, Roger. So,
Roger, you just came back in when I was asking her a question.
hello, Mike.
Hi, Mama. Roger, you are right. Your mom does sound black. You are black.
What did you say?
I think one of the back channel timeout.
So things, it's quite interesting. I actually enjoyed the conversation. But this is one of the things I say to people who think that it's someone else's responsibility to take care of a grown person who's on the street. You don't have to live in LA. I know you say your family lives there, but we're not trees. That means we can get up and move and go to a lesser area. This is very important that people understand this. No one's making anybody live anywhere. Okay, so if we decide that we want to keep paying high tax, we live in California because we want to, but we also could leave. We don't want to. So because I live in a state that I have to pay the taxes and pay the property taxes, we do.
Oh, I love that you're here too. Okay. Oh, I love that.
But I live in Orange County, Jinx. And you know what, Jinx?
I moved out of Huntington. I was like, hell no. I bought a condo there, sold it. I was like, fuck this place. No way.
I got it.
Whoa. Jinx.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mama Mojo's here.
Okay. So, Jinx. So, no, don't apologize. So, this is what I said. It's very interesting because you're talking about people who earn money. They can choose to do whatever they want with their money, like you choose to do what you do with your money. You have chosen to live in Los Angeles. And C said she got out of LA. And if you don't know, you can look it up. 1.3 million people left California. They took all their money with them. They voted with their feet because we have poor government in California. So what you have to do is stop looking at the individuals and say to yourself, where could I go and live better and do better? But if you want to live in California, you are going to pay for it. And all the people on the streets of California, they're not all mentally ill. They're not all sick. Okay, a lot of them play the game. They go around because they can get free housing. They still collect their checks on the 1st and the 15th. We see them all the time. My wife and I work in soup kitchens, and they go from one to the other. Trust you me. So let's
they do for sure. They do go from one soup kitchen to the next. But I will say, Edward, I will move out of this country as soon as my mom is gone.
So
as soon as my mom's not here, I'm out of here.
Okay, wait, hold on. Where are you going? Yeah, I was going to ask you, Roger. Where country you going to?
To be
Can
honest,
we have a party?
I'm thinking like Spain. To be honest with you,
So you're gonna go to Spain?
I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I also love Greece.
Jinx, I'm not gonna lie. If you're bitching about taxes in the U.S. already, you're gonna hate Spain.
Yeah, Spain, Portugal, and Greece. All three are having like major rioting and protesting in burning
She
cities.
wants to go to a country that was a slave colony. That was sending slaves to the U.S. I get it. She's pro-slave.
So what I wanted to add, hold on a second.
I know some people that came back from Milan the other day. Portugal is having a bunch of riots.
I'd like to get my 2 cents in here. So what I've been trying to track here is that someone who works in clinical pathology, unless they're an MD or a DO, and there are PhDs, of course, working in clinical pathology or tax, whatever. When someone says they're a scientist, that means something, right? Like it has a little bit of cachet, perhaps, and I think it's been misleading. So I'd like to find out what Jinx's degree is. Is it a PhD? Is it a PharmD? What do you call yourself as a scientist?
I have a master's in biochemistry, and then I have to take a national certification in order to become a licensed scientist in the state of California.
Okay, so that's not what we mostly think of as a scientist. You're working in a clinical space with a master's degree, which is great. Good on you. But that's not what we think of as a scientist typically. People don't typically go into science to make money to begin with, number one.
Right.
Second, you said that you're married, so you have the income presumably of a spouse. This isn't a criticism, but I think people have been a little bit misled. Like Rich said that you're driving a Tesla. Maybe you are.
They're not expensive.
It's a Model S Plaid.
No, it's not. It's a model.
So it sounds like you're way in over your head.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Hold on. Mute yourself. Hold on, guys. Listen, she's broke, and this is why she took advantage of the subsidy in California to get a Tesla. She probably is paying $200 a month for a lease for her Tesla.
Oh, no, it's a lot more than that. But go ahead. You guys are just so like crazy, weird, offensive, like sideways.
That's
so
why
hard to catch.
if you have a master's degree in science, you're not making much, right? Number one, you do have good benefits, but to have a Tesla and a condo, it looks like you didn't spend wisely. You're not budgeting wisely. That's what the problem.
Doctor, she doesn't know the difference between an asset and a liability. That's why she's complaining about
I knew that you didn't have a doctorate because it's not to be elitist or anything, but someone with a doctorate living in LA would know that houses with 6 bedrooms in Beverly Hills cost way more than $3 million. Something is not right about the acumen of this person.
I said $6.8 million.
Even there, right? The point is, just be honest with when you come into a room and you say you're a scientist. It has a little bit of cachet. I don't think it should because I am one, and I think it sucks, quite frankly. But I would just be a little more honest, and then people would be more forthright with you. That's all. And I know you didn't mean to mislead, but it's been confusing.
She did.
I think you're absolutely right, the driver, about one simple fact. Because I've also been in the biochem industry, whatever. I've done both sciences. I can because I have a master's in biochem, so I can go clinical if I want, or I can go into biology or chemistry or farm or whatever I want to do. Right? I think you're definitely right about the Tesla being like just totally a liability. I mean, it seemed like it was a good idea because I was commuting from really far when I lived in Huntington, and now it's so much money. The insurance is so much money. I cannot wait to get rid of it. And I had a BMW before. I had an X3, and it was so much more efficient. I'd rather stop and fucking get gas. Freaking get gas. Sorry.
So hold on. So you drive Teslas and BMWs, you live in a condo, and you're complaining about your taxes, but you want the rich people to pay more. Like, why don't you, like if I were you, I would just tap out and go fucking marry someone with money.
No, I love my husband. He's amazing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be completely honest here. Me being the one little lefty that is here, on the farther left of the spectrum that I am, you would be the rich that they're saying they're trying to eat.
What?
Jinx. Hey, Jinx, don't you want to tell your story about how you helped the homeless?
No, I don't know why you keep saying that. It's so bizarre. But
you said your husband was homeless at one time.
No, you can say it because my husband's in the room. You can say it to him.
Just real quick.
Remember what happens if you pull him into the conversation,
have
Jinx.
that same manly conversation with my husband because he is in the room.
This isn't chillism, Jinx.
Go ahead and go back and forth.
She was also complaining about the people that need to be fed on the streets. You missed that point also. That she's complaining about, but she doesn't want to contribute any of her own time or money into that.
I never said time. I said money. You have money, Abby. You're putting words in my mouth again because I'm the only woman here, and you
want other people to contribute their money.
You said you have 2 jobs, so you don't want to give them time.
3 jobs.
And then you said you don't want to give them money.
Wait, one second, Jinx. The reason why you would be the quote-unquote rich that would want to be ate by the further end of the left is for a couple reasons. Just based off what I've heard of the conversation, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You have the financial means to be able to go through further education to the point of a master's degree and attaining it. You were able to buy a condo and live inside of California, of all states. You were able to comfortably have a BMW and a Tesla, which most people, while it may seem inexpensive to you, for me, for somebody who's a college student, maybe 22 like I am, that's making less than $50K a year, yeah, a Tesla sounds pretty fucking expensive for us. When it comes to your current living situation,
hold on, actually, hold on. Depending on the model of Tesla, with the subsidies that you get in California, it's one of the cheapest things to.
Okay, that's fair. I'll grant that, but I'm not granting that.
Not anymore.
Subsidies.
Also, wanted to just say really quick.
Yeah.
The first point that you made was that I was able to have further my education, whatever. That didn't come without loans. I didn't just like drop money on that. Like I had to take out student loans.
No, I understand.
You know what I mean?
I get you. I understand that completely. But there's also some people that are not within the financial means to even get a loan to get that master's degrees because they don't have the financial credit history in order to do so. They don't have the ability to negotiate in order to do so. They don't have the means in order to get that loan to that amount in order to get to a master's degree or be able to finish off their bachelor's and make enough money while paying off their bachelor's to be able to take out another one to get a master's.
What
There's
are we
a lot of things
talking
in there
about?
that a
We're
lot of
talking
people
about
don't
taxing
have the same access to you as doing.
Yeah, we were talking about taxing billionaires, but then it became, oh my God, let's get mad at Jinx and get mad at her because she doesn't allot the small percentage
No.
of money that
I'm
she has
not
outside
saying
of the cost of living and her
slow down,
child.
guys.
Slow down.
I'm saying that your position is almost.
Slow down. Listen, she's talking about taxing the billionaires. What she's leaving out is the fact that she's been presented with the fact that billionaires do pay a tax, and they pay much more tax than she does, and not just because the total dollar amount, but the percentage. They pay a higher percentage as well. 46% of all income taxes in this country are paid by the top 1%, and she wants to raise it so they pay 80%. So what she's asking for is for the 99% that find themselves outside of the top 1%. She wants them to essentially have a.
Yeah, but Roger and her argument is that proportional to their income, they're only paying like 1/10 of 1%, so they're not paying as much as you and I.
Hold on. I've got somebody saying they got kicked to the goo. Who kicked somebody to the goo?
I never kicked anybody to the goo.
All right, I'm going to bring back this Bebop guy, not because I think he's going to say something intelligent, but he hasn't even spoken. He got kicked to the goo. It's weird. Let's bring him back up.
Just real quick, Jinx, you're not getting attacked, or at least from my end, you're not getting quote-unquote attacked for how your personal life is or what you do or what you've done so far, what you choose or choose not to do. It's me coming at it from it's interesting to hear you say the point of eat the rich. Like, take in mind, I'm not in complete disagreement with most of the stuff that you've said. If anything, I've been the most amicable to the things and perspectives you've been putting out. But the problem is, when we take into that collective idea the mindset of eat the rich, and then you start describing your lifestyle as well, which you describe as upper middle class, right? At least with what everything else that you've laid out. For us, or the majority of Americans, who are not upper middle class, you would be grouped in with the same type of billionaires that you hate and I hate. You would be grouped in with those same types of people based on what you're able to do, your living conditions, and how much you're made to the point that you can live comfortably doing what you're doing right now in California. What I'm pointing out is the fact that the talking point that you're making, you also get grouped into that by the majority of people that make that talking point.
I respect that. I respect your opinion. I think I feel definitely that I'm very far from a billionaire. I don't even think that like somebody was saying that I buy purses. Like everyone's really hung up on this purse buy. I don't buy fucking. Sorry, I have to stop cursing. I don't buy like name brand things like that. That's not my vibe. All I do is survive in California, go to work, and come home. My life is very simple. So I don't feel
That's
that
understood,
I'm like...
but the point is, Jinx, when you say all I do is survive, go to work, and go to my home in California,
yeah.
Last time I checked, surviving's not a BMW, surviving's not a Tesla, surviving's not a condo in California, surviving's none of that. You're living comfortably, not as comfortably as you may want to be living right now, but you're living way more comfortably than a ton of people, more than 50% of this population right now. So unfortunately, you would still be grouped in with the eat the rich category. As uncomfortable as you feel, your uncomfortability is the dream of at least half the people living in a lower tax bracket right now.
I feel like that's your opinion.
Hey, Jinx, do you feel that you've been attacked in this space today?
I feel like no, not necessarily attacked, because I really don't. I mean, I have to go to work tomorrow, but not attacked. I just feel like we all just have different perspectives, and that's okay. we're here to learn, and you learn about different things and different perspectives, and that's what this audio app is about.
I would like to say that I have, and I apologize, but it's just mostly because I don't like you personally.
Wait, hold on, Rich, stop doing that.
I was apologizing.
No, stop doing that. But why did we think it was an important question to ask her if she felt it?
Because, Roger, some people thought that she was being attacked.
Who thought she was being attacked?
He was attacking her. What are we talking about?
Hold on. No, Rich actually admitted he doesn't like her. That's a different thing.
No.
He said he did it because he didn't like her. What do you know?
Bebop, let me explain something to you. I don't know if this is your first day on Clubhouse or not, but look, you're not going to do very well. Yeah, I see the Twitter logo in your.
Yeah, I need friends.
No, you should probably go back to Twitter. You'd probably fit in better over there. But no, I think we've gone out of our way to make sure that we created space for Jinx. In fact, I threatened to throw people off the stage if they were unkind to her. So I think what you're doing by throwing your cape on, you're kind of exposing yourself here. So why don't you just
really wanted to
why don't you just be an adult?
Back to the conversation of billionaires. That's what I really wanted to do.
Okay, do you have something to submit, or are you just going to be a little faggot retard?
I just submitted it. Let's redirect and repose the question. So I think billionaires paying less than the equal percentage of how much they own is kind of a tragedy. I think if you focused on outside countries that were also democratic, like Finland, and you see the public works that they can pay for, you see the roads, the condition of them, you see the bridges, you see the aqueducts, the wells, the agricultural layout of the land, all that paid by taxes. And I think if we were to emulate that by taxing the upper 20% more than they're currently taxed at the lowest rate in the history of the country. So, all right. So let me interject.
Can I
hold on. Let me interject real quick. So the top 1% currently pay 46% of all of the income tax in the U.S.
You've repeated this over and over again.
I know. Hold on. I don't care.
Yeah,
the top
I do.
1%.
It's a really
I know you do, but you don't understand economics. That's why I'm explaining this to you. So
you don't even know who I am. How do you know I'm not an economics major or in economics
I can tell by the way that you speak that you don't know anything about how economics work. That's so I have a question.
I don't trust anything else you're saying.
That's fine. If you don't want to participate, look, the faggots and the retards do really well in the goo.
Babylon, you're going to kick me to the goo. Go ahead, stay your...
So babe, I have a question. Why are you currently living in the United States?
Born here, raised here, 7 generations here.
I know, but you're promoting another country that you don't live in. I'm just curious.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that we can't take any good ideas from anywhere else in the entire world?
No, because our ideas are the best. But and not right now, because we got fucking lefties that have taken over the Republican Party. They pose as Republicans.
Roger, you're killing me.
Let me explain something to you, Bebop. The top 1%, and I'll repeat myself until you people let it sink in, pay 46% of all income tax. My question for you is, do you think they should pay more than that?
Yes.
Got it. Well, you're a fucking retard. The only thing that I can
think of... Okay, good point, I guess? You can make an argument?
No, it's a great point. It's a great point. Well, I will probably continue to call you names, but I'll just be honest. Just throwing it out there as a caveat. But here's the thing I want you to keep in mind.
This isn't a very nice room.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Make the point, dude. You're failing. I feel like you're like a magic.
Did you mention that?
No, I was actually in the car. You fucking retard. Hold on. Let me address this fucking shit. These fucking half-wit weirdos.
I guess Mama Mojo is not in the car.
Okay, hold on. Listen.
Oh no! Why did you kick him to the goo? That's not fair.
Because he's a fucking retard.
Oh no.
So here, hold on. You can go back. Hold on. You can go to chillism if you want a conversation.
I'm not a part of chillism.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, we've seen you there. We've seen you there. We've seen you there.
We were talking about economics and taxes. Go ahead.
So here's the fucking point, right? We can illustrate the fact that the richest people in the country pay the overwhelming majority of the taxes, but it's not enough. The only people that are asking for more are people that have poor spending habits like Jinx and people that have no income like Bebop.
Did you notice he was in favor of a wealth tax? The Elizabeth Warren. Did you hear him say that?
He's a retarded fag.
Then let's see how well does wealth tax do around the world. Nick, you talk about France.
Did you see what they did in Norway? What happened when they did a wealth tax and all the rich people moved out? Like, one thing that these people don't understand is, like I said before in this room, the advantage rich people have is they study money and how to make their money work for it versus not working for money. And they understand the loopholes and they have mobility options. So when you try to tax people more, they're just going to find ways around it. It never works. I agree. We should have a flat tax, and a very flat tax. Flat is at 0%, but they got to cut spending. And that's what they haven't been able to do. But like, there's this whole notion that the rich people don't pay their fair share. Like, look at Warren Buffett, how rich he is, okay? He's worth all these billions of dollars. These billionaires shouldn't exist, according to Jinx. Okay, well, what's going to happen? Where is Warren Buffett, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates' wealth in? Microsoft stock, Facebook Meta stock, or Google stock, or Apple stock, or whatever company. They would have to sell that stock, which is actually illegal because under SEC rules, they can only sell a certain percentage. Like, Jeff Bezos couldn't dump 12% of Amazon. Now he has to disclose in the 10K report that he's selling X amount of shares. But like this thing that like billionaires evaporate, yeah, good luck with that. You'll see what it does to your 401k, IRA, and the whole stock market. You will create much more damage than you think. So I understand where you're going on feelings. I agree. Wealth and income inequality is a problem. I agree. But you also have to date back to a couple things. It was the creation of the Federal Reserve, the income tax, and Nixon taking us off the gold standard. That's when wealth inequality started like skyrocketing. It wasn't under Republicans. It wasn't under Democrats. You could play the partisan games all you want. Like, you've had plenty of Democrats in office that could have done something and they didn't.
So did we lower their tax bracket than we did when?
Would I be able to get a quick response to some of what was said?
Yeah, but I just want to say on what Nick was saying, when they put in a wealth tax in France, the irony was not only did people move out, but it costs more money to try to police and to collect and to evaluate the process in the wealth tax than the amount of money they collected as a result of the wealth tax. The prosecution of it was more expensive than the actual end result of the tax, and they ultimately got rid of it. This concept is ridiculous. It's just like when Harris had the tax on unrealized gains, and not understanding that people also lose money before they realize, when they get to that threshold.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Abby, let me explain that unrealized gain piece here, just so the dum-dums that don't understand what we're talking about. Imagine you decided to make a poor decision with your money and go to a casino. And let's say you went to the blackjack table, a game that even if you are counting cards, you'll get thrown out. And if you're playing optimal strategy, the house still has an edge. So you're playing a stupid game. But nonetheless, let's say you were fortunate enough to be up. Let's say you bought in. Let's keep it real simple for the dum-dums. Let's say you bought in for $100. Let's say you're up to $200. A tax on unrealized gains would be like the casino reporting that, okay, you're up to $200. We're going to report that as winnings, so then you can pay taxes on that. And then you sit there at that table
and you lose not only the $100 that you were ahead, but the original $100 that you invested at the table, and you lose all of those chips. A tax on unrealized gain is the same thing as taxing a blackjack player when they're ahead at that moment in time, and despite the fact that they may give the money back. It's the dumbest thing that anybody's ever cooked up, but I would imagine there's a bunch of you dumb lefties, and maybe some of you Trump supporters, because Trump supporters are just as bad as lefties, as we found out.
So I just wanted to real quick respond to one of the last things Nick said about Nixon and the Federal Reserve and the gold standard and all this. So first of all, inequality was enormous when we were on the gold standard, like right before the Great Depression, towards the end of the Industrial Revolution, for one thing. Go back prior to the Federal Reserve even existing, go to feudal Europe, and where money was quite literally like gold and silver coins, and you had enormous income inequality. I mean, that's just a remarkably silly point. I mean, I consider myself a capitalist, but more than anything, I'm a pragmatist. I like looking around the world and seeing what seems to work. So somebody brought up that wealth taxes don't work very well. I totally agree. People in places have tried them. They don't work. But the idea, if I'm looking around the world, what places do I want to live in that have an income tax of 0? I mean, perhaps I know some people say like Singapore or something like doesn't have an income tax; they have very low taxes.
No capital gains. No capital
gains. Yeah. So I'm not sure what country doesn't have an income tax. The part that awesome. Countries that are based on like oil and slavery don't have an income tax.
Wait, hold on. What about Lieberland? Why are you discounting Lieberland?
Well, Lieberland, I don't even know what that is. If I'm talking about,
Hold on.
Can I finish?
No, you can't. You asked the question. I'm giving you an answer. You said what country doesn't have an income tax? I said Lieberland. You said you didn't know where it was at. I'm going to tell you where it's at. It's right on the border of Serbia and Croatia. Now you know.
Okay, clearly this is an irrelevant country. If I'm talking about major industrialized, wealthy countries, by and large, these are countries that have taxes. The part that I don't really care if billionaires exist or not. I think in many ways it's a sign of a very healthy society if billionaires exist. It means people are able to engage in like many voluntary transactions. Like I don't believe in this idea that we should be like punitively taking money from people just because. We as a society should identify the best uses of some amount of collective money. Most rational people exist within some sort of spectrum of believing that some things should be funded by the government. You have like real radical people who don't think anything should be. I discount those people. We should be talking about what we want to fund and what is the optimal way to raise that money. Maybe it's taxing billionaires, maybe it's not. But yeah, I don't like you guys. You guys are going to make me like defend the lefties, and I prefer not to do that as a capitalist, chill, neoliberal pig, that I am.
The whole eat the billionaires argument.
Hold on, Monica, let me just ask this a quick question to Kevin. And Kevin, I remember your voice. Hopefully you remember me.
Of course I remember you.
Yeah, so you're actually one of the reasonable ones. So I will engage with you. What is your preferred method of raising taxes?
So I tend to prefer higher individual taxes and low corporate taxes. I believe many countries have figured this out, and this encourages reinvestment into companies, which is a good thing. But I'm open to different value-added taxes are a very good way to raise money. We should probably have one that's like a very hard to avoid tax. But I'm truly open to different ideas. If you have an idea of like, hey, this is like the most optimal way to raise revenue, I will listen to you and I will consider it. I'm not ideologically attached to any particular method of taxation.
So what do you think of this as a starting point? First of all, I would say that we have to attack the other side of the ledger, which is the spending first. But when we start looking at how we're going to tax, I would say the taxation that gives as much consideration to
being voluntary as possible. And what I mean by that is, now I would strip down everything, and I know you're going to think I'm a radical for this, but I would just want to fund the military, the police, the courts, everything else. I don't think the federal government should be funding, and by everything else, I mean everything else, quite literally. And so with those being the only things that we would fund, we would need to collect less tax dollars. So what I would do is I would want usage fees on the state highways. I think that would help raise money for infrastructure. If you drive on the highways, you can pay a usage fee. They would call these tolls. I think that we could institute a national lottery to pay for these federal things. I don't think we would really need to go too far beyond usage fees and lotteries. If we found that there was a shortfall to pay for those things, I would then say the next most moral thing would be a federal instituted sales tax, and I think that would be that way. At least you can control what you spend your money on, and so I know I'll get an argument that that's regressive. I would argue against that, but those are the things that I would do, and then anything else that you want to do, I would look to the states and let them figure out how they want to raise the money. But at the federal level, that.
I'll keep this very, very short. I think we just have like a profound ideological disagreement, as you know. I don't really care that much about like the voluntary nature of these things. I'm like concerned about objectives and efficiency. I think that the state is inherently coercive, and that is something that I'm just willing to accept for the benefits of living in like a modern nation state. I think the government should do more than what you think the government should do. So I think we need to raise more taxes, and not in like relative terms today, but like in absolute terms to like what you're saying. So that's I don't think I'd be able to convince you otherwise.
No, that's fair. I mean, we're in an impasse on what we think the rights of man are, or the proper role of government, and that's fine. But these are conversations that should be had, rather than starting from the other end of the spectrum and just talking about economics. If you don't understand, if we don't have an agreement on what the rights of man are, then it's going to be difficult to think about what government we should institute. And if we don't have the right government, then how are we going to get the right economic system? Unfortunately, we typically approach this the opposite way, and we start with an economic argument, we back into a political philosophy argument, and we never even get into the ethical philosophy of what rights human beings should have. And so, I don't know. I've spoken to you before, and I know we disagree, but you've always been good faith. So hopefully you'll enjoy your time in the room, and people won't be too much of a dick to you. The last thing I'll say though is, and then I gotta go on mute for a while. I gotta take care of something. But there was a gentleman yesterday that came in, said he was really popular and he's really good friends with Grant Cardone, and we called his bluff because we knew that he was full of shit and didn't know him. We had told him yesterday if he came in the room, he said he'd get Grant Cardone to come into the room. And I had offered him $500 cash to cash app him if he can get Grant Cardone within the hour. He said he would do it. He didn't do it. Oh, by the way, Angel, if you guys don't know her, she had offered to match it. So he had $1,000 if he could get Grant Cardone to come into the room. He wasn't able to do it, but then he said, I will get him to come to the room tomorrow. And he actually has 25 minutes left to be able, so he didn't get the bounty yesterday. So we said, we'll extend it till 8 p.m. Pacific time. If you can get Grant Cardone to come in here by then, we'll give you $250. He's still not here. I just want to make it for the record. When I told him that he was full of shit and he didn't even know Grant Cardone, I just want the record to reflect I have a track record of being correct 100% of the time.
I just have to let everyone know Grant Cardone is a Scientologist. Many people don't know this, and they should.
Yes, no, we don't like him around here. Well, maybe some of these know.
If you're pro fraud, if you're pro fraud and cults, then I guess you'd really like Grant Cardone.
But you've talked to him we've talked to him in rooms, Kevin. Have you? I mean, he's been on the.
I don't need to talk to Grant Cardone.
I didn't say you need to. I didn't say you need to. I said we've talked to him in rooms. Have you? Have you ever talked?
I haven't talked to Grant Cardone.
Okay. I didn't say you need to.
I've talked to him plenty of times. He's a fucking total retard. He's one of the dumbest people that I've ever met.
He's a scammer, a fraudster, a shyster.
Wasn't he just in Lou's room, Roger? He was on Lou's stage.
Yeah, he's one of the stupidest human beings that's ever existed.
I'm happy we can all agree on this. I mean, all of these people who are very rich and their primary income seems to be claiming to teach people how to be rich. Those people should all be met with like an enormous amount of skepticism.
Have you guys seen that episode where he's like, they give him $100 and then they drop him somewhere that he's never been, and then he tries to make $1 million company? It's like, have you guys seen that episode? No.
I haven't seen it, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and we were watching it, and it was interesting because he was literally like selling people an idea, and we were like, when is he going to actually start making money? It was really interesting how he got over on so many people. Like, people gave him somewhere to live. People just gave. It was interesting. You guys should watch it. What is it called, babe? It was like, it was called
Billionaire Boss?
Billionaire Boss or something like that. It was really interesting, to be honest, because they drop him in the middle of nowhere. And they can't use their contacts.
What's the show? I have a friend that was on a show, an ex-client, Undercover Boss.
Yeah, same premise. Yeah, same exact premise.
My crazy ex-client is now running for governor in California, but he was on it, and they put like a stupid wig on him, and there's no way that you would look at this guy working with you and not think that he's wearing a dumb wig. Like the cover-up was ridiculous. And then I couldn't figure out, and I've not watched that show. I only saw that one episode he was in. Like, how they don't figure out that the cameras are on them when in the different scenes when he's interacting in his company. It just seemed very bogus.
I agree, because all Grant did was shave his head, and that was the only thing that he did to like change the way that he looked. And so I was like, they might kind of still know who he is. And then they made the lie that the reason why the cameras are following him around everywhere is because they're following like new entrepreneurs in new states. It's just, to me, when you have the cameras around, it's kind of like I don't know, the cameras kind of give it away.
They have to. I'm telling you, and this one guy had a wig on, like long-haired, like he was out of the 60s. But it looked...
Yeah, suicide bomb you, Ken. You can't fuck with these Arabs like that.
They'll never bomb the blacks because they know what'll happen.
Fuck you. Fucking
fuck your mother. Fuck your mother.
Best food experience here for them is like, a lot of the food is like super European or super British. But they focus a lot on fine dining.
Are you back off of mute, or are you just hopping on for like a sec?
I'm sorry, where were we?
Well, I was just wondering, are you like back on, or are you still on mute? Were you just like interjecting for a moment?
I was just quick interjection. I'm back on mute. You guys have fun. You guys enjoy this. I'll go into listening mode. Hopefully we can get some of the weirdos on the stage. Bima, if she were to come up, that would be fun. It's always fun to talk to an animal.
That is a voluntarist, anarchist.
She's a hairy armpit retard.
Oh, that's not nice.
Well, I probably agree if they're an anarchist.
I'm not gonna make her come on. You were a communist, Kevin.
Only stupid people think I'm a communist.
No, listen, you guys, have you guys not talked to Kevin? Kevin is definitely not where I'm at on the political compass, but Kevin's definitely a capitalist. He just
He's just got a different idea of the mechanisms in which we should tap the government and the taxpayers to to spend on certain things. We just have different priorities. I don't think that he's. If you've ever heard him speak about these things, I don't want to dox anything, but what I remember is it comes from some affluence and has a pretty good education, understands how money moves. That's a good fucking start. And so the only real difference is he's got different priorities than the rest of us. And that doesn't make him a commie. I would say this. I would say that Trump is more of an authoritarian and probably worse in terms of all of the things that I worry about a president would do to the economy. Actually, Trump is probably worse for the economy than any Democrat prior to Biden. So
I mean, Trump is certainly more economically. I don't know if you'd say left, but his views of the economy are just wild. I mean, his support of tariffs, his beliefs that trade deficits are evil and terrible. I mean, this is all remarkably anti-market. On top of his willingness to use the state and state power in order to tilt the market towards particular industries and particular individuals that pay fealty to him. I mean, this is an enormous kind of corruption.
What's interesting is you didn't even have to have Trump critics to say that. We had a guy in here, the title of the room, we had an anti-capitalist Republican who supports Trump that agrees with everything you just said. He was calling for more controls of the market. I self-identified as an anti-capitalist. So everything that I identify that's wrong with Trump, everything that you just pointed out, and our politics are completely different. And this Trump supporter acknowledged that that's exactly why he likes him. So I just hope that the Republicans in the room are listening to this shit.
I mean, the turnaround was remarkable from 20. I remember, as we're coming down the tail end of inflation and 2024, cost of living was the most important thing. Inflation gets out of control. The eggs, they're too damn expensive. And then almost immediately, as soon as it became clear that tariffs would in fact raise costs for people, all of a sudden it's my patriotic duty to pay more because paying tariffs is going to benefit the country in some sort of way. I mean, truly remarkable stuff. I mean, from the MAGA people as always.
Yeah, the MAGA people, they're right-wing anti-capitalists, and it's the most bizarre thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of, right-left economy is different in other places. It's not all capitalism versus socialism.
Well, I'll tell you this: if the right's not going to defend capitalism, nobody is. And I think that Trump taking the Republican Party in a direction where they abandon capitalism, that is not a good fucking look. The only thing that I could say is maybe that gives way to the Democrats returning to some semblance of normalcy. Imagine this. Imagine if Trump continues to take the Republican Party in its anti-capitalist direction and the Democrats become known as those that want to support free market capitalism. I mean, there's no doubt that the rhetoric that's being used, don't know if the execution would be this, but the rhetoric is that the Democrats right now are more capitalist than Donald.
Well, I mean, there's something that's a real phenomenon currently called affective polarization, which basically means one side says up and your side says down. And sometimes, obviously, this is just good or this isn't necessarily good or bad, but we've seen interesting cases of this. One example of this is Democrats are now super pro free trade, whereas prior to Trump, it was a roughly split thing between the parties, but now support of tariffs and free trade has basically polarized along political lines because Democrats don't like Trump, which I guess that's a good thing, right?
Do you really think the Democrats are just free trade acolytes? I don't think that's really the case.
They're against tariffs at the very least, based on polling data that I saw.
They're against I can see that, yeah.
I was talking about elected officials.
I think at minimum we could say that Trump is just as anti-capitalist as anybody in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways it's almost worse because, like I said, he has a very strong willingness to use a combination of like markets and state power in order to personally enrich himself. It'd be like kind of hard in a way to call him like an anti-capitalist when his family has personally made tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars from his crypto scams, his crypto schemes, his obvious plot to
But that's not capitalism. I mean, listen,
it's not the type of capitalism I like. It's not a type of capitalism.
It's not capitalism. Look, fraud, force, coercion, all these things. They have no place in capitalism. All it is someone that's taking advantage of the political friends that they have. I mean, Trump has said it himself. This is the part that I wish people listened to more. The reason why he knows about government corruption is because he was one of the people that was corrupting government. And so he's acknowledged that he knows how the system works because he worked the system. He's actually said these things. I'm not even paraphrasing.
Yeah, with Hillary Clinton on stage, when Hillary said that Donald Trump doesn't pay anything in taxes, he said, yeah, because you were the one that made the rules for your friends and I took advantage of it.
It's just remarkable that people who kind of fell for this line, the idea that he was this outsider who, was going to rectify this wrong that he once took advantage of. And
wait, but I'm a Trump supporter. I don't believe that.
Look out for the everyman. Well, not necessarily every, but I think a lot of like working class people in this country truly did believe that the New York City billionaire real estate guy cared about their interests. And I think it's sad that those people were taken advantage of.
I mean, I don't want to. Let's not become classist. I mean, there are plenty of reformists that come from the higher echelon.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I'm just saying, after at least the first term, I think it should have been clear to everyone that his interests were not in improving the material conditions for the working class. I think that should have been clear.
Who'd you vote for?
In this election, I voted for Kamala Harris. Yeah.
There you go, Roger.
Proudly, yeah. I guess that makes me a communist, right? I imagine.
Well, hold on. Listen, I didn't vote for either of them, but I will say this: with all of Trump's warts, at least I can find a couple of things that I like about him. There's a couple things I like. I can't think of anything I like about Harris. I've known of Harris. I grew up in California. I've known of her since the 90s.
Wait, Roger, you don't like her laugh?
I don't like her laugh. I don't like her claim that she washes her greens in the bathtub. I don't like any of her fucking politics.
What about her Pixar mom build?
Which one?
What about her Pixar mom build? You don't know what I'm talking about? All right.
Yeah.
Other people would know what I'm talking about.
What about when someone asked her vaguely?
Wait, why don't you elaborate?
And you could see the fear in her face. I like that about her. I think it's
Are you saying she looks like a cartoon mom? Is that what you're saying?
She's built like a Pixar mom. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember?
Does that include knee pads?
Do you guys remember when she was mildly attractive and she was using that sex appeal to go and get
What do you mean it was? What do you mean it was? Why do you think I voted for her?
She's not attractive. She's not attractive.
Hey, I agree to disagree. But
well, she peaked when she was dating Montel. But I will say, when Willie Brown was using all of his political power to put her in jobs that she failed up into, when she was a deputy district attorney in Alameda County, she was awful. But that didn't prevent her from moving all the way up.
So I definitely, like, Kamala Harris was to the left of me on a number of issues. Unfortunately, sometimes this was actually her copying Trump's stupid policies, like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime or whatever, like these idiotic policies.
What's bad about that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's income. It's like any other form of income. Why would we not tax that type of income? It just doesn't make sense. We're also, I think we should be at least somewhat concerned about, the deficit and debts. So I would have issues with reducing the tax base without, also cutting programs, and I prefer to not cut programs. So I think we should,
So there's no
taxes.
programs that you don't like?
You could probably.
What do you think about gender studies in Pakistan?
If you look into, if you're just talking about foreign aid on the whole, I think foreign aid is something like 0.5% of our total budget, maybe 1%, less than 1%. It's remarkably little. And most of these programs that people will point to and be like, oh, this is like so ridiculous. I've taken the time to look into a lot of these, and I actually think most of these are good. Let me real quick. One thing I think is good is giving nutritional biscuits to starving children in third world countries, which I don't know if you saw the news, but our government just burned. We allowed to sit in a warehouse millions of dollars of these nutritional biscuits for starving children. We allowed these to expire in a warehouse, and then we incinerated them rather than giving them to starving children. Now you could say that some foreign aid is silly, and some of it probably is.
What do you think about, like, how do you get approved a study that studies the impact of the level of crankiness that rockfish have when they're exposed to tequila versus rum? This is a literal expense that the federal government covered. Like, what do you think? Like, how does that?
So some of these things, once again, if you actually understand the point of like scientific research as a whole and basic research, and also a lot of these studies have been misrepresented. Like, I remember one that people were pointing to was fish on treadmills. They're putting fish on treadmills, and that's like shrimp. It's like, oh, shrimp. And it's like, oh, that sounds ridiculous. And then it's like you actually look into the study, and the reason they're putting on treadmills is because they're testing levels of water pollution and seeing how that affects their ability to swim. And it's like, that actually sounds like a pretty good thing. I think you can absolutely find stupid studies, but most of these studies...
But the man who just complained we wasted money and didn't feed starving children to now validate the exercise habits of crustaceans, I have a problem.
Do you think that, like, studying the effects of pollution on the health of aquatic life, do you think that that's like a worthy thing to do?
I don't think it's unworthy, but you just complained about starving kids. I would think they might be prioritized.
Monica, I think you might have misunderstood me. I was complaining that we allowed the biscuits to expire. I think we should have given them to starving children. I also think, as the wealthiest country to have ever existed, we have the capacity to fund basic research. And maybe I can appeal to some of the China hawks in here. I know Republicans used to be concerned about like U.S. hegemony, but I guarantee you these other very, very wealthy, powerful countries are spending a lot of money on research. They're spending a lot of money to learn things, and I think we should be too. Unless you want to see all of the scientific advancement to China. Then go ahead. I mean, this is like
strongman arguments. Do they work in other rooms?
Oh, that was not a straw man. That was, you are saying that it is stupid to fund studies like this, and I'm saying
I never said it was stupid, Kevin. You have to open your ears to debate me. You don't know.
Monica, you clearly think that these studies are ridiculous. Now,
I'm disdainful of shrimp treadmill studies, and I'm pointing out the hypocrisy, Kevin.
Wait, what is
of your
hypocrisy?
insistence and virtue signaling about starving kids while the government wastes money on needless research programs.
We can do both. We're the wealthiest country to have ever existed. We can do both. Not once did I suggest that we should be prioritizing studying the health of aquatic life over starving children. I think we have the capacity to do both. Our economy is something like $30 trillion. I think we can do both.
I don't think we can. And I think we have a record of poor spending.
China would love that.
Kevin, I don't think you understand how little I care about your opinion of me. Should I emphasize?
Hey. Let's try to get a compromise here, all right?
No, Kevin, what about...
Lord this. You're not Jerry fucking Springer, dude. I'll fucking do the moderating here. Just chill the fuck out. These guys are...
I want to say my point, but fuck.
Hey, no, shush your fucking mouth. Kevin's a big boy. He can handle it. And this is fair discussion. And if they appeal to the moderator, maybe I'll do something. But I think this conversation's flowing fine.
Yeah, I think you'd have to make a very compelling case that we don't have the capacity to do foreign aid and and scientific research. I think we can do both. I think most people in here know.
Kevin, what if we took a look at like the real problem coming down the road, where the interest on the debt is now the third largest expenditure in the debt. Like the entire budget, it's the third largest expenditure. And if we don't start controlling the debt, it could creep into number 2, maybe number 1 at some point. You know what?
Yeah, I agree.
You're cutting out.
He's cutting out, but I agree. I think we probably do need some entitlement reform. It's not popular, but we probably should be raising the retirement age by a few years. We should probably be putting in some sort of additional tax in order to pay for these entitlement programs. I think possibly looking at. We certainly should be reversing, the Trump tax cuts, which dramatically expanded, the deficit and greatly will, in the long term, increase the debt. So, if you want to point to like a specific program and be like, we're spending
Social Security.
So that's a real one. That's a real one. Because believe it or not, we're actually not spending trillions of dollars on studying shrimp on treadmills. It is mostly going to, I think, 66% of the budget around there goes to Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. So we can talk about these things. People have done the analysis, and you could close the shortfall on Social Security with like a pretty modest tax and also raising the retirement age by a few years.
Well, but Kevin, here's the thing, right? Social Security Trust Fund by 2035 will be emptied. We'll have, at that point, we'll be able to, supply 71% of the debt, the liability there. And so we're going to have to do something. You mentioned a couple of the levers. You said we can raise the age to collect. Right now, the standard collection is at 70 years old. You can take it early at 67, or you can even wait a little longer, which is an unpopular thing to do. Most people want to get it sooner rather than later. And so you're saying extend it out. We're seeing life expectancies for men down to like 76 years old. I am not one of these people that believe that Social Security is supposed to be a retirement plan. I think it's supposed to be an emergency fund for people that really fuck up. But the levers that we have is we can raise the age, we could raise the tax, and by raise tax, you can either up the cap in which you tax at 6.25%, or you can increase the 6.25 to a higher.
There's also the max. There's also the max contribution cap, which I think is like.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah. I definitely would support. I would definitely support getting rid of that. Like you should be paying into it.
So in either case, whether you raise the percentage or you lift lift the restriction, the cap there, those are tax increases. You can have a raise in the age. And then the third lever is probably the least popular, would be to reduce the benefit that people would collect. Those are all really unpopular things. I think the one that Democrats will favor is to lift the cap. I think it's like, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. If Nick's in the room, Nick's gone. I think it's like something like 180,000, maybe it's 190 or something.
I don't think it's that high. 153.
Roger, I like that. I feel like we're not necessarily on the exact same page, but at least we're identifying the problem correctly. I think it was really remarkable, the whole thing with Doge. They're talking about, the debt, the deficit, it's all so bad, we need to be cutting spending. And then we're really just talking about, clipping things around the edges with, programs that we ideologically disagree with and don't spend that much money on. And while at the same time, claiming that we're not going to be reducing, the major entitlements, which are, the majority of the budget. That is, if we're concerned about the budget, it should be a conversation about entitlements and entitlement reform. Not under studies in Pakistan, which we maybe spent a few $1 million on a grant on or whatever.
This is true,
That being said, Democrats, anytime you make a mention of reforms to Social Security, they do the scare tactic of they want to take money from grandma and grandpa. And so this idea that, that we can have a conversation about it, Democrats don't seem to want to, and Republicans are certainly not in a hurry.
Oh, it's electoral poison. I mean, it's correct. I'll be real about that. I mean, the old people are one of the most reliable voting blocks in the country. You piss them off, you won't win an election. You make them scared, you won't win an election.
Which is why I think we should rip the Band-Aid off. And what I would love to see, I don't think I know that my way would never fly, but I would love to see somebody represent the position that it's a Ponzi scheme and it should be completely abolished and replaced with nothing. Now, I know you're going to say that you don't like that idea, but it's not about passing that. I know that would never fly. But if you at least had somebody representing that, and then you had somebody that was on the other side say, no, it's perfectly fine the way it is, don't touch it, that would keep the door open for the reasonable conversation. I think what we need is the framing of two polar extremes, like, some ridiculous wealth tax that Republicans can vilify, and then another position that completely abolishes it that Democrats can vilify, and then you get the reasonable people in the room and you hash it out in fun.
So there's a website called Open the Books. Adam Andrzejewski did it. The founder died a year ago. I don't know why. They're kind of quiet about how he passed.
Question mark?
Yo, Roger, did you see Nathan's
I don't know why it was
PTR?
necessary to interrupt me, because you interrupted me, then Rich thought he could go off mute. Can I please make my statement?
Hey, Kevin? How's it going?
Hey, Daniel, I'm fine. So they have a program called Open the Books Every Dime Online, where they ask businesses and government entities and schools to put every penny of their expenses online for consumer watchdog groups to look at. He did a speech at one of the universities or conferences once, where he detailed the purchase of lobster and steak for military members and the disincentivization of saving by people, organizations, especially business, government entities. They're given a budget each year, and if they don't spend it, they're at risk of having their budget cut the following year. So there's a mad rush for buying pencils and ink pens at the end of the budget, so they're not at risk for losing their money. That's completely opposite of what we need. And that could be corrected, but I don't hear a lot of people talking about it. Thank you for the mic time.
I was just gonna ask Roger if he'd seen that Nathan put your PTR, but he imposed his face on yours. Me just getting jealous, Roger. You must be doing something right.
Or at least he would have read more books that way.
I'm going to put the link to the speech that Adam gave a couple years ago. It's very good.
What up, Lee? Welcome to the stage.
I do want to get Roger to ask your opinion on this. We were talking about his earlier, and I just thought of something we were talking about Form A. Don't you think, though, that perhaps these wacky, gender studies funding would be a good soft power way of kind of combating, Wahhabism in that region?
Yeah, I mean, we got to destroy their society from the inside with feminism. I mean, that's clearly.
Well, but that's why.
I'm kidding.
But that's why you have these radical sects of Islam, is because, during the Cold War, we were big friends with the Saudis, and they were putting all these universities that were teaching, hardcore radical Islam. That's why the Middle East is so wild.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that from Grant. I have to look into the details of it, but I'm not against it on its face value. I see exactly what they're doing.
Real quick, it's $176,100. That was wrong.
Thank you. On what?
the max cap for Social Security taxes for your yearly payroll.
So that should be increased. That's crazy.
Well, I'll tell you this: if they did increase it, but here's how I could get behind supporting lifting it and putting no max on it, no cap at all. And guys might think, oh shit, he's fucking going crazy, he's losing his mind. If we cut the rate in half, that would help everybody. If you put zero cap on it, but you reduced it to to 3%, maybe 3.25%.
That's interesting.
Hey, I was just going to mention to anybody in the room, moderators, anybody on stage, anybody in the audience, if you go in and hit the arrow button up, click on all the green dots, invite people.
David, you're causing an echo.
Thank you. Oh, I was just saying invite people in, guys. Get the room big.
No, I'm saying David's causing an echo.
Come on up, Samoa. We're having a conversation on politics and taxes.
Thank you for telling me I fixed it.
Yeah, I'm curious about the Republican or pro-Trump deficit hawks who are all of a sudden okay. Well, I mean, to be fair, we all knew they were bullshitting because Trump blew out the deficit even before COVID with the tax cuts and Jobs Act. But now, obviously, with this bill where they increased the debt ceiling by, I think, $5 trillion, and it's projected that this will cost over the medium term, another $3 or $5 trillion tacked on top of the debt. Who's defending this? Who's defending this?
Well, I don't defend it. I do like tax cuts. Like, if we can get the rate down to zero, I'd be happy. And I know that you'll say it's unpractical, but the problem that I see with Trump is, and Republicans in general, is they only care about talking about the debt when they're not in power. And then when they're in power, they don't care that the debt goes up. They only care that they do things that are popular with the people that vote for them. And you're either principled on this issue or you're not. And I would love to see a balanced budget amendment. I would love to see a commitment. I would love to see, this is what I'd love to see. I'd love to see any Republican that doesn't support a balanced budget amendment to be primaried. Just get them the fuck out. Get that balanced budget amendment passed, and then spend within our means. Period.
I like that. I like that a lot. So Kevin's overly critical and has a poor memory regarding the historical events of Trump's first administration. First 2 years were tied up with
Why don't you
Russia.
say what you're going to say and then let Kevin respond to it? Like, why do you got to... Why the big blind?
It was a slow build, Roger.
No, you know what? If I was an umpire, I'd call a balk on that. Just fucking throw the pitch.
He's targeted Trump earlier in this conversation. So I wanted to set up the premise that he has a poor memory of all the things and obstacles that were thrown at Trump during his first administration, including the fact that he had wanted immigration reform, but the Never-Trumpers led by Paul Ryan refused to give it to him in the first 2 years, and then they lost power in Congress and they couldn't get it done. Not to mention the Russian collusion delusion, and then, oh my gosh, a small matter of a pandemic, a global one, that increased the spending, and if you look at an interview that he ran in 2020, I'm going to keep talking, and I'm going to let Roger decide who he wants to hear, but I'm not going to scream at you. So So in an interview before the 2020 election, he was asked about the deficit. And he said, yeah, I really need to look at that. I'm going to do that for my second term. And then what happened? 2020 with the Summer of Love that set our country on fire because people wanted to support the wrongful death of a criminal. Okay, fine. And then 4 years of Biden and failed Democratic policies and open borders that caused our country additional chaos. So you know what? It is July of Trump's first year in his second term. So I'm going to give him some more room. Thank you.
Okay, so that's like I'm flipping through OAN and Fox News and Newsmax all at once, just like going channel to channel. Very interesting. So the spending under Trump was out of control prior to COVID. You can look this up. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which is the primary reason for the increased deficit under Trump, was passed in 2017, like 2.5, 3 years before COVID. So, and I don't know what the fuck any of those other things have to do with him spending an enormous amount of money while cutting taxes. What do any of those things, like the country was on fire? Like what is this? What is this nonsense? Like there were riots. The riots were bad. The riots caused substantial amount of money and damage, but nothing.
How many millions of dollars in damage? How many destroyed businesses?
I don't know. Would you think that was a major contributing factor to the deficit under Trump? Like, what? What the fuck does the Russia gate, like whatever thing, which by the way resulted in like 19 responsible for the debt? Like, no, the debt is due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed, and where the deficit under Trump was due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which was passed in 2017. And I don't know how you're saying you're going to give him room. Like, we all know what the effects of this most recent round of tax cuts will be. Just like we knew what the effects of the last tax cuts will be, mostly because these tax cuts were mostly just making the previous ones permanent. The 2017 ones permanent, expanding them. And we saw what that did to the deficit, and it's expected to increase like I said, this CBO estimates that's going to increase the debt by somewhere in the ballpark of like $3 to $5 trillion over the next, I forget if it was like 5 years, 10 years, whatever. There's no way mathematically that this is going to result in a shortfall. I mean, their one argument is that, these tax cuts are going to grow the economy so much that even though like our revenue will be less as a percent, in absolute terms it'll be more. But he's also pursuing a tariff policy, which is both inflationary and expected to shrink the overall size of the economy, according to most economic analysts in the banking sector and Wall Street and so on. I mean, they're all anticipating negative GDP growth. I'm thankful. When the tariffs
thought it was supposed to be happening now.
Go into effect. Well, also, some of those estimates were based on when he came out on Liberation Day with those ridiculous tariff rates of 50%, 80%.
Yeah, Trump's 100%, a businessman.
Whatever it is,
he likes making deals.
How many deals has he made? It was supposed to be 90
Which
deals.
One? The one he just did with Japan?
Wait. Can I also
the one he just did.
Monica, can I ask you?
Wait. Why are you asking me questions when you're not listening to my answers?
Hold on, guys. Monica, hold on one second. I want you guys to finish this conversation, but I just want to make an observation that it sounds like the standard conversation is that we're hypercritical of Democrats if we're Republicans when it comes to the management of the economy and vice versa. Like, why can't we just all agree that both parties really suck when it comes to spending and that we have a spending problem? Like, why can't we have that conversation?
Well, that's why I made my own political party.
Argument for
Congratulations, we needed another political party. Yes, it's just what we needed.
No, you beat me to it, Roger. Oh, man.
So Samoa
I don't know which of you guys are bringing that guy up. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody brings that guy up. Times Square Shark is welcome in the room. He can stay in the goo. He can comment in the chat, but he's just a cancer on stages. So whoever brings him up again, if I find out who it is that's bringing him up, we're going to have words.
Roger, I invite everybody on stage except for that guy.
Yeah, it wasn't me. Samoa, you went off mute a couple of times. Would you like to share your thoughts of the conversation?
Monica, who pays the tariff?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to fight with this guy Kevin here.
I'm just wondering. Monica,
Let me tag you in.
Can you help me? Can somebody tell me before I go to bed? Can somebody just tell me who pays the tariff?
It's a choice.
The consumer does.
Has a choice.
In a roundabout way, the consumer does, but like technically.
Hold on.
Actually,
the consumer pays it.
Yes, indirectly, the consumer pays it. I agree. But I'm saying,
that's
who fills out?
Hold on, everyone. Everyone, hold on. Anyone that's saying that the consumer doesn't pay it, I'd love to hear them explain how they don't pay it. And what we're going to hear is a bunch of gish galloping from somebody that's never read an economic book. I'm agreeing.
I'm saying that I'm agreeing.
Kevin, get out the
No,
way.
so hold on, guys. Samoa is the one who said that the consumer does not pay for it. Go ahead.
Yes, I said that the importer pays for it, and it's their prerogative if they want to stay competitive within whatever commodity it is. We've seen Costco, we've seen Target, we've seen Walmart negotiating with China for them to eat it so that they are able to compete in America, and they did it during COVID. So my question would be this: if I can find one instance, is what you guys are saying wrong? Absolutely. It's wrong. It's up to the importer.
Jesus Christ. Did you find this guy at Chillism?
Would you like to?
Yeah, I brought him up so he can make a fool of himself. Honestly,
would you like the link where Walmart and Target and Costco?
Samoa, let me ask you this: where did
Please
you
address my argument, though.
I'm going to ask you a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where did you get your degree in economics?
What do I need a degree for?
Well, I just wanted to validate that you don't have a degree in economics.
That kind of sounded like a gish gallop. Are you gonna address my argument or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna address it directly. Every single time in the history of the United States that tariffs have been raised, the cost of goods in the United States goes up. Now, if you can argue against that, please do. And by the way, I will put all of the references in the chat so everyone can review it.
All right, so this is my one example. I'm going to give you the example where the importers or the manufacturers of said products went ahead and ate the actual tariff to stay competitive as a policy during COVID last 2 years, China, Walmart, and Costco. I'll just provide that to you to show you that the importer does have the power to take a little bit off of its profit margin so that they're able to stay competitive in the market. Are you saying that's wrong?
I'm not going to totally disagree.
It's okay. I'm just asking. Are you saying that's wrong?
Wait, you're not explaining it correctly. However, I remember I started
point out
the
what I'm not
conversation
saying
on
that is correct.
that my
Go ahead.
car, when you asked me the question an hour ago, Roger, and I said I just had been back and forth with the car dealer with a car from Germany. And they gave me a number back that's going to be the extra on my car, and they came back at 3%. Now, I know the tariff on Germany is going to be more than 3%. So some of what he's saying is that, let's say the car manufacturer, either on the manufacturer end or the dealerships in the U.S., someone's going to eat that difference to the consumer on that. But that's just, their decision on what they want to sell their product for. But ultimately, it's still going to increase probably the initial price of the car as they relist for, let's say, next year's list price is going to go up. So even if it looks like they're only adding a 3% on, they've increased the base. At least that's how I see it. Is that what you're saying, Samoa?
Yeah. Say that again? My apologies, I answered the other line.
Oh, then you didn't hear anything.
What was your question?
I said, is that what you're saying? I just had this happen, and I'm asking if that's what you're trying to say. that the car dealer or the car manufacturer, it's either the car manufacturer in Germany or the dealers in the US, have made a decision to make a flat number as the increase that the consumer is going to have to pay. But the number they're telling me is not the number that Germany is paying on tariffs.
Yeah, I didn't understand that at all.
Okay, what she means, Mo, is that the corporation eats the tariff. The corporation eats the tariff, but then they add it back on to their next year of their vehicles. So they increase the vehicles by 3%.
The base of the car is going to go up.
I think also Mo is getting at it's not so black and white.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think Mo's saying it's not so black and white. Mojo's right. Normally, in theory, it falls on the consumer, but a lot of times, as we're seeing, is what Scott Besson said, the companies are choosing to eat this thing. So, in theory, yes, it goes to the consumer. That's normally the price go up. But what we're seeing now, which is weird, they're eating it. It's not really not effective.
It's not weird. The conditions that exist now has never existed.
Well, that's what I was saying. Right, it's against the grain.
Market. Right. There's never been one country in the entire world that represents 40% or more of all consumers.
Right.
40% of global. Nobody ever had that leverage, ever. And so when someone says, "Oh, if you increase the tariffs, prices," look, all consumers pay for tariffs. If tariffs go up, for sure, we're paying for it. It doesn't mean prices go up. This is the caveat. So, that's why there's a fight between the administration and the Fed. Inflation has not happened. Everybody was screaming that inflation was going to happen. No, the Fed refuses to do anything to interest rates, right? Even though inflation inflation went down. So tariffs happened and inflation went down. And so this completely broke the minds of every economist. Because, on all of our universities, they teach us this, so I understand why Mojo has this position, right? Because they teach us this. If taxes go up, prices go up. But it's not happening. It's just not happening because no country's ever had enough leverage to negotiate in a way where the supplier eats the tariff cost. And they're not even truly eating the cost, right? It's like, once they do a deal, some of these guys have enough scale in America for the numbers to work out, so their revenue doesn't even go down.
Right, for lack of a better
phrase. I was talking about something specific as far as what happened towards the end of COVID, as far as what Walmart's request was of China, which they went ahead and accommodated it for a certain period of time, where the actual companies or the importers are eating it on the front end. And that's the point that I'm making. It doesn't translate always because it might be
you're saying they're eating it on the front end, but they're adding it on the back end is what I'm saying.
No, that...
Hold on, everyone. Hold on.
You're telling me they're adding something next year and we're not next year.
Hold on. I know that this room is capable of being honest. Yes, importers could absolutely absorb if they want to. Very seldom will they absorb the entire thing. Almost always they pass at least some of the cost onto the consumers. And the idea that inflation hasn't gone up is just incorrect. It went from in June of 2024 it was 2.4%, and in June of 2025 it's 2.7%. It's gone up 0.3%. So I mean, if we're going to talk about facts, we should put the facts on the table. And again, in this case, and as is in every case, the majority of the cost goes to the consumers. Even if you have importers that are, even if importers, if you have some importers that are willing to absorb that, the majority of it goes to the consumers. It's happening now, and as it's happened every single fucking time in U.S. history. So I get that there's people that want to support tariffs, probably because of the person that they support that's in the presidency. I would guess that Samoa probably supports Donald Trump. This is why he supports tariffs. And all I can say is that I have far more disdain for the right-wing anti-capitalists than I will ever have for the left-wing anti-capitalists. At least you fucking know where they were coming from. These fucking maggots, they don't understand how economics work. They don't understand how politics works. What they do is they take their fucking orders from their Lord and Savior Donald Trump, and then they try to build arguments to defend it. They're fucking mentally retarded.
Are you me right now?
Peace be upon you.
I'm literally calling you a retard. That's what I'm calling.
Do you think I support tariffs?
Well, you think tariffs are anti-capitalist?
Wait.
Tariffs are absolutely anti-capitalist.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, come on. Roger, do you think I am pro-tariff?
You're certainly defending them.
No, you fucking weirdo. I'm explaining them. That's not defending them, dumbass. I'm explaining it.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. How is someone like yourself that's never studied economics going to explain tariffs to me, you fucking retard?
You just walked it fucking back. I'm the retard? You just walked it back.
You are a retard.
Fucking dummy.
You're a complete
Donald Trump's plan.
My whole statement was the importer can eat.
Wait, can everybody be quiet and let Samoa and Mojo go?
You know what this dude know what time it is. This dude got caught. You don't know what the fuck my politics are. You made an assumption.
Oh, really? You don't support Trump? You don't support Trump?
Shut the fuck up. Come on, man. Relax, man. Relax, man. Relax.
Okay. Listen, I'm not going to let some fucking dime store fucking economist fucking tell me to shut the fuck up. Go back to chillism where you belong, where the 75 IQ is going to fucking serve you well. You're a fucking...
Jimmy.
No idea how much I enjoyed that, Roger.
Jimmy, can you talk about
that's crazy. Wait, very quick. I had a question. Where you were describing inflation, and like I'm not a student of economics scholarly or academically. I look at economics and finance to the extent that it impacts my life. And Milton Friedman, actually even have it on Milton Friedman pointed out how inflation works and how it's Congress that does it. It's Congress and the presidency that somewhat impact. It comes from Washington D.C. But you were saying that the inflation went from what you said it was from 2.4% to 2.7.
No, year over year. That's what I said. Year over year. June of 2024, it was 2.4%, and in June of 2025, it's 2.7. Now, if you can't do the fucking math, that's it in.
Yeah, but you got the 3.6, I think.
Yeah, and also, we're also not factoring in, I don't think that's directly tied to tariffs.
It wasn't.
Right? I don't think. Go ahead, Jimmy.
It wasn't.
Exactly. Yeah. That inflation influx, or however it moved from that 0.3% has nothing to do with tariffs, especially because we're really not going to see the impact of tariffs on inflation for at least 1 to 2 years. We're not going to see it because even right now they've not been fully implemented. These tariffs have not been fully implemented. And at the end of the day, if we're gonna, like, in all honesty. Being a pro-capitalist, I'm a pro-cap. I like to believe I'm a capitalist, and I want my country, yes, to impose particular tariffs on countries bringing their goods here so that I can enjoy the fruits of the labor of the manufacturing sector here. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where the idea of, these tariffs are coming from, right? It's to promote, it's to bring back America being the pioneers in technology, whether it be cars, refrigerators, televisions, all these other items that we import now. So if we're making it more expensive for other countries to bring them in, it means we're going to have to do them, right? And and when you even bring in the idea of inflation, I think that's also going to impact the standard of living, right? Because now we're going to have to, implement, a higher, so to speak, a minimum wage. You know what I'm saying? The minimum wage question is now going to be brought back to the forefront. How can the minimum wage be this, especially when you're factoring in inflation, right? How is $7 in $7.25 as the federal minimum wage from the 1990s? How does that help any human being have an acceptable standard of living in 2025?
Lord, the proper minimum wage at the federal level should be $0.
I agree with that. I somewhat agree with that. I somewhat agree with that. But the thing is, for me, on my end with the minimum wage, there's a minimum wage, but there's no maximum wage.
Why do you want a maximum wage?
Fuck no, there should never be no. If you have a maximum wage, then you're not living in the capitalist.
Why do you want a minimum or a maximum wage?
No, a minimum wage is to ensure everybody has a level playing field. And you're also mitigating.
No.
Hold on. And you're wrong. And you're mitigating.
No, don't just say things. Defend what you just said. Defend what you said.
I'm telling you. Yes, minimum wage.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Listen. I've listened to this long enough. Listen.
My apologies.
If you're going to say that minimum wage, first of all, minimum wage, the idea you just used the word living wage. I don't know what the fuck that means. The problem here is not, we shouldn't be looking to artificially set wages. Wage controls are fucking a terrible idea, because when you raise these wages artificially, what you're going to do, what you're going to see, and I'm happy to post a study that will prove this, because a lot of you motherfuckers don't actually read, but I will post the link so you can do that. The bottom line is when you institute these, employers have a couple of options here. They can raise the cost of goods and services. That's usually not what they do, because they don't want to fuck off their consumers.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Wait for the punchline, Lord. Wait to hear what they do.
These fucking guys, they're all talk, no listen. The bottom line is that's the worst option for them to go and pass a minimum wage hike onto their consumers. What they tend to do is they either let go of staff or they reduce the staff's hours that they work. They're going to reduce the labor cost. And what ends up happening is you thought you were helping the employees. They end up making less money when you institute a raise in the minimum wage. And this is not for all people, if you're lucky enough to maintain your 40-hour a week job. But the bottom line is, and we see this over and over every time they aggressively try to increase the minimum wage, is that employers then cut labor costs. This happens all the fucking time, and the people that are calling for a raise in minimum wage, they don't even look at the fucking results of these studies. I will post it in the fucking chat if you guys will read it. I doubt it, because the people that talk about lifting minimum wage, they're not exactly the reading type.
Right. Okay, so my point, hold on. So my point with the minimum wage thing, right, was for it to mirror the effects of inflation. Okay? $7.25 in 1992 is not $7, cannot do what $7 does today. Okay, so that's my point.
Okay, then Lord, explain to me how you're going to set wages in a central planned way, without understanding, not having the knowledge of the cost of operating each business. How can you? Well, hold on. If you're going to defend doing that, don't you ever call yourself a fucking capitalist?
Whoa. No. Listen. I'm speaking to the extent of, look at what happened in 2020 during the COVID bullshit that was happening, right? Where there was the the paycheck protection plans, et cetera, and as much as there was not that much commerce, right? But there was so much money being pumped. And I actually think a lot of the inflation we're seeing today is a reverberation of that. It's a reverberation of, all these stimuluses that we had during the COVID crisis, so to speak. That pandemic that we had, so to speak. So, and look, like I said, for me, I'm minimum wage, whatever. For me, what matters is that there's no maximum wage. Because when you have a maximum wage, now then that's where socialism does come in. That's where communism comes in. Minimum wage is intended to ensure that a society or a community is not living in goddamn fucking squalor.
Hold on, Lord, pause.
Go ahead.
Pause. Here's the fucking facts, and I'm gonna post it so you can read it, so you can quit saying dumb shit that don't make any fucking sense.
Okay,
I'm gonna post this so you can. I want you to read the link that I just posted above that talks about what actually happens when you raise the minimum wage.
Okay, so
let's go. I want you to go read that. Listen, I can read it to you if reading is not your strong suit. It doesn't sound like it is. Listen, I want to illustrate something. All right, I'm fucking done with you. Listen, I don't know if it's the fucking, like, what the fuck's happening tonight? These fucking people, they just literally just say words. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I just got done explaining to this fucking retarded faggot that when he's talking about that the minimum wage is somehow going to help people, if he would read these studies, he would understand that it actually lowers the income of the people that it was designed to help. Go fucking study this shit, you fucking
Right. I mean, on a basic level, it's go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, I want to push back on this whole idea that tariffs are anti-free market. I think it's extremely problematic idea.
That's very serendipitous of you, Jimmy. That's exactly what I was going to ask you. Roger said that the tariff agenda is anti-capitalist, and I heard you say that's not true, and I was just curious your point on that.
Well, anybody that believes that gets stuck in the contradiction, because if you don't believe in open borders, which I presume Mojo doesn't believe in open borders, I'm presuming that, but I've heard Mojo sort of speak, on all kinds of subjects, and I think that he would agree that it was completely outrageous under Biden that a bunch of illegals were able to storm into this country and essentially live as parasites on the American system, whether it's leveraging Medicaid, housing, getting hotels, and all of that. Well, I think Mojo would agree that that's absolutely disgusting. It would be equally as disgusting if a Chinaman is able to access the American markets as if it's their right to. No, it's a privilege to be able to access the American market. If you're a foreigner, it is an absolute privilege to be able to do business here, and you can make a lot of money here, but you must pay for the right to do so, because at the end of the day, when you make money, you're extracting the money and you're sending it back home. You're essentially a parasite, and so you must pay for the right to do that. You're a fucking foreigner. That's my position on this.
Yeah, so Jimmy, here's the problem, right? So here's how it's anti-capitalist. Very simple. Free market capitalism is owning the means of production, making sure that the businesses are in control of the decisions that they make around prices and around wages. And when you have the government intervening in the economy, when they're putting their hand on the scale, you are, by very definition, destroying any semblance of having a capitalist system. You're now infusing the government into the market and letting them make the decisions that are going to impact the levers that impact prices. That is, like, you want to support tariffs, you're free to do that, but you can't support tariffs and call yourself a free market capitalist. It's just an oxymoron.
Yes, you can, because most of what is being brought from abroad was made here. It used to be made here, no problem. Everybody could afford everything. Wages were high. You didn't need a college degree. You can graduate from high school, buy a house, have 3 kids, a wife, buy multiple vehicles. All of this happened already. I don't know why we buy into this idea that, it has to come from India, it has to come from China, or it's not capitalism. That is the furthest from the truth.
So, Jimmy,
I don't know where you're getting this from, Mojo.
So, Jimmy, within a free market, you can import these goods from wherever you like. Instead of having the government put their hand on the scale, if we think that China is taking advantage of this market and we think that we can get a better deal working with manufacturers in other places, why don't we just import from other places? We don't need the government to do this. By the way, we could import from wherever we'd like, right? The other thing that we could do is we could, as consumers, we could revolt. I would much rather have a boycott at the consumer level of Chinese goods and services than to have the government put their hand on the scale. First of all, it would be far more impactful, because if we did that, they would have to get to the bottom of, like, why are they not buying Chinese shit? And then China would have to ask themselves the question, what would it take for us to buy their shit? Because we are the biggest consumer economy, and I agree that China wants to sell here. They want to be able to exploit this market. I just think that there's better levers to pull to control this. I think educating people on when you buy Chinese shit, if you square that with your thoughts around human rights, when you square that on your thoughts of where that money might go to, and the regime that might be building a war machine that you're going to have to fight at some point, which I would take the under on. I don't think they'll ever want this fucking smoke. The fucking ships they have are not built for for deep water, and I don't think they ever will be. But at the end of the day, there are just better mechanisms for us to be able to deal with not buying Chinese cheap shit. I don't think, like, this is the difference between a capitalist and a statist, is you guys are always looking for a way to have the government solve these problems. I'm looking for the market to solve the problem, and you can have the importers and the buyers solve this problem far more effectively than Donald Trump.
I would just like to say I'm a free market capitalist. I disagree with the tariffs. I think that the corporations should take care of it. But if I should have prefaced by saying that if they actually worked it the way these people think they work, then I might be a little more inclined to agree with them. But they don't, and it gets passed on to the consumer, and that's all.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that the government putting their finger on the scales is why all the factories were offshored in the first place. The government is the entity that created all the incentives to offshore factories. Like, it wasn't the free market that did that. I really need to point this out, that when everything was left normal, all manufacturing was done here. This is very important to point out, because I feel like we're going through a process of gaslighting now. That, this is being done because the government is overreaching, where no, the government is simply reverting to back how it used to behave for a very, very long time before all of this Chinese and Indian goods started flooding into our market.
I'm not in support of government intervention, putting their hand on the scale in either direction. My preference would be to look back at American history, look back at when did we expand the economy to the greatest extent. And there's a 30-year period that you can go study. Again, for those that like to read, you could go read about it. 1870 to 1900. The biggest expansion in human fucking history, and the thing that allowed that to take place was deregulation. When the government gets out of the way, it's amazing with the free market.
There were tariffs then. There were tariffs at that time.
Look, but the thing is this, at the end of the day, if you want to access America's market, you pay. It's super, like, that's not anti-free market. There is demand all around the world to access the most active consumer in the world. Companies all
if you have to pay, how is that a free market?
Listen, that's literally, look, okay, I repeat, there is the demand. Like, so imagine a mall, right? A mall where a lot of customers shop. There's the demand as a business owner to lease space in that mall. It's going to be more expensive because it's a...
Yo, Jimmy, real fast, I just got a question for Roger. Did you bring Lord up, Roger, or no? I didn't bring him up. I think you moved him to audio.
He can get up here if he fucking misbehaves. Okay,
cool. I didn't know if you wanted him or not.
So yeah, this mall has a lot of foot traffic. You can make a lot of money. A lot of companies are willing to pay to access those customers. That's what this is. If you're going to ship your goods over here, pay to access our consumers. That is a free market activity. For people to believe otherwise is crazy talk to me, because this is how every single country on this planet behaves. It's a part of the free market. And so the free market in companies, not just you and us as individuals, but companies and governments. Governments are also a part of the free market. Governments are also buyers and sellers. Both governments are consumers. So them charging companies to access their citizens is a free market activity. And thinking that it's otherwise is sort of weird.
Wait, so definitionally, it's not a free market if you're doing that. Just because all the governments do it doesn't then mean, oh, well, this must be the free market. That was the point that Roger was trying.
Okay, I repeat, a government is a participant in the free market. They are also buyers and sellers.
They're not supposed to be.
What do you mean they're not supposed to be? Of course they are. We sell weapons to the world, the government.
The government doesn't make the weapons. The private
sell weapons to the world.
Yeah, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, they can't sell. They can't sell. Raytheon cannot sell.
Jesus Christ, Jimmy, listen. It's quite obvious you don't know how money moves.
Oh my God, Jesus. Okay.
Well, it's quite obvious that you don't understand how money moves.
No idea.
Well, it's very clear. You're illustrating it. You said that the government makes weapons. They don't. Private companies do. Now, if you talk about how foreign funding works, like, for example, our friends in Israel, what we do is the government will give them a voucher, and then they spend those vouchers with the contractors. So the government is still putting their hand on the scale, which I don't like. I don't like them putting their hand on the scale, period, end of story. You seem to be comfortable with it because you're not really a capitalist, and that's fine. You don't have to be a capitalist. Just don't parade to be one. The point is, you were incorrect when you said that the government sells weapons. They do not. What they do is they do a wealth transfer of taking taxpayers' dollars to create a voucher that goes to a foreign entity, and those foreign countries then cash in that voucher with the American companies. Look, the fact that I have to explain this stuff to you is crazy to me. I know that you're smarter than the average person on Clubhouse, but what's very interesting is that you don't know the very basics of how money
moves. It's not gaslighting, it's steel manning. You just steel man. Oh my God.
Well, dude, I wouldn't have even had to say that if you would have explained that you knew how money moves.
The United States government sells weapons.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, you're incorrect. You're factually incorrect. You're proving again that you don't know how money moves. What the federal government will do is they will take taxpayer dollars, they will allocate a voucher to a foreign government, and then that foreign government will then purchase weapons from those private companies. If you don't know that, you can go read about it. You can go educate yourself, or you can come to the School of Clubhouse and you can learn from Professor Mojo.
Jimmy, what is the duty and obligation of the federal government?
Anybody there with a phone or ChatGPT?
Yeah, Jimmy, what is the duty and obligation of the federal government? What are they supposed to do?
You guys won't let me speak, right? So if you won't take it from me, I'll just read it off. Yes, the United States government does sell weapons. It's through the Foreign Military Sales and Direct Commercial Sales Act, right? Foreign military sales. In the process, the U.S. government manages the sale of weapons, equipment, and services to foreign governments. The U.S. State Department and the Department of Defense, through the Defense Security Corporation Agency, are involved in reviewing and approving these sales. Gaslight.
Have them break that down. Why don't you break that down what that actually says?
Hold on. I can read ChatGPT too. The U.S. government does not. Hold on. Everyone mute up. The U.S. government does not manufacture weapons or sell weapons directly to anyone. I'm reading right from ChatGPT. This is the source that you like. It says weapon manufacturing, private defense contractors like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and General Dynamics design and manufacture the vast majority of U.S. military weapons and equipment. When sold to foreign entities, typically the government will issue a voucher in which the foreign entity will then go to these defense contractors and pay for it using U.S. taxpayer vouchers. Now,
same as
I agree. I agree. If you have a phone at home, and you want to go on ChatGPT and you want to fact check all this stuff, you can go look this stuff up. Jimmy, I don't know why you it's like you're insisting on own goaling yourself. You could just admit that this is something that you don't understand, and then you can just do what most people do, which is listen to the things that they don't understand so they can learn. This is a good time for.
All right, so I already posted a link in the chat to the State Department website, which explains exactly the U.S. government's activity in sales. But let's just pretend that Mojo is correct, so we can move on.
Well, hold on. Let me ask this to Abby. Abby, when the U.S. government sells weapons to Israel, right? Because Jimmy says that the U.S. government sells them to them. Let me describe my understanding of it, and I know that you have a lot of expertise in this area. My understanding is that the U.S. gives a voucher to Israel, and Israel then uses those vouchers to purchase weapons from companies like Raytheon and others. Is that, or is that not how?
I think that's how it works. I mean, I know with the Iron Dome, that was a joint venture, Raytheon. I put this in the chat, in Raphael Industries. It's produced by Raytheon. The most of the purchases, whether it's if we talk about the airplanes and who's producing the airplanes, the U.S. government isn't making the plane. The plane is being manufactured by airplane manufacturing companies.
By private contractors and
they're all private contractors. Same things with the.
That's how you get on SAM.gov. You petition. Watch the movie. What was it? War Dogs. If you watch the movie War Dogs, about how they were trying to get it, it's quite accurate.
Jesus Christ! No. Listen. You're not going to dumb down this conversation by talking about Joe DeHill.
We're taking it to the Constitution.
Okay, you're going back down. What if is that guy from Chillism too?
No,
what the fuck
he's
is happening?
not that I know of. He might be doing it.
Roger, is chillism just like a slur?
Yes.
I've been hearing about this the last couple days.
Chillism is a place where I visited the other day, and these two guys argued for 45 minutes about Hegel. They were arguing about who had the better understanding. Yeah. And after 45 minutes of arguing, it was very clear that neither of them had read Hegel. So I went on a stage and started asking them a few questions. Got them to both admit that neither of them had read Hegel. That was Concrete and Ike. So if you ever run into those guys, if you think the people in this room are stupid, you should go to Chillism because, by the way, if you tired of getting shit on by somebody that understands more than you can go to Chillism and you'll be the smartest person in the room.
So you think if I went over there and started talking about Hegel,
Bubby, you've been there before. You just didn't realize it's Nathan Arts and Knowledge.
I'm in white belts in Chillism.
I have to tell you, it is the collection of the fucking misfits of Clubhouse. It is amongst
You're gonna say misfits.
It's the stupidest people that this app has ever fucking onboarded. And then there's a mixture of people. No, Monica, hold on. Then there's a mixture of people that like to go and it's like going to the zoo, right? That's how I think of it. So sometimes Monica likes to go to the zoo and she likes to go and see the giraffes and the zebras and the monkeys and whatnot. But you're not going there for a conversation. I mean, maybe you do talk to the monkeys at the monkey exhibit, but that's about what it's like. Like when I go in there, it's a destination. I'm gonna decompress and just kind of watch wild animals.
Park for you.
Roger, that is the way Monica thinks about it because it's mostly black people. She just likes to go and tell them how great white people are. Bubby's laughing because
is that a female laughing like that? Is that a girl laughing like that?
I don't know. Do I hear a geriatric bitch yelling at me? I don't know.
Oh, it's Bubby.
Yeah, suck my dick, bitch. Fuck you, guys.
Oh, really? Seems like we have equal power here. You sure you want to call me a cunt?
Yeah. Don't mod abuse Monica. It's not cool.
So, Monica, you've sounded very defensive of chillism. Is that? Let me ask you this: average IQ of that room, what do you think it is?
I don't know. Like, I have friends there, so when you say them that, oh, and by the way, I moved Bubby down.
I know you did. I brought him up.
You guys stop moving people. Fuck.
He called me a cunt, Roger.
Okay. Hey, hold on.
And told me to suck his penis.
Monica, stop.
Okay, hold on.
Suck it from the back while you're at it.
No. All right, now I'm moving down, you fucking dickhead. Listen, don't do that. Fucking Monica is a fucking all-star in this app. We love Monica. Don't treat Monica that way. It's fucking crazy. No, so Monica, what do you think the average IQ is on that app?
Well, I mean, Tally's there. And
I like Tally, but Tally's not enough in a room of 10 people to raise the IQ level too high.
Okay, so when I so we're talking about a group IQ.
Let me ask it a different way, so you'll feel less defensive of it.
Okay.
When you walk into that room, typically, don't you believe that you are the highest IQ person?
No, actually, I don't.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, wait, hold on. I take that back.
Hugh's in there.
Hold on, no, well, come on. Just because you speak posh doesn't mean you're smart. I do think Io's intelligent.
Io, yeah.
Io's probably one of the. Io brings it up. So I was going to say it's a 75.
Mike is strong too. Incredible. The Hulk, Mike.
You mean Psych? No, that guy's a fucking retard. No.
Well, don't count him out.
No, I did. I just did. He's a fucking retard. No, listen. I'm telling you. I'm looking across this stage right now. Hikima, Mike. Dude, Hikima's a flat earther, and I would say that Hikima is at least 10 points higher than the average person that spends their time in chillism.
Well, I mean, that's what you can think. I don't think so. There's some really cool people there. But then again,
there's good people on both sides.
Yeah. And Roger, I think sometimes our society, we focus on smarts, and I don't know if intelligence makes a great person. In fact,
I'm not making that argument. Why are you listen?
Well, it does hurt my feelings to hear my friends being called dumb.
All right. What about? Can you agree on this? Concrete, lowest IQ of the entire.
I want to say yes so bad, but that wouldn't be honest. I can tell you.
The only the person running.
Loki, have you met Loki?
I've seen a lot of these people. They're all fucking retarded. Nathan's a fucking retard. They're all fucking retarded.
And if I have to pick between a nice retarded person and Rich, guess which one I'm picking?
Okay, so you don't like Rich, but I would guarantee this. Rich, who doesn't shut the fuck up about it, has an IQ of 141.
It just proves
well,
my
I don't know. Oh, hold on. But I would bet that, with the exception of Io, Rich has a higher IQ than anybody that's ever stepped foot in that room.
We've actually went through this. Io and I are the highest IQ people.
You're not in there anymore.
Don't you think it's a bit of a stretch to say that Concrete's the dumbest when we went through Sarah for I don't know how long?
Oh, well, hold on. Sarah, it's not about Sarah being the dumbest, but Sarah is, she's full of shit. She's bigoted. She's got the most annoying voice.
What about the guy that you said was the fake Stanford graduate?
Kubu, you know what he is? He's just dishonest. I don't think he's as dumb as he is dishonest. I think he just likes to lie about it.
Wait, there's a guy on here named Kubu?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, Kubu's, I don't know if he took it from, but it's from a space opera called Galaxy Outlaws. It's actually a dog in the character. I would say the highest IQ individual that I've ever met on this app would be Ethan Muse. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Ethan's great.
Religious from.
highest IQ individual I remember meeting. You know who I'm going to say, Mojo, Austin. Like, there's nobody that I've met that breaks shit down better, or has better understandings or grasp of things in multiple, like, I don't even know how to fucking explain it. Kid's just fucking insane.
Have you been in the rooms when Eric Weinstein came in?
Yeah, he used to come to Healthy Debate. Healthy Debates is where he spent most of his time.
Very bright guy.
Hey, Bubby, are you familiar with Ethan Muse from Andrew R's room?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's...
Yeah,
I would put him in the 180 range.
He's real good.
And you know what's the coolest thing about Ethan is he doesn't.
This isn't the opportunity to say who we like. This is a time to shit on the people that we think are stupid.
I'm not gonna.
Like,
yeah.
Beaver's probably one of the dumbest people on here.
Who?
Beaver.
He is not.
Well, hold on. No, Beaver is dumb. But what Beaver did do is he accurately predicted the election, exact pick on the electoral count. So
I was only saying that because he's down in the audience.
He's very bright. He's very bright, and he's sports better than anyone on here.
See, I can't say too much on people.
Wait, hold on. Let me just say this. Intelligent people don't bet on sports. There are much wiser ways to spend your fucking money. The high IQ people would never place a.
Well, Roger, did you ever see they had a convention? It was supposed to be in like Maryland for a bunch of like world-renowned physicists, and they got it moved to Las Vegas due to like a hurricane or something. And they went to hurricane, and then they went to Vegas, and then the next day they put out a article in the news on the front page, and it says, "Physicists, please never come back," because they didn't spend any fucking money.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that I have a difficulty on with like throwing the shots at the ones I think are dumb is that a lot of them I don't think they're actually that dumb. I just think that they're either grifting, or I think that they've genuinely duped themselves into believing what they're saying.
Like high on their own supply.
Do you know if you had to say the IQ of Dr. Copeland?
That was the COVID dude, right?
Yeah, the COVID guy, the guy that would talk about COVID, but he's a chiropractor.
He told me once that a human fetus wasn't a human, and I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't in too many of the COVID rooms during that time. I think that's the only matter of fact. Thank you for bringing it up, because that was the only time I actually found Norm to be decent enough to be in a room with. That was crazy.
Well, listen, if you don't like Norm, that says more about you than it does.
Norm's
incredibly bright. That's fair.
He's
that's fair.
incredibly
Let's see what
bright.
he wants about me, but still, fucking hell.
You know what? He's incredibly bright and incredibly well-read and well-educated.
And he's a two-time.
I didn't say that he wasn't. I just said I don't fucking like the dude. That's all.
You don't have to like him, but we're talking about smart versus dumb. And he's an incredibly intelligent and well-educated person. One of the problems is also like some of the people that, what did we just have someone who said they were political scientists but didn't understand politics? You know, there's people you could tell they had formal education, or you could tell that they just really know a subject. Norm has both. He's formally educated, but he's in the weeds on subjects. Like, he's very bright.
Yeah, I think if Norm could learn to do two things, not eat while he's on Clubhouse and not speak out of turn, if he were to do those two things, he would be the perfect human.
he would be more welcome, for sure.
Do you guys know that I literally voted for him? I had my kid vote for him. I had my mom vote for him. Yeah, I voted for him.
Does it show up on the register, the voters? Like he got 3?
It doesn't officially count because he wasn't somebody that qualified. He didn't pay his filing fee and all that kind of jazz. But and by the way, I put in El Normo. I didn't put his Christian name. I guess I shouldn't call it a Christian name if I'm referring to a Jew. But yeah.
I've heard you say that, but I never really took it seriously. That's kind of funny.
No, I legit voted for Norm. And by the way,
He's my leading candidate going into 2020.
Jesus Christ, what a shit show.
He can kind of parlay on almost any subject, and he knows it.
Well,
I mean, that's the other thing.
You know what's cool about it too is that's the thing, Abby, is I have more fun talking to Norm about pop culture than I do talking about politics. You know, music, movies, shit like that. He's very he's so knowledgeable on so many subjects. It's pretty impressive.
Speaking of pop culture, not to derail, but I saw Superman and Fantastic Four, and I loved them. It was so nice not to be preached at, and I thought they were really well done.
Superman movie was preaching. Oh, maybe you didn't realize that Superman is like a pussy, and he can't actually like defend himself, and he has to like
pro-natalist. It was pro-baby.
Do you know the story behind Superman at all?
Yes.
What did you think of the new Superman?
Thought they chose well. I had no problem with the acting and the actors in either of the movies.
Who do you think should be the next James Bond?
Male.
Well,
have high standards for James Bond.
Well, hold on. You guys got to get this straight, right? If they want to make a spy thriller in that universe, they've talked about women, they've talked about black men. You could do that, and you could even call them 007 if you want, because that's a title. But James Bond is a white British male. Period. End of story. If you start fucking with that formula, you're not doing the right thing. I mean, but honestly, if they made a movie like when they were talking about Idris Elba, if they would have called him James Bond, I would have had a major problem with it. But if they would have called him Agent 007, I would have been fine. You just have to name him something different. It's all about the way that you frame that. And I'm okay. Probably be lame, but if they wanted to make a movie with a woman as 007, you can do that too. You just can't have James Bond be something other than the tradition.
I mean, if you were to say who I would cast for the next 007, if you're going non-British, I don't think Gabriel Macht would be like a bad choice. The dude who plays Harvey on Suits, Harvey Specter, I don't think he'd be a bad choice for him. And I think that maybe if you want to go with the other option, the European option, go with like Cillian Murphy or something.
No. Yeah. So great.
Murphy could do it. He pulled off Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, here's some. If you wanted to make a 007 film, and 007 is going to, you could create all kinds of new characteristics. They don't even have to drink, drinks that are shaken, not stirred. You could have you could have an Agent 007 that doesn't drink at all. You could switch that up, but you can't have a James Bond that doesn't drink. This is the rules that they should abide by. They won't do it because they don't fucking care. If they think they can make some money, they'll mix it up and do something. I will say, when Spider-Man became a Hispanic, that was a problem for me. And it's not that I don't like Hispanics. I eat Mexican food probably every other day. But no, Spider-Man is fucking Peter Parker, and that's not negotiable.
There is multiverse of different Spider-Mans.
Yeah, I don't like this multiverse crap either.
Oh,
this
really?
is like so then nothing fucking matters.
Well, that was the original complaint with Endgame.
Go. Yeah, exactly. Go look at Rippaverse. It's a whole new. It's a whole new comic book series. Like Esom is the first one that they released. The entire idea of Rippaverse is to cover the fact that comic book writing has gotten out of hand, where death doesn't mean anything. There's nothing of consequence, because then you can go, oh, well, that happened in that universe over there, so we can make anything happen. You should have consequence. If fucking Robin dies, he should stay dead. There shouldn't be another Robin.
I didn't mind somebody was pretty clear. I think there's one bringing back that was pretty fucking terrible. That we all just kind of we glanced over it for a second, then we were asking questions, then we kept glancing over it.
Why would anybody watch Fast and Furious? That's another problem.
See, I didn't have a problem with Miles Morales if they wouldn't have made him so cool. If he did the whole, I'm a young black man, and the oppression of blacks, and Hispanics, and the way they marginalize us, all that shit.
But what about the dude that was playing Falcon that they decided to fucking turn into Captain America, and then he gets interviewed and he said that he didn't think that that the character needed to represent America.
Yeah, that was bullshit. Because the idea of him becoming Captain America does exist within the comic book.
No, I get that. I'm saying when the actor said that, I'm telling you, if I was in Hollywood and there was a fucking blacklist, he would be on it. He would never act again. He would never be in any film ever. He would have to go make films in fucking communist China after that comic.
Oh, you know who you would actually enjoy from chillism in this conversation is Knowledge. He's a fucking huge MCU fan.
I'm a DC guy.
I'm okay with DC. I've just always been a Marvel guy for the movies.
Well, did you see the new, not X-Men, but the woman she plays Silver Surfer? So they changed that gender, and she serves Galactus, the destroyer of worlds.
DC's far superior. Galactus, Marvel. Fun fact about Superman, if you get the writers, the names are escaping me to brought their story, pitched their story, the 50s of course, to multiple publishers. They were laughed out the door because they said no one's going to believe a man can fly.
Moose, what do you think Superman was? Do you think Superman's a libertarian, a fiscal conservative, a liberal socialist? What do you think Superman's political and economic position is?
I don't know. He lived pretty frugally, I mean, as Clark Kent, he reported the news. Was Clark Kent reporting fake news to Jimmy Olsen? Lawrence Lane? What about more importantly, Lois Lane?
Well, you would know. You distribute fake news.
Dig deeper. He said, you know how to do this. Who created Superman? Who were the two guys that created him in what year?
I'm going to see if my knows.
Two teenagers, actually.
You might call them entrepreneurs.
I know they were both Jewish, right?
Yeah, they were
Holy
both
Christ.
in what year was it?
Jerry Siegel, Joe Shuster, pre-World War II, 1938.
And what was the whole point of Superman? What were they trying to say with Superman? Do you guys know the whole story with this?
I've heard he's like the savior of the world, and I've also heard that he's like Jesus incarnate and all that.
Jewish. They were looking.
Yeah, I know.
Mashiach now.
What was happening as the rise of anti-Semitism? Yeah, I mean it's pretty wild. We would never have thought that. But it was in the 30s.
What, you don't think Superman is a metaphor for the Messiah, Monica? How stupid can you be?
He's empowered by the sun, all that. He comes from a different planet. He comes down from the heavens to save the earth.
And he was fighting Nazis a lot in the comic books that they were writing.
And then Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, who else? Someone else fought. Was Bugs
Daffy Duck, but there's a famous cartoon of Daffy Duck dodging the draft guy with the nose. He's funny. Your kid has no idea what's going on because the draft guy is trying to deliver his Daffy Duck's draft goods, and he would say things like, "Is this trip really necessary?" Which no child had absolutely no meaning attached to it. But of course, during the war, resources were limited, so there were like dark times for responsible Americans to turn their lights off, drive limited. So you'd say, is this trip really necessary? He's dodging going to war, but every child is laughing because Daffy Duck is just doing crazy stuff. That's all.
I see it.
Well, maybe he saw the red arrow too.
I'm going to give you another parallel bit. So there's a Moses connection to this. Superman's, remember, is a baby sent away from a doomed world, and he's sent in a small vessel. He's adopted by a childless couple. There are parallels to this
Also Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is technically fighting the New Age liberal Nazis.
Come on, let me just stay with Superman for a second. Like, we're going with this. Look at the parallels on this. He had Samson's strength, right? I don't know, there's like all kinds of stuff written on it.
Yeah, it's definitely scriptural through these things. It's funny that Marvel gets all this credit for like the MCU, and it made a lot of money commercially, successful. But if we're going to talk about what the best superhero movies were, the Donner Superman movies, the 1 and 2, and I know Donner was unhappy with the second one, but those two, amazing. Christopher Nolan's Batman universe, the third film sucked, but the universe that he created, that's amazing. And then Watchmen is amazing. There's nothing that Marvel's done film-wise that has touched any of that stuff. Yes, they made a fucking shitload of money, and that's a measurement that I don't completely discount. But if we're just talking about what the best movies are, the three best universes that they've created on film have all been DC.
Don't forget.
Why isn't the fact that it makes so much money indicate that maybe most of the general public may have a different opinion than yours?
This is true that the general public can do that, but the general public doesn't decide what is good. The general public determines what is popular. This is why if Britney Spears sells a bunch of records, we don't say that that Britney Spears is a better singer than, let's say, Aretha Franklin.
Yeah, but you know what? People have different opinions of these things, and you always sometimes think that your opinion is the absolute God's own truth.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I'm not like that. I actually think I look at markets, and so I actually say, you know what? In the eyes of most people, this is better. Doesn't matter what I think. We have a very different view of that.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so Gone with the Wind was the big money maker back in the day, right? And if you adjust for inflation, it's still a big money maker, right? You agree with that?
I was having done numbers to adjust to inflation, so I don't know if that's right.
Yeah, okay. And if it's wrong, there might be 1 or 2 films that have passed it up since, what year was that? 39, something like that.
Most things you have to adjust for population.
Listen, they did so well comparing to, I don't even want to get into it. That was the commercial hit. No fucking critic on the planet is going to say that Gone with the Wind is a better film than Citizen Kane. You can say that it was a commercially more successful, and that is true. But commercial success and better art, they're not the fucking same thing. And I think that's crazy that people assume that.
I guess you can look at it like that's why Harvey Weinstein won all those Academy Awards with these artsy films that didn't necessarily do that well at the box office, but somehow they won Oscars. Whatever. Everyone's got different.
Can't Britney Spears or Otis Redding or E.B. King better artists?
Well, no, okay. We can probably all agree that Britney Spears is not a great singer. I'm going to defend her on a couple of things here, okay?
She has some good dancers.
Besides that, okay? Do you know? I think most people would actually say, and I would say that Celine Dion is a better singer than Britney Spears. But guess what? Britney Spears has vastly more top 20 hits than Celine Dion, okay? And when they pitched her residency, her guy pitched her residency that she had in Vegas, the pitch for Britney was that she's got a catalog. She had over 20 top 40 hits. And that's not nothing. Even if she couldn't necessarily
successful one, you don't need to have a ballot. All you have to do is count the tickets that were sold, and then you just go and present the award.
Even with that, though, because when they do the vote, not everybody votes for the same thing. So let me ask you this question, Roger. Stick with the stickers about Britney Spears. I don't even necessarily have an opinion on tonight, in short. Okay, who's a better singer, Celine Dion or Barbra Streisand at their prime? Obviously, there's some major difference.
Oh my God, that's like the question of the century.
Wait, I don't know why it is.
At their prime.
Hold on, that's not a hard one at all. Barbra Streisand wins all day. I can't even believe somebody's asked that question. Like, honestly, if somebody gave me tickets to a Celine Dion concert in her prime, I would immediately sell them.
Her show was great, by the way. The residency thing was great. But Streisand in her prime had the voice.
Of course. And Aretha Franklin's 10 times Streisand. What are we talking about?
Okay, and now this is coming from a place of more detailed knowledge than most people are going to have because I was involved with it. So, but just to prove a point that, like, people's opinions, okay? David Foster, obviously, has worked with Streisand, worked with Celine. People think people know who he is. He had his own show at Mandalay Bay some years ago, 10 years ago. Did a couple of things.
I just saw him last year.
Oh, okay. No, I know that he's doing the small thing. He had a much bigger show at Mandalay. He brought all this stars, right?
Can you give me I've never heard of it. What is he, a singer?
No, he's a producer and composer.
Like Neil Diamond kind of thing?
No. He's written. He's
right, Neil Diamond was great. Prolific.
He produced all these stars, but he also wrote like a lot of famous songs.
Yeah, most of them. I don't think
that's what I was asking. Singer, producer. Okay, so I just want to context.
He's a producer, composer. Okay, mostly. He doesn't. He sings, but he's not a great singer. Okay, anyway, his wife actually is his wife's Catherine. Okay, but David Foster got up and Mandalay Bay. No one's gonna know his name except for that I booked Journey to Macau, so I told you this. Okay, and this singer, her name is Lara Fabian. She's considered like the Celine Dion of Europe. Okay, most Americans have no idea who she is, though she sold out Carnegie Hall. He introduces her and he says, "Of all the great voices I've worked with," he mentioned Celine, he mentioned Barbra Streisand. He says, "Lara Fabian is the top of the heap." That's his opinion, and some other people's opinion. You can't possibly opine on that. You don't even know who she is. So it's like, this is why this thing about like opinions being absolute, I just don't accept, you know? And he might be right.
I hear you there, I'm going to say real quick, I hear you there, Ken. Mojo's extreme activity is what, my taste is the art. I speak for all art or music or whatever. Sure, it's one extreme, but...
Wait, hold on. Let me just say this. Of course my opinion's the most important. To me, of course, I'll say this. My favorite movie is the best movie to me. And I will argue these things till the day I die. But then there's some things that are just objectively true. Like, The Godfather is better than the John Travolta Gotti, right? I think we can agree on some of those things. Some of these things are easy to build a consensus around. Some things are a little more difficult. All my point is that there is a difference, and it sounds like we all agree now, that there's a difference between quality of art and the commercial success of the art.
I push back on Ken saying the success of the box office automatically equates and correlates to genius or absolute talented or gifted, which is not what people's think, right? What is the famous expression? You can't account for people's taste.
I think for superhero movies, though, the box office matters more than comparing, Citizen Kane to Gone with the Wind. I think it's a different type of comparison.
Wait, hold on. In a superhero movie, in an era where the only movies that are released in theaters have IP that already exists, and you have huge budgets, huge stars, you're putting all kinds of money behind the marketing. Can you imagine what would happen if you put the money behind the marketing of some other films? You're not going to Best Picture. If you go look on IMDb, it's one of the highest ranked films of all fucking time. I actually don't like it as much as everybody else does, but I can recognize that this is something that commercially was a fucking disaster before it hit video. Right? Before it hit the secondary market. In the theater, Shawshank Redemption was dead on arrival, fucking did horribly. That's not an indication of whether the film was good or not.
Right, like one thing with Congressman, I don't think it was a box office smash, especially when you hear the competition when that came out. I think it was around the same time as Rocky. There was Cuckoo's Nest was late 60s or early 70s?
70s.
Yeah.
You mean the
anyway,
one?
Exactly, masterpiece. Nurse Ratched, I think she won Best Supporting. Masterpiece. As far especially
75.
75.
Cloris Leachman, you're talking about?
It was Cloris Leachman.
No, it's Louise Fletcher,
Louise Fletcher, thank you. But I think 75 was Jaws, and that was like the epitome of a box office smash.
Rocky was the stunner. Did that one.
Rocky was the underdog.
Really, and when you now talk about how they filmed that and what little budget they had, and he went running that famous scene where he's running through the Italian market, like they didn't script that. He went running through that was all natural reactions, and the people that were there, like, who is this guy and why is he running here? That was great.
Hey, I want to read this to Moose because I didn't know this, but you brought it up. So, Cuckoo's Nest had a budget of $3 million. The domestic gross was 109. The worldwide gross was 163. It's one of the most profitable films in the 70s with a return of 50x its budget. And it was the second highest grossing film in 75 behind Jaws.
No kidding. Wow, I stand corrected. Well, I mean, it's safe to say that's a unicorn. For a character-driven film to be no special effects, that's incredible. I did not know that. Wow, I thought it was
What do you mean there were special effects when that Native American busted through the wall and they escaped?
I saw it on off-Broadway news.
Do you know the actors?
Danny DeVito.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. There were a lot of famous people that I didn't know who they were, but they ultimately was like at the beginning of a lot of careers. It was definitely off Broadway.
What do you think about the predictive programming of Avengers: Infinity War and Thanos and Dr. Fauci and the plague?
I don't think I want to have a discussion of anything of the kind.
I mean, isn't there, some Jewish influence in Infinity Wars with the Gauntlet and the Infinity Stones? Isn't that like the Kabbalah and the Sephiroth?
I just saw that.
Everything you need to consider with the Donner Superman and the later it came with Marvel, because of just like where we were on calendars, different time periods. Marvel was a pretty dead company, but at the time when the Donner Supermans came out, there's a whole story behind how Marvel got revived. So Marvel wasn't even in a position to do anything of that caliber when the Donner Supermans came out.
That's fine. I'm just talking about which were better movies. The Donner Superman it's a better movie than anything the Marvel has done. If you want to talk
issues in this country is covered in X-Men. The Professor Xavier character, that is supposed to be the Malcolm X character, and Magneto is Malcolm X. And the whole mutant thing is a metaphor for Black America. And so you have these two different ways, these two different approaches. One is saying, hey, we need to work with these humans, right? And the other was saying, no, we need to fucking fight these humans. And so, like, X-Men runs really deep if you actually go and read the comic books. The films have never really done this in a good way. This is going to sound crazy, but I think the perfect person to do an X-Men film is Spike Lee.
I know I'm going to catch a lot of flack for this. I fucking hate Batman.
You can hate Batman, but the villains are the best villains in any comic books.
No, I agree with that.
The best villain period across any comic book.
I hate the idea. I guess because I'm too much of a literalist. Like, I'm just like thinking about this shit. Like, he's a regular fucking dude in a suit. Like, if Bane punched him one time, he would be dead. Like,
But Bane did fight him. Bane broke his back. And this is my grievance with comic books and the multiverse and all this bullshit. Is that once his back was broken by Bane, he should have always walked with a cane, or they should have explained that, yes, now I have a bad back. I hate the fact that you can die in a fucking comic book, and then they just snap the fucking fingers and boom, we're in a different universe. It's terrible, terrible storytelling.
I'm just saying, like, if they punched him, like, people body his fucking turn organs. Like, that's the only problem I have. Like, he gets thrown off a 30-story building and he slams into the ground and gets up and he crawls back to his feet. You know, like, it's just, sorry.
There's my favorite Superman comic book is when Superman goes to this underground wrestling spot in Oakland called Hood Slam. Hood Slam's like a real thing. If you guys are ever in Oakland, it's the craziest thing. Like, the champion was named Drugged Bunny. He just dressed up like a bunny and he would come out with a bunch of powder and he would just like get all like coked up, and the characters were fucking crazy. They'd have people like dressed up as like Street Fighter characters. It's the best experience in terms of performance art that I've ever seen, and it got noticed by the comic book writers in DC, and they had Superman go and face off in Hood Slam.
Right, are you aware also, by the way, with Spider-Man, I don't recall all of it anymore, but there's been like litigation or whatever you want to call it between Sony and Marvel for years over who has the rights to produce and distribute Spider-Man movies, and even getting the first Spider-Man movie out was difficult because of that issue. So, I mean, sometimes what you might see on the screen, particularly with Spider-Man, might be compromised by, those types of issues. I mean, and it happens with James Bond too, because of it used to happen with James Bond because of the Broccoli family and MGM. That's been cleaned up just recently. But for most of our lives, I mean, other things go on too.
Well, who's going to get the rights to the Clubhouse movie?
John Kitover.
Whoever owns the content, you're the only one that has a repository of this, besides Clubhouse.
John, can we just get a real boy noise?
Yeah, Rabbono Shalom. Many people don't know what that means, but in Hebrew that means master of the universe, and it's extremely useful to repeat that saying, Rabbono Shalom.
Roger, you'll love this.
Wait, hold on. Before you do, can we just address the autism that appeared in the chat, where Eric Nallis said Superman wasn't part of any political party?
John, would you mind breaking down Skeletor, Roger? It's for the team. You probably enjoy it because I know you're fanatic.
Yeah, so that movie Skeletor, He-Man Masters of the Universe, that's all about Skeletor is, this wizard who takes Grayskull, opens up a portal to the universe, and becomes God. He literally becomes God, and everybody's like, oh shit, Skeletor became God. But Skeletor had an anger management problem, and he couldn't let it go. And even though he was God and he already won, he couldn't let it go, and so he fucked it all up.
That was the worst take you've ever given on.
No, but it's true. Just watch that movie, you'll realize Skeletor wins, but he's still unhappy. He's still angry, and thus it destroys him in the end.
What's the chick that always guides him around? This chick.
Fuck, what was that girl's name? Evelyn. No, Evelyn, like evil. Her name was Evelyn, basically.
What's your take on her?
She was his concubine or lover, but it was kind of funny when he takes Grayskull. She says, "Grayskull is finally ours," and he goes, "No, mine." I mean, technically, that movie is not about He-Man. It's actually all about Skeletor.
What's the underlying message?
It's about self-actualization or personal development. Skeletor, again, he suffered from anger management problems. He was a road rager. He uncovered the secrets of the universe, but he was still angry.
Ken, I was just looking up. David Foster's married to Catherine McPhee. Yeah. 35-year age gap? Yeah, he's been married many times, as you know, right? I'm just looking at Catherine McPhee is like a smoke show. This is wild. Yeah, a friend of mine, here's a story. A friend of mine who used to do weddings, he's in the event production, doesn't do weddings anymore, just as corporate events. He actually he was in charge of the music and everything for Catherine McPhee's first wedding to her, before David Foster. But they were already friends because they had known each other through American Idol or something. She won one of those talent shows, or she was on one of those talent shows. So David Foster got invited to the wedding. Okay? And so David Foster, got up, and even though he wasn't engaged to play there, right? My friend had his own piano player, but for David Foster, you step aside if David wants to do something. Because David's got 20 Grammys or something. So David Foster's playing the song or doing the song, and a lot of people don't know who he is. I will admit that, okay? Because he's not a singer, right? He's better, actually, interestingly enough, he's better known in Japan because the Japanese actually read the liner notes of CDs. That's a whole different issue. But so David Foster's doing the song, and one of the attendees who doesn't know who he is, but is impressed with his musical abilities, actually goes up to him and says, you should think about doing this as a career. But yeah, no, I know. Yeah. They've known each other a long time, but now they are married. They have a kid. By the way, the kid, there's a kid's I saw the kid when he was maybe he was only 3, maybe he was 6, I don't know. But he was a tot, and he was playing the drums. And God, he's good. Okay, just runs in the family.
So Roger, there's this requesting audience, or
Yeah, bring him up. I tried bringing him up, but yeah, I don't know how to get down. We have water in here. Water is
Superman Batman? Yeah, title of the room. I was like, I heard you speak in other rooms, and like you're like in that bottom third of dumb people, and so I just want to hear you.
Why don't you elaborate on the label you're trying to label me for?
Stupid. I said dumb people. You're one of the dummies. You're one of the low IQs. One of the midwits.
But yet you're eager to hear my take. Make that make sense.
I'm easily amused. Please continue.
Your math isn't mathing, my friend.
Okay. Is that the best you got?
Well, I just saw Superman. It felt kind of rushed. Full discretion, but yeah, no spoilers. Yeah, it felt very rushed. Did anybody else see it?
I haven't seen it, but Roger, I'll put in my 2 cents. It's actually going to keep back to Miller when he continues to tell. I'll argue that Batman could have been a Republican, not just because Bruce Wayne was a billionaire, but the whole reason Batman was created, as interesting as we know from the comic books, Dark Knight, because his parents were killed. So he's a veteran when he's a young boy, so he dedicates his life to avenging their deaths and giving justice. And what president, fun fact, wrongly went into Iraq because Saddam Hussein put a hit on George Bush Sr. Now he never succeeded. But, it's a lot of similarities.
Interesting. Here's what I will say about Batman. As much as I like the villains in Batman, I do think that he's the biggest underachiever. I mean, he's got a billionaire. He's got all the toys at his disposal. Yet he can't even control the crime in Gotham. It's fucking crazy. You have other superheroes, like for example in Marvel, and again, I'm not a big fan of the Marvel movies, but if you look at Iron Man, that's overachieving. They're essentially the same guy. One's got the bat suit, the other's got the Iron Man suit. They're billionaires. They got all the toys. They got all the shit. But the scope of what Iron Man is able to do is so much. If Iron Man went to Gotham, he'd clean that shit up in a fucking second. Batman fucking struggled to deal with underboss criminals like fucking the Penguin.
I think one thing all superheroes have in common with Marvel or DC, including Wonder Woman, we have male and female superheroes, but none of them really got any action. None of them really got laid. Batman was always getting hit on left and right. But Catwoman, Batgirl, usually the villains, the femme fatales, all loved Batman, but he always turned him down.
Do you guys ever see the film adaptation of Watchmen?
The film adaptation of Watchmen, the movie?
Yeah, like 4 hours. That's not 4 hours. It's almost 3 hours. It's very good. The only thing they really changed was at the end in the graphic novel. It's an octopus, and they didn't know how they'd be able to film that with the budget they had, so they ended up saying that it was a nuclear exchange that they were worried about, and so I think it actually plays pretty well. But the love scene set to Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah, best love scene in any superhero movie outside of Howard the Duck.
Yeah, The Watchmen was an instant classic. That was well done as an adaptation.
And Dr. Jordan in the background, in the back channel, passively, the scientist is still on the stage. If you guys remember, the scientist was the pretty girl. She wasn't very bright, but I guess I'm going to tell him that she is Jinx.
Not the one who was in the situation where multiple times.
Right. I don't think she absorbed a lot of the information that we shared. She just didn't seem to sink in. I think the only thing that woman absorbs is penis. ounce energy drink of Rev Up.
So 100 milligrams of caffeine?
No, that's what I normally do. I normally start my day with a Black Rifle coffee that's working. But this one's a 32 ounce. It's called Rev Up. Its flavor was blue raspberry.
You couldn't feel anything.
No, it didn't hit me, but it's like it's steady state. It's like I didn't get like the highs that I would normally get, but now like this is hours later, and I'm just like I'm not going away anytime soon. Yeah, that makes sense. It all makes sense now. Got me all wound up. American Party, are you a caffeine junkie?
Yeah, I have an espresso machine, and to get 6 or 8 of those little pods, it's now about $15. But I love my Nespresso maker. It's one of the best kitchen appliances or items I've bought. I love coffee, and having an immediate Nespresso available is fantastic.
So I don't do fancy, but I've got a Keurig, and I buy this inexpensive local thing called Seattle's Best, and I can get 60 of these little Keurig. It's not the best coffee, I'll be honest. It's a medium roast breakfast blend, and but for 60 of these things, I only pay $10.99.
Well, I don't know if you read the news about Starbucks, but they're really de-escalating their stores, and they're removing even a lot of the in-app purchase abilities in stores because they found it's not as a pleasant experience for the customer. There's no human interaction as opposed to just making people into robots. So Starbucks and their new CEO is supposedly revamping the experience, not only in the store but in the app as well.
Yeah, the previous CEO didn't do any favors.
I had stopped going to Starbucks when they stopped carrying the chocolate-covered espresso beans. As soon as that was unavailable, I checked out.
I'm not a big fan of those Ryan Reynolds movies where he plays Deadpool. I mean, I like the movies, but the the way he talks, the wittiness, the comedy, the snide little remarks, it's like, let me just see an action movie. I know it's like action plus comedy, but I don't know. To me, like, watching him in one movie is enough, and then the continuation of that type of personality, it's like, I have no desire whatsoever to give money or time to a movie theater really for the rest of my life, unless perhaps I have a wife and a child who I need to pacify with stupidity to waste their time so I can get some peace and quiet. I mean, that's the only reason I could possibly see wanting to go into a movie theater to watch more regurgitated shit over and over again. There's nothing new underneath the movie theater, dome. And, it's alpha brainwave state. It's the same thing opening up Gmail, Netflix, Hulu, even this app. You get an immediate dopamine response. It puts you into a slumber and a brainwave state, and it's basically hypnosis.
To build on that, John, it is kind of wow when you open up Netflix and all these apps and shit, you look through, you're like, I've seen all this stuff you think here. And then you start looking at it, you're like, these are like an hour and a half long, and I've seen probably 30,000 movies on this one. And I'm like, how much time have we wasted? I mean, granted, it's entertainment, but a lot of the shit that we watch is dumb. And I also, that's my biggest pushback on the DC shit is same fucking shit with the characters. It's like, oh, Superman fights a bad guy and he wins. That's different.
The only Ryan Reynolds movie that I've watched more than once is one that he has a small role in, and it's Adventureland. It's becoming one of my favorite films.
Notebook.
Dude,
I love that movie.
you would.
I'm a Hogel fanatic.
You got the first part right.
Bro, I was the only kid in middle school or high school when I was a kid. I loved it. I'm like, kids.
I saw them filming that movie in Charleston when I was in college, and I don't know why you think it's such a great movie. Like it's again, I would never want to spend time watching these movies again. To me, actually being on Clown House, recording my ugly bald head on YouTube, is like me doing what they do and me not wasting my time, even though I know it's a waste of time. I'm just saying that movies, if you calculate the total number of hours that you have spent consuming movies and that opportunity cost lost, it's unbelievable how much time. It's unquantifiable what could have been achieved if it wasn't for the mass hypnosis and commercialization of pictures.
Yeah, but it's art, and I would recommend, and this is probably what I'll do for the rest of my life, is I don't want to watch any more than maybe 5 movies a year, new movies, but I want to go back and watch the classics that I might have missed, which there's not a lot of them, because I'm pretty big into film, and there's a lot of shit that I've seen. When it comes to the AFI Top 100, there's like 4 or 5 left that I haven't seen. Eventually I'll get around to that. Some of the Kurosawa films are things that I'll probably visit at some point, because people, say that you gotta watch them. So I'll go check them out. But there's movies that I watch over and over again. Like every year I'll go to the theater and I'll say It's a Wonderful Life. There's just different times of the year when I'm watching movies. My very favorite film of all time is Night of the Hunter with Robert Mitchum. I think that's one of the best movies ever made. Tom Browning's Freaks.
Wait, I gotta ask you a question about that movie. When that old lady shoots at him and he runs off hooting and hollering, is he just being like crazy, and funny? Like he's demented. He's so demented. It's like, I don't know. It's a terrifying and strange movie.
Yeah, I think it's must watch. And Robert Mitchum's Cape Fear. If anybody's ever seen Scorsese's directed Cape Fear with De Niro and Nick Nolte, if you thought that was good at all, you should go see the original Cape Fear with Robert Mitchum. It's Gregory Peck, I think. Much better film. Robert Mitchum plays crazy better than anybody's ever played crazy.
I don't know. Do you ever dislike the fact that everything you've watched is just a clone of a former version of it, and the original does seem to be, better, or if not as good as the new one, like Cape Fear, for example? Do you ever think how could this be that there's nothing new or original? I mean, it's business. It's a business formula. It's obvious that you just want to copy what's already been successful because you got historical data and you can, this is a good bet. So
there are some exceptions to that, though, right? Like Wizard of Oz has been adapted a bunch of times. A lot of people think that the 1939 Judy Garland version of Wizard of Oz is the first one to ever make it to film. It's not. And so, but that was far superior to the earlier ones. So I do think that Batman's another one that I would say, Christopher Nolan's interpretation of Batman is better than what, let's say Tim Burton did, in my opinion. But no, I take the point. I will say this: people hate when I say it. You guys are going to hate when I say it, but I think that the movie is usually better than the book. I know people like to say that the book is always better than the movie, but if you've ever read Mario Puzo and then you've watched The Godfather, or if you were to have read Wise Guy by Nicholas Pileggi and then watch Goodfellas, specifically in the gangster genre, the books, they're boring. They're boring books, but the and they make these great films.
Really, I like Puzo's Godfather. I thought that book was a lot of fun, because it really gave you a deeper insight into mafia or the extent of the power of the Godfather. I thought it was a fun book.
I think the only value that I really took out of it was the character that they build up, that they don't build up properly in the films, which is Al Beery. I think that he's probably the most underappreciated character from any of the films, and he was consistently fucking loyal. He was a good, anyways, Al Beery.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think, you're born penniless and you die penniless. So with regards to human behavior and the advent of the picture business, humans have been obsessed with recording themselves and publishing their pictures, their videos, their creativity. So what I'm trying to say is the economy, careers, business, life in general, as they like to say here on Clownhouse, at the end of the day, everybody's literally just an actor. And it's a question of, if every man and every woman is a star, it's a question of your picture business in a way. I'm just trying to say that humans seem to be obsessed with creating videos and watching videos.
This is true, but here's something that I've given thought to. I'd love to get your guys' opinion. Is you said that people are essentially actors. I think the people that go through life where it's kind of scripted for them, whether they live in a family where they're forced to go to church and then they go to work for doing a job they don't like to do. I think those type of people are actors, and then there's that smaller group of people that actually are authoring the activities that happen in their life, and they're proactively writing the script of their life and directing it. And so my advice to people would be the writer and director of your life and not the actor that's just reciting lines.
Well, I just want to add one more thought, is that technically prior to the internet and databases and digital storage, movies and pictures, people, because all those things are now digitized now, everybody in the 20s, 30s, and 40s technically uploaded themselves to the internet in the 20s and 30s, without knowing that there would be this internet. So I'm just saying that storage of memories or memory storage through pictures and videos, it seems like that's what's lasting. And the fact that we are now rehashing or redescribing all of our memories and all the movies we've ever seen in our critique of it, it does seem that pictures and movies are always going to be the thing for human behavior, activity, and consumption.
It's because stories tell, but videos sell. Do you think it's possible? I like that saying. I'm gonna write that one down. True. Do you think it's possible though that the future conversations down the road on social audio, when people gather in the future to talk about things, that reparations will be discussed for people's likenesses that had been exposed and exploited, and that you have a whole new generation that are fighting for reparations because of the exploitation and the unpaid labor of actors that that didn't get to profit properly from these moving pictures. I think it's possible that reparations will cover some of these stars that didn't get paid for the fame that they're going to achieve in the future. Specifically, people like Orson Welles. As long as people continue to say that Citizen Kane is the best movie, which is not, it's not even his best movie. Touch of Evil is, but yeah, I think there's a reparations conversation coming for these actors.
Oh, okay, though. Orson Welles doing War of the Worlds.
Yeah, he's a fat guy reading to a dumb public,
It was amazing. happened that they didn't announce anything before or after, and they created actual panic just by his voice telling them that reading this actual comic book for the world.
But that was unintentional. I think what we lived through in 2020 and beyond, where it was intentional.
That was
the intentional panic. I mean, the pandemic was really War of the Worlds, but with intentionality.
I didn't look at it that way, but well spoken.
Let me ask one more theory. Do you think America's decline or economic output or industrial productivity declined as a result of like an increase in a media creation and consumption curve? Because our mass distribution and our greatest export really has to be probably considered Hollywood, the movies and the music, and that influence and huge revenue driver for Los Angeles, Hollywood, New York City, etc. What I'm trying to say is now that everybody has a cell phone to create their own movies and consume their own creations or consume all the shit that gets pushed onto you by the algorithms, what I'm saying is America will never, ever come back to a state of manufacturing, expansion again, because the desire to consume digital information is so powerful that distraction requires everybody to be constantly looking at their cell phone. No one will ever start making shit in this country again because the addiction to cell phone usage is that strong.
It is very strong. We have a robotics revolution coming in less than 3 to 5 years. So that is going to be a wave that will make us more productive, but maybe not more employment for sure. So there's a huge sea change coming there that people really are going to have to digest. And we'll see about production. I think you guys are mentioning some really interesting shit. I'll show you a dumb theory that I came up with. You guys probably know I'm a wrestling fan. And I was thinking about the decline of Western civilization, and more specifically the U.S. After the fall of the Soviet Union, right? Between World War II and the collapse of the Soviet Union, there became this era where there was no competition. There was no other superpower. And if you go and look at pro wrestling, the best times to watch pro wrestling was when there was competing interests. For example, in the 70s, they had a territory system, and they weren't necessarily competing, but they all had their own products, and it was thriving locally. There was massive matches going on all the time. And, like in some markets, like in Dallas, Texas, they were doing wrestling every day, and then the big show was on a Friday night. And if you go into the 90s, which was the last big boom era of pro wrestling, WCW, owned by Ted Turner at the time, had put a lot of money into it. And they, for 83 weeks in a row, they beat WWE in the ratings. 83 weeks in a row, they were the winner. WWE was on the ropes. And then what happened was after getting their ass kicked for 83 weeks in a row, that competition fueled them. And that's when they came out of that 83-week slump with people like The Rock and Stone Cold and the whole Attitude Era. And it became the biggest boom era that WWE ever seen. Bigger than when Hulk Hogan was there. And so the money that they made, Stone Cold Steve Austin 316 shirts, that merchandise, it sold more than all the other stars combined. No, like Rock, Hogan, all those guys combined don't touch the money that was made by Stone Cold. And so I think the decline of Western civilization is the fact that we don't have a true competitor. And so we make these things up like, oh, well, we're competing with China. China doesn't have they're building a navy, but those ships can't even fucking cross the ocean. I think that what we need is a real competitor, and I'm hoping it's not China, because big population, and they've got a lot of good engineers and whatnot. I'm hoping that India can have the aspirations to say, we're going to be the country that's going to push us into the next century. And that might be the spark that we need to get competitive again. I think the lack of real competition, like having somebody that truly is an equal to us in some way, shape, or form would motivate. The Soviets, that whole space race shit, that was fucking great for everybody involved. It made us innovative. We need, I think, I'm hoping it goes down is that China, India, a few other countries make some advancements in AI that freak us out, and that we fucking just turn it into like, this is our fucking mission. This is our ride or die. We must fucking win at all costs, and then we win the AI race. And then when we do that, then boom, land of milk and honey again.
Would be nice. I mean, in drone and in solar, China's ahead. We're not doing the right things to put us in the position that you're hoping for, but we'll see.
See, now this, you may call this philosophical, but I do believe that the now is all important. And so if you think that there's this moment in the future of winning something called the AI race, it's still in the now. And so what I'm saying is that there's a 99.9% chance that the status quo right now is going to be the status quo in what we call the theoretical future. It's my opinion.
But is the now like actually now? Because if it's actually now, then it's a few seconds.
There's only, literally, if there's no past, there's no future, there's no now.
I think there should be a spectrum of now. Like maybe like a range from 5 minutes ago to 5 minutes in the future. I think we could define that as now. I think that would be a better definition of now.
The point is, when you search the experience of what now means, it really means that the real can only be now. Therefore, you are living in a compression of the past and the future. And that's why I say the status quo in the future will probably be what it is right now.
I'm gonna kind of agree. The whole 5 minute past, 5 minute future, a little bit of time. You're actually alleviating the quality of time and everything you're saying. Your quality of time may be negated, but there are moments in time that are suspended in our memory. It's just those moments that can be forever and always. It can be something we don't think about again. I think you're maybe discounting that aspect.
Plato said everything between birth and death is now. Actually, I just made that up.
I think that should be the new move. Every room, try to like make up a quote of your own and attribute it to somebody and see if anybody can call you out on it. Just once a day, just absolutely.
People already do that all day. No, me, no, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not. So it's kind of like concrete and Ike, rather.
I don't know. The real quotes are pretty crazy. Like, Ben Franklin, beer makes everybody happy.
Moose, I have that Socrates quote tattooed on my left arm. It says, "I am the wisest man alive, for I know one thing, and that is that I know nothing."
That is the correct.
However, you got to realize
You asked if somebody could know nothing.
in that statement,
Water probably does that pretty
in that statement, Socrates says, "I know the no thing, which is the nothing." So, what is the nothing? That is technically God.
Hey Roger, have you ever asked Water about this PTR? What it means? How we can explain what it means?
No, I don't ask him any questions. All I know is like he'd show up in my rooms with like people like Patty and other lefty retards. He's like in there and he's like there's people in this room that we just tolerate because they've been around for a while. That's the way they put up with him. Like I just sit in the audience and I'm like, oh, he's their group.
So wait, PFC Ekron, why are you standing like that with your left arm jutted out? And why is there a black strip over your eyes that says Afrikaans Nazi? Like, can you explain this incredibly stupid PTR of you? I assume that's not actually you. That you wouldn't be that
It's a
stupid.
guy from the Oklahoma National Guard who immigrated to the United States from South Africa.
And he joined the army or the National Guard. I mean, so wait, Water, explain yourself.
John.
Water, why don't you just give us a quick little brief bio about yourself? Or not. Never mind. Thank you very little. Please proceed.
Well, I guess if he's asleep, Roger, you should probably move him down to the audience.
Let's charge my phone.
Well, wisdom comes from above. So, I mean, go ahead, give us a little bit of a bio about yourself, Dr. Water.
What's going on? We want to know what your PTR, why you say.
No, we don't want to know. No, we don't want to know. That's not what we want to know. Hold on. If we're going to get Water, if we're going to get Water to contribute in any way, I just want to know, Water. Like, did you vote for Kamala Harris? Why?
No, I did not. I don't subscribe.
Who'd you vote for?
I don't subscribe for the past two elections.
What do you mean you don't subscribe?
It's not a Twitter account or something you subscribe to, Dr. Water.
That's what it feels like, to be honest. The Electoral College, I mean,
Water, do you live in West Virginia?
Yeah, I do.
And is anybody in your immediate family fuck their sister?
No, not to my knowledge.
Water, if we were to make you king of America or king of the world, what would you do for we the people? Thank you, Dr. Water.
I would abolish the crown altogether. I would represent 51% of the population, which are women, in our administration, in Congress and Senate, the House of Representatives. I would do a lot of basic need shit. I would give us our universal basic income. And when I say I mean I would usher in the inevitable. Automation all the fucking way.
Noting the United States government currently is spending $7 trillion, which is $3.5 trillion in taxes. Sure, I think the how the world pay for that.
Oh, it's simple. Just like you said, where's all that fucking money going? All you have to do is manage those funds correctly, and we'll be able to budget it in easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
And the federal government sticks money. The biggest expenditure is social welfare program. It is Social Security, it is disability insurance, it is Medicare. And it shoots up $2.5 to $2.75 trillion. The second expenditure of the federal budget is interest on our $37 trillion debt. The third line item in our budget is unmilitary, which is anywhere from $750 to $950 billion a year. The fourth expenditure is everything else. That's Pell Grants, that's farm subsidies, that's supplemental
Federal Nutrition Assistance Program. That's everything else. So we already currently spend.
Are you including APAC?
Wait till the
Okay.
If we currently spend. Marshall, pause. Sometimes the retards bring up something that we should consider. He said, "What about APAC?" So, Water, go ahead. Hold on, Water. Make your point. What's your grievance with APAC?
No, I don't have any grievance with what Marshall's listing unless.
No, we're not talking about what Marshall just said. No,
it's all related. I just want to know why he's excluding APAC in the government assistance programs.
Hold on. No, hold on. We're gonna organize this conversation a little bit. Water, what is your position about APAC? You like them? You hate them? Are you different to them? Talk to us.
Oh, it's fine as long as they don't cut the American benefits. I believe that the American benefits should come first before anything. So if we're going to cut anybody's benefits, APAC should be cut first and foremost, should we not? Wait, lay off. Okay.
Hold on, Marshall. Hold on. You've got a thread to tell. So, Water, I just want to take this bit by bit. What made you, when Marshall was listing all of these expenditures, what caused you to think about a lobbying group? Like, what was it that made you mention that?
Well, he's going to bitch and moan about everything. Might as well include APAC, right?
Right.
Wow.
So what is your grievance with APAC?
I'm not. He's the one bitching and moaning. I'm just saying he should be fair.
I'm going to bet the federal government. Stop, Marshall. Hold on. We're going to get you. Water. So he listed all these expenditures, and then you, like a retard with Tourette's, just shouted out, "What about APAC?" And I'm just curious. What inspired you to
AK, otherwise known as the Roger
because we're cutting domestic aid. We're cutting our own, birthright social services. And if we're going to go one step further, I think now is the time more than ever to consider owning our money, just like West Africa is doing by cutting the billable for.
Okay, so pretend I've never heard of APAC, and pretend, you know what, some of the people in the audience maybe never heard of it. So in your opinion, what is APAC and what do they do?
It's foreign aid to Israel. It's basically creating social services for Israel, which is completely fine. I have no issue supporting any nation that is asking for help, as long as they don't commit genocide and war crimes around the rest of the world. I'm completely fine if they're a good neighbor.
Interesting. So my question then would be: so Marshall's going to Medicare, Social Security, interest on the debt, military spending, and then you then say, "What about APAC?" And now what we're learning.
First, I said before that was the budget.
Hold on. And then I asked you, okay, well, what is APAC? And so this thing, when we're talking about the holistic budget, the thing that you zeroed in on was a lobbying group called APAC. And so then I asked you, I think a fair question, hey, what's APAC? What are they all about? And then your response was, oh, it's a lobbying group. Protects the interests of Israel, which, by the way, that's not what it is. In fact, it's not a foreign lobbying group at all. It's an American lobbying group. And so my question is, why did you mention that? Is it because it's Jews? Does that have anything to do with why you mentioned it?
No, it has everything to do with our social
because you also mentioned genocide, which isn't true in the same sentence. Yeah, so what? You mentioned genocide.
Did you see Superman? I'm not the only one talking about it.
So, look, some of these people are fucking retarded. It's good that we get them to talk out loud every
He also said that
What's the weirdest thing to me is we don't even fund APAC. The United States government doesn't give any money.
Well, he called it social services, which technically is not, totally inaccurate.
No, it's utterly completely inaccurate. The United States government does not give any money and a line item.
Dude, we're talking about Israel here. They are the lobbyist organization on behalf of American Jewry for Israel. He's an idiot, but we reverse engineered his stupidity. We get it, Marshall. We know he's a schmuck.
Every year is fund foreign aid. And the Israelis give us $3.5 billion a year. Water, just so you know, that makes up less than 1% of overall federal spending. My point to the original conversation, sketching out how much money we spent, was we already spend the majority of money on ourselves. This idea that we can somehow have a universal basic income is just utter.
Marshall, let me ask you a question, Marshall.
It only makes sense if you believe in modern monetary theory and you believe in the idea that money grows on trees and it never has to do anything. Because if you rearrange the federal government to do any of what you're talking about, Marshall, do we have to have the most boring version of this conversation? Why can't we invite this guy back up that hates Jews, get him to describe to us what genocide is, and then make fun of him for what an idiot he is? Like, isn't that what this app is really for?
Yeah, Roger, one thing I was going to mention with Water. So what Water likes to do is he likes to jump down in the chat after you kick him and then just blast the fucking chat. And the only way that you can get him back...
No, hold on. Hold on. I'm going to give you permission to do something here, Rich. Everything that he types into chat, just quickly delete it. Yeah. And then his only choice will be to come back up here and fix the
Well, actually, Roger, I have an easier way, so I don't have to wear out my fingers. You just threaten that he has 10 seconds to get on stage, or he can be kicked from the room, and then all his time's done.
We don't need to do that. All I have to say is that this guy, you know how stupid those lefty rooms are? This guy is the dumbest guy in those rooms. The dumbest guy in those rooms. It's not crazy. I mean, I don't even know how we would have an equal for him to have a debate with. I'm trying to think who's stupid. Maybe we can get a debate between him and Victoria, which, by the way, I don't think Victoria's stupid. I think Victoria's just a liar.
Dr. Mojo, I got a question for you. Is it hypocritical to want to...
Hold on. Can you ask me one?
I'd like to ask you a question, Mojo.
Go right ahead, fire away.
So is it hypocritical to want to drastically cut federal spending in Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the national interest on the debt, and the NDAA and defense, but also still want to even increase funding to Israel?
Because we get money back that way.
No, I'm saying, what I'm trying to point out is if there's one country in the world that I think America should support and should give even more support, is the state of Israel. Is that hypocritical to think that way?
Hypocritical, no, because we should be allowed to determine our priorities. I personally don't like federal aid, foreign aid at all. I don't like corporate welfare. I don't like social programs like Medicare or Social Security. I want to cut all of
start with the enemies of America, cut off their aid, like giving $6 billion to the IRGC, for example. That should never happen. We should cut off foreign aid to our enemies, then cut off the aid to people that we're neutral with, and then draw down the spending gradually all the way down to zero, even with our allies, because a rich nation like Israel, they can buy these weapons. And I have to tell you, many of my friends that are in the tribe, many of my friends that are in Israel, they totally agree with me. But here's the reason why, the fundamental reason why I don't think the U.S. should give the funding. And the way that we get the funding is in a voucher. They use the voucher for buying weapons. I think they can buy the weapons themselves. If we want to put them on a payment plan, that's fine, but I think they should pay for them. The reason why I don't think we should gift them is because then we want control of the decisions that they make, and I don't think the U.S. is in any position to make those decisions. I don't think that we have the backbone to be able to make the kind of decisions that they need to make. It's an existential threat that they face, and I don't think any foreign influence, including from an ally such as the U.S., because let's be honest, we're opportunistic and transactional about this as well. And so I think for the long-term viability of Israel, I think it's in their best interest to not have any nation state influencing how they defend them.
Hey, Roger, I was going to mention Alex on stage. I'm not familiar with the person, 12 followers, but they do have an Afghani room, so maybe they want to chime in here.
An Afghani room?
Yeah, they have an Afghan room.
So,
what do they talk about? Like goats or opium?
I guess like a bunch of Aussie boys and stuff. What's up, Alex? Welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much. This is
hopefully everyone's good.
Spit it out. Look, if you've got something interesting to say it.
Like what?
Okay. All right.
About the state of Israel.
No, he failed the test. He failed the test. Look, if he's really eager to when you fucking get up here and you unmute yourself, be ready to speak. You hear that people are talking. You see that I'm cranky about shit. Why didn't you get up here and do the fucking long introductions? It's fucking boring.
Yeah, tell us if you love Jews or hate Jews. That's all we want to know.
No, how about this? How about we stop talking about it? Like, look, whether you love Jews, whether you hate Jews, the obsession with Jews is fucking weird. It's weird.
Well, no, he just came up during the conversation about Israel, so I assume.
I hear what you're saying, but you want to have the conversation. I'll entertain it to expose them, so then people could choose.
Yeah, that's what I like doing.
Because they're genocidal weirdos, but it's weird.
I love when they come up and they're like, "Fuck Israel, fuck Zionists, fuck them pigs." Yeah, I love it.
Did you?
No, I don't love that at all.
Did you?
It shows everybody. So it shows everybody.
Rich, I don't love that at all. And the fact that you love that is a little fucking weird. Well, we should. No, it is. Look, I'm not picking on you, Rich. I'm just saying that, if we want to ever get past this, you know what we're going to have to do? We're going to have to stop obsessing about the Jews. Why is it you guys are all jealous of them? You go, some people hate them, some people are just envious of them, which is a different way to show your hate. Leave them be. Leave them be.
I understand what you're saying, but when these people do, like you said, the exposure aspect, when they do come up and they're like, well, I want to fucking kill all the Jews. Then people come around and they're like, oh shit, maybe I should look into this and realize the Jews aren't the bad guys here. It's these fucking murderous demon pigs. The Muslims. That's all.
Hold on real quick. I don't want to have this
the same fucking conversation that we've had for the last 2 weeks. All it's going to do is make me angry, and then I run the risk of getting clipped or beheaded because I say that the Prophet Muhammad fucked a 9-year-old girl, and he's a fucking pedophile, and 2 billion people that worship this guy are a bunch of fucking creeps. See, I say these things, and you guys laugh when I say it. Eventually, you're going to get the news that Mojo's been beheaded, and then where are we at? Like, what did we get out of this? Well, like, I'm going to get beheaded.
You know what I thought about? He might come up and be like, actually, I'm an atheist and I think, I support Israel's side. Maybe. There's hope.
Okay, can we change the subject before I get beheaded?
I created a room earlier today called In the Muff, and it wouldn't let me create the room because it considered the word muff to be profanity. And
that is why all the words run together. That's the only way I was able to.
Oh, I see. Anyways, I just wanted to say I do find it amazing how long this room has been going, and also the fact that there are 1.2 thousand, chats. Like, that's a fucking. I mean, what a killer show today, dude! Unfucking believable.
So, Alex, you're back on stage.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you're talking about the Israel, early, the one gentleman, they asked a little bit of disrespect to Muhammad, but this is their own choice. Whenever I'm a Muslim, I respect every religions, every color, every...
Would you mind if I ask you a question? Of
course, why not?
Okay, well, you said that you thought that was offensive. Is it true that Aisha made the claim that she was 6 years old when she married the Prophet, and she was 9 years old when he fucked her? Am I making that up, or is that true?
Okay, no, here is the actual thing when it happen is different. Here's the people when they think is different, because when we talking with the...
I blame you for this.
Okay, yes, that's correct. It's happened, that's fine. Totally, I'm agree with you. When we talking with the scholars, like the Islamic scholar who they have deep study on that one, we ask them, hey, how can possible to 9 girl goes to 60 or 50 years, at that time. But they said, to these girls, God give you a strength. Now is a girl over 18 is, allowed to do something. But at that times, God gave strength for this girl when she was 9 years old. Then for Muhammad, as a wife at that time. But most of the people, they're thinking, 9 girl, the 50, because this is 1,000 years ago it's happened. But still people, there is a little bit for them is shock, everyone ask, especially with Muhammad and
so Alex, let's get to the point. Do you think she was old enough?
Okay, at that time, God.
Do you think she was old enough?
Okay.
Yes or no?
No. From my perspective, right now, I'd say not. But at that time, 1,000 years ago, God gave you strength for this 9 years old girl. Because when we talking with the scholar, before I mentioned, who is deep studying in Islamic, we ask them, hey, how can possible a 9 years old girl with the 50 or 60
Alex,
years
we heard this already. You're repeating yourself, sir. What do you mean by God giving her strength? What does that mean to you?
Okay, Prophet Muhammad is a messenger from the God, God can do everything. We're not gonna say, okay, we're not agree, because God is fine this world, if we're talking about that, God can do that, At that times, God, when we heard from the scholars,
what does she need strength for?
Okay, strength that for the dating. At that time, when she is she's accepted as a wife. When she was 9 years old.
Wow.
Only I studied, but the rest of I don't have exactly information before say why is happened that she is 9, she's perfect for that.
Alex, you know what? Look,
I'm going to just tell you shut the fuck up. And it's not because you're defending the pedophile. It's because this accent is driving me up my fucking wall. I cannot do this accent. Not one more fucking word of it. Can you please just chat? Just type out shit in English and just listen to people speak English. Maybe you'll get it down. Tomorrow you can try again. But right now, you are fucking killing me with this accent.
What the hell is going on? What's the matter about my pronunciation
Alex.
and my speech? What?
Sir,
Why
listen.
hate with my pronunciation?
Sir, listen to Necro here on stage. He speaks perfect English. I think you need to open your ears and listen to the world-famous Necro. He's one of our best English speakers here in America.
Okay, English is not my native language, okay? English is not my native language. But English is your native language. Because this is not good to you say, okay, your pronunciation is not. Here is here is 100 people that have different pronunciation, but you'll be not saying, oh, your pronunciation is not like black people, they have own pronunciation, white people, they have own pronunciation. You cannot say like that, kind of.
Hey, don't start talking about my people now. Don't start talking about my people. Just because, look, you got to get the English language down a little bit better to be able to participate. It's a stage. It's an audio app. We're trying to communicate in our native tongue. If I went to your room where you guys are fucking talking and I jump into that conversation, you're probably not going to like my American accent.
I'm American. Who say I'm American? Who can tell me you are not American? Why you tell me like that? You are American, I'm not American? No, Americans. Why somebody told me like that?
Alex, what is the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution?
Okay, I have American passport. I came to here 2016. I'm working for the U.S. Army 2008 to 2017. I service for this three nations. How is it possible somebody told me?
What you do in the army? Were you a translator?
Okay. 2008 to 2017, I did multiple jobs. I was a laborer, I was a mechanic, I was an interpreter. I done for 9 years job for this country. I'm injured 3 times, bomb blast. But now somebody told me, hey, you're not American, I'm American. No, I'm proud of I'm American. Nobody can tell me that, oh, you're not American. This like discriminations.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying.
So, Alex, which country is the best country in the whole world? Is it America?
Well, rather than America?
Yeah, what's your favorite country on the planet, Alex?
Okay. My eyes right now, the only best country without politician, like politician, blah, 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 blah. That's everybody.
Alex.
Yeah,
Alex.
for the freedom.
No, Alex. I'm going to reframe the question that was just asked to you. Do you believe that Israel is the greatest country on planet Earth?
Okay. Israel, like when they're fighting with Palestine, this is their own issue. But I respect them, whenever they're doing anything. Especially, like I'm from Afghanistan. I have to be say like that. We're not hate with, We're not hate with Israel. Why I hate with Israel? Israel not help me. Israel not threat us in the whole country. Because Iran is my neighbor country. Iran kill us. Iran destroy my country. Especially when the war between happened, our whole Afghanistan, 50 million people.
I gotta say, I like them a lot.
Yeah, of course. 40 million people. Yeah, 40. The whole is 15 million population Afghanistan. 40 million.
Alex, pause. You're winning back the audience. This is like Gladiator. You're winning over the crowd. Go ahead, continue.
Entertained. Okay. 40 million people, they like Israel. We especially, I prefer the Israel to kill them. Those motherfucker people, I'm sorry to use the words.
Yeah.
Because, Okay, Iran, Iran.
Hold on. This is a big moment. Hold on. It's a big moment. Watch this, everybody. Just watch the screen. Watch the screen. Look at this. Look at the screen. Look at that. You earned your mod badge. Look at that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we love you, Alex.
We're saying we love you, Alex.
I've never seen a transformation like this.
Okay, like
For your
what
support.
I'm saying,
Alex 2028.
Okay, what I'm saying, okay, like if I say, okay, Palestine is a Muslim, I'm a Muslim, I do that. Yes, that's fine. But over there, the fighting is not for the religion, the fighting for the benefits. Okay, if my brothers have a problem with the benefit with me, I'm gonna fight with my brother also, because everyone their own benefits. Over there, like most of time, the Muslim world, they're gonna do the blah blah blah. Yeah, maybe sometimes the mistake is right, blah blah blah. They should be not do that. But at all, we not hate it. Yes, against Iran, we support Israel. And especially, I'm in America right now. In the another days, I was in another space. They told me, hey, why you support Israel, blah 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 blah. I say, if Israel, they have threat our country, they kill our country, like people, then I'm gonna say I hate you now. They didn't, But now
Alex, could you maybe give us a compression or a summary, or what would you do if you were king of the world? What would you do for we the people?
For who people?
If you're the king of the world, what would you do to fix the world?
Okay. If I'm the king of the world, okay, yeah. I take China leaders, Russia leaders, American leaders, Xi Jinping, the another 5-6 leader I bring to the table. I tell them, what the hell is going on? What are you doing? Stop the war. Please, get the life like a brothers. Don't fight each other. If you fight each other, I'm sorry to say, I want to kick ass everyone. Why are you fighting each other? Say, blah, 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 yeah. I want to say like that.
The Democratic Party, though. I think you could be the head of the Democratic Party if you were pros.
He said you should be the president, Alex. That's what he said.
Me? Yeah, now it's in Afghanistan, if I honestly tell you, a lot of things, like I'm working with, before I mentioned, I know a lot of stuff is going on in Afghanistan. Most of American, they don't know what they're doing. Because now is Afghanistan suffering, more than Palestinians. Because they brought Taliban. Taliban is a very bad people. They destroys everything. Even the women, they're thinking like these animals. Women, they're thinking this is only for a dating. Alex, not to speak as a woman.
Alex,
Alex,
I hate to interrupt. I want to ask you another question. Do you think a $2 trillion annual deficit, is too much debt? Do you think that America spending $7 trillion a year is too much money to spend?
In Afghanistan for the last 20 years?
No, in America. I'm saying, do you think that the United States government is borrowing and spending too much annually, daily?
Okay, I want to talk in Afghanistan. I don't know about another things, okay? Because I came from Zero.
Fuck Afghanistan. You're American now.
He's in the Matrix. I like this guy. You're in the Matrix, Alex. You have no signal.
All right, hey, can we agree he's our favorite Muslim so far this week?
Yes, 100%.
He's also a rocky star.
Okay. No. Okay. Afghanistan, my heart. When Brian hearts come together, they're gonna come straight, That will be like, hey, I don't like American. Why? I'm American proud of. But I'm not gonna say, I am from Afghanistan, but I don't like Afghanistan. This is lying. No. The strong things in the body. One thing, for the last 20 years.
Hey, Alex. You want us over, but I just want to caution you that the accent is still a problem for me, and so maybe fewer words, shorter sentences. Maybe let other people talk a little bit. Yeah.
That last mission was rough, buddy.
Okay. I want to say, for the last 20 years in Afghanistan, America plus NATO, they spent $1 trillion. But most of money, they not for the corruptions. They for example, they give you from the top to the bottoms. They give you, for example, 100 million for one small room, for one small road. They will be corrupt, first of all, American donors. In the second, Afghani donors. Then come to the third is contractor. In the fourth one, there will be nothings. This is America spend money like a paper in Afghanistan.
Hold on. Listen, you've reached your word quota. We're gonna have to put you on a timeout for a bit. We're gonna get some other voices in here. We'll bring you back when it's time to.
We appreciate what you're saying.
Okay. Thank you.
We're not telling you can't participate. We want you to stay. We're just saying that there's some other people that have been waiting to speak, and we're gonna let them do that.
Okay, I gotta go. Thank you so much for that. First of all, misunderstanding. I'm not that kind of person.
No, you're great.
Yeah, all of is my heart. Only for that one, I'm Muslim. You are another religion. I respect them, because sometimes back and forth, like you thinking, oh, this guy is Muslim, maybe they hate with that. I'm not gonna hate in the world. I love world. I believe human being.
Okay, you're done with
Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Alex. Come again.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask a question to Hekima?
If he's here.
Hekima, are you here? Can I ask you a question? It's about minimum basic income or universal basic income. I'm wondering what your thoughts might be on the topic.
You ask me or somebody else?
Someone else. Okay, look, Alex is our friend. He's our new friend. Don't bring him back up, though. He's used too many words. So he can come back tomorrow. He'll have more credit tomorrow to use. Hakeem, are you there? Are you asleep?
And when I say UBI, you could also call it reparations. And if you think that they'd be two separate federal programs, funded by two separate agencies, please let me know. If there's anybody else in the room here, like Necro, young Necro here, what do you think about a universal basic income, versus maybe reparations or combining it in a grand omnibus bill? What do you think, Dr. Necro?
I'm all for it. In fact, I actually think it would be vastly superior to the welfare state. I would replace it with the welfare state any day of the week.
What do you mean you would replace it with the welfare state? Can you give us a little more elaboration? Thank you, Dr. Necro.
I think he meant the opposite. Replace the welfare state with.
Yeah.
Got it. So you believe in infinite debt. You don't think that the fiat currency system has limits and that we should just continue to borrow and spend, with no regard to debt?
I think that simply we're not going to have a functioning economy in the future because of, technology replacing a lot of the work that we have. It would be better than, people not, being put out of work and having no money to spend.
So do you think eventually there will be clubhouse rooms with just AI chatbots chatting with each other and they won't even be humans chatting on a social audio chat app anymore?
No, it's not work. It's just that, it's just the finding work will be, put out because of jobs in the future.
No, what I'm trying to say is that the future economy clearly is going to be people sitting in social audio chat app rooms with their fingers up their butt, thinking they're doing work, but they're actually not doing anything. And therefore, they'll have to be replaced by AI chatbots to come into rooms to chat about nothing. What do you think about that, Dr. Necro?
That kind of describes a lot of people who I would think are rich, but in general, it's probably something a lot of people have speculated, not to demean Mojo in any way, have speculated that he gets paid to do what he does in many ways with all the time he has to go to Clubhouse.
People have speculated that Dr. Mojo gets paid to come on here to have casual conversations about economic topics, political topics, and movies for, why? Who would pay him to come here to use a social audio chat app. What a ridiculous thing to say, Dr. Necro.
I mean, who pays like YouTube to have people like just do like mukbang videos? I mean,
okay, but to think that Mojo here is getting paid to do this as opposed to being here because he finds it fun and interesting and worthy of his time. I mean, do you think, I mean, you can ask him, Dr. Mojo, do you get paid to run the, to run your Mojo? Clearly that's a no, Necro.
I do, but I have a Jewish agent.
yeah, I mean, like I said, I believe he does have an actual job that's not just me on Clubhouse dealing with idiots, or maybe he does deal with idiots just on Clubhouse. That's his job. But in general, I would say that like if you want to talk about what is functional, I mean, technically, whatever brings in money is what is something that.
Okay, we got it, Necro. Necro, what do you think your positions are in most contrast with Mojo's? Like, what three? Just give it 3 quick sentences. What do you think you and Mojo conflict the most about?
It's interesting. He asked me a question the other day whether I would choose between putting in a minimum wage into law and a maximum wage into law, and I said maximum wage because I think in general that having some people who own more wealth than the bottom few is diminishes other people's opportunities in many ways. But
okay, that's one contrast. Give us a second opinion on what you and Mojo you think conflict or create the most friction about.
Well, I think it's interesting. We butted heads about healthcare. I think though we don't disagree though in many ways. I think he might agree with me that healthcare in the United States to some extent does suck. I think we might just disagree about the solution, about how to fix it, which is where the right and the left clash. And it really is like the debate about whether healthcare is a human right.
Okay, so income and government healthcare. What's your number 3, Dr. Necro?
I think it might. That's interesting. I guess maybe what was the reason why the drug wars was initiated.
So you think that there's a different reason on why the drug wars were initiated?
Or maybe, maybe not necessarily disagreement, but essentially what was one of the motivations, because I think it was partially motivated by racism.
I knew you were going to get to racism sooner or later. I just needed to prove it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Necro, can you explain this racism angle?
Yeah, so basically, I think really just in general, the fact that the drug wars was initiated, what was it? Around
1971.
Sorry, what?
1971.
Yeah, and so basically you had, Richard Nixon, of course, his greatest opponents were hippies and also just anyone who is a minority, not just black people, but in general it was like black people were like the greatest, and minorities, people who were poor. And so it was kind of a part of the Southern strategy was implementing colorblind racist policies.
And since, African Americans were in poverty, targeting the drug wars was a way in which they could get the racist vote.
Necro, do you identify all humans by their, color and appearance, or as an American, do you ever refer to people in America just as Americans?
Yeah, to me, it's one of the things that I agree with Ron Paul. Ron Paul's asked how he would address, Arabs for liberty, and he said, why would I be different? It's that's kind of the way, I think.
I can't understand what you just said about Ron Paul and this Arab Liberty Party.
My point is I would like to move beyond race. The fact is just essentially people are treated differently based on their color, even if it's not intentional.
Got it. But you don't see that there's a political racial identity politic to even what you're doing right now by bringing up, race in the drug war. I agree with you that I think the fact that, my own father has arrested thousands of people for smoking cannabis, or hundreds of people. I don't know how many exactly, but, as a cop in the 80s or 70s, I can't believe that they would take a cigarette smoker and here, have all the cigarettes you want. You can buy them here everywhere. But if you're going to smoke a different leaf product, we're putting you in jail. That to me is so insane that the government even got away with it, that they can, imprison you for smoking a different type of cigarette. That to me is, there should be a Holocaust museum for cannabis smokers in this country.
Yeah, just in general, it's it's definitely up there with redlining, but of course, it doesn't surprise me that, in general, it's is it a coincidence that, gang violence, spiked up along when the drug wars was declared?
Mojo, what do you think about cannabis imprisonment and American history with regards to cannabis legalization and or prosecution of cannabis users?
I think the United States has always been retarded. We could talk about the hypocrisy in which drugs we allow to be legal, which ones we schedule to be really just the scourge of the earth. And it's comical to me, especially when you consider that the prohibition of alcohol lasted 12 and a half years, and we learned nothing. The prohibition of alcohol should have been a lesson to say, if it's something that people want to do, even if there's some negative externalities from doing it, doesn't mean that the best solution is to prohibit people from doing it. And the war on drugs is now over 50 years old, and I would argue that ending the war on drugs would be the single best thing that we could do to reduce violent crime. I'm not 100% convinced that usage would go down, but I'm more worried about the violent crime that's associated with it, because when you make something illegal and you can't go into a courtroom to adjudicate differences, you have to have your own system of justice. And this is why every street corner in Baltimore or Chicago where dope is sold is a potential war zone. If you're selling dope on the wrong corner, there's going to be somebody to tell you that that's a no-no. And not to mention how it gives birth to the cartels. Street gangs and cartels are direct creation of the prohibition of drugs in this country.
Yeah, just in general, it's the law of supply and demand still applies, to, drugs. And so, people will, do it through the black market pretty much, if they want to do it. So, that's the way it was, just, with prohibition.
But Necro.
My solution to the drug wars is legalize but tax drugs drugs.
Listen, I mean, with the
Well, look what happened to the cannabis industry in California. They overtaxed that, and now they brought the black market back.
well,
And human trafficking to support the growing labor.
don't you think though that all these other narcotics outside of just cannabis and alcohol are extras, and if you're going to recreationally utilize these powders or other substances, and you see the disastrous effect of these people on the street just hunched over zombie states, like that kind of shit is not cool. I mean, I got a person living on my street corner right now, and I'm thinking, like, how long is that person going to be there? And, how can I even help that person? It's very difficult to help homeless people. I don't know if anybody here has ever actually gone to the effort to help some random homeless person on the street, but it's not easy, and it's a little bit like coming to a clown house room with somebody who is easily agitated, extremely emotional. It's anyways. My point is, cannabis dispensaries, in my opinion, are great advancements in our American liberty, but a lot of these other drugs are not useful as chemical additives to the human body, and I think if you just like Mojo said, it is correct about the street cartels, and it is because of prohibition. But I don't know how you create dispensaries or pharmacies that allow people to access that type of drug for absolutely no reason other than to be hunched over in a street, in filth. Like, I don't know how you control it all.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's like, the drug wars. I mean, Mojo mentioned violence. It's like, to me, the main reason I think the drug war is bad, because it's like, it has only increased crime in states, and it's only been shown that when you legalize things like marijuana, crime surprisingly also drops in those states.
Hey, Roger, you there?
Somewhat.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, do you know Drew or no? I was going to mention, if you don't know Drew has 21 rooms of wrestling, so you might have a common interest. I don't know if you don't know him or not.
Drew, who's your favorite wrestler? My favorite, Cody Rhodes. That's your favorite current wrestler? I mean, for right now, but I know, God bless Hulk Hogan. I know he was one of my favorite legend wrestlers from the 80s.
I met Hulk Hogan at a trade show called, it was a Martech thing, but it was like for the direct mailing response advertising industry, and he had this hosting company that they put his name to. It was called Hostomania, or Hulka Hostomania. Anyways, I took guitar lessons with a guy that he was in a band with, and when I told him that I took lessons from this guy, he immediately wanted to, get my number and get my former guitar instructor's number so he
was
could.
Was it in Tampa?
The trade show? It could have been in San Francisco.
No, I'm saying the band.
Oh, probably, but my guitar instructor was here in Chicago, but he told me that he played in a band with Hulk Hogan, aka Terry Bollea. So, anyways, I'm just saying Hulk Hogan was, really, really kind and nice. And
so, Roger, I was gonna ask, maybe you could find out if Drew's a serious fan. What would a question that only a true fan of wrestling would be? What would be the perfect question?
Name the top 3 best wrestlers. Yeah, and they should be pretty easy. It should be pretty easy.
No, hold on. That's opinionated. You asked
Hulk Hogan.
Oh, hold on. If you really want to answer this question, if you want to ask a question that's going to get to the heart of whether somebody loves wrestling or not, is you don't ask about who their favorite wrestler is. You ask for the favorite match of their favorite wrestler. So, if you were to, it's easy for somebody to say that they like Cody Rhodes, but if
if you ask them, what's your favorite Cody Rhodes match, this will reveal a lot.
But look, though, I'm not saying your favorite. I said
Tell me, the question wasn't for you.
I said the best, right? So I'm going off the total amount of wins. Right?
Versus Rock Johnson.
And I feel like if you don't know...
Tony. Put the old English down, put the new word down. It'll be your turn.
Oh, English? Nigga, I don't drink. Fuck liquor.
Okay, all right. Drew, so what's your favorite Cody Rhodes match?
My favorite.
Cody Rhodes versus Logan Paul.
I love the one when he became the Universal Champion. That was my favorite one of that WrestleMania.
So my favorite Cody Rhodes match was when, before AEW started, him, Kenny Omega, and the Young Bucks, they put on a show, an independent show, sold out 10,000 tickets almost overnight. And the match that he had was, he had just left WWE after the Stardust debacle, and he was wrestling for the NWA heavyweight title, which the NWA is now owned by Billy Corgan, the lead singer from the Smashing Pumpkins. And he wrestled Nick Aldis for the title, and he won the NWA title from Nick Aldis. That was my favorite.
Mojo, you sound like you slept with Vince McMahon.
You sound like you sleep.
And you slept with that old skeezer.
Yeah. Wow. Did we find out who's sexier? What's going on? This must be a chemistry.
Nah, since you assume I was drinking, I assume your dad molested you. Yeah.
I'm not Muslim.
Roger, who's blacker, you or Tony?
Yeah. Hey, listen, Mojo, you better watch it, nigga. I'm a fucking bomb in Rome, nigga.
You're gonna do what? You're gonna do what?
You heard what I said, nigga. I'm a bomb in this bitch.
You're a bum in this bitch?
I'm a bomb, nigga, ready to detonate. Fuck wrong with you?
Listen, cuz, I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but...
Nah, you heard what I said. I said your dad molested you. I said your dad molested you, bitch ass nigga. Your dad molested you, faggot. Faggot ass nigga. Your dad molested you, faggot. Yeah, he did. It wasn't funny when he was playing in your ass, though, was it? It wasn't fun, was it? No, it wasn't fun when he was playing in that ass, bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, this is.
Did your dad do something?
Nah, it wasn't fun when you were playing in your ass, bitch ass nigga. It wasn't fun. It wasn't fun. You.
That was. You can't just yell. That's not fun. If you want to talk, like, I'm happy to hear your insults. If you have some games, you can't just yell. That's not good content.
You know, Mojo, a couple days ago, you were saying, "Who hurt you? Who hurt you?" And I think that was a perfect.
Censoring Tony. Mojo is censoring Tony.
Yeah, I want to ask Tony a question. I'm gonna bring it back up here.
Yeah, don't censor my boy. And Cody Rhodes versus Logan Paul is the greatest match of all time. Fuck all of you.
Anyway, I'm gonna bring Tony back up, and I want to talk to him in depth about the treatment that he has for sickle cell. Let me see what the fuck he's got to say.
What's the treatment for getting molested, faggot?
Okay. Sickle cell. Tell me about it.
Yeah. What's the treatment to get molested? Mojo, faggot ass nigga.
We'd have to ask your mother.
Like, Tony, you're also mistaken because...
Yeah, you still dealing with childhood trauma, you faggot. Check that asshole out, nigga. Your dad been in it. Faggot ass nigga.
Tony, like, you're so mistaken because Mojo's not a faggot. Like,
he a faggot. You goddamn right he a faggot.
Hold on, guys.
You're goddamn right.
Hold up.
And he can't prove that he not a faggot.
I think this could be fun if you would just settle. Hold on. This could be fun if you would just settle down a little bit. We could have a lot of fun, actually.
Can you imagine?
You just can't continue to yell.
Can you imagine that there will be an AI chatbot to replace, Tony at some point? Like, that personality shouldn't be lost to time.
That is true.
If you had to guess, what do you think that guy does?
I would say probably collects benefits or works in a meaningless, menial job. Like, works at a gas station or something. Yeah, probably not at a gas station because you can't interact with people. Some type of labor-intensive work.
Yeah.
I bet money he's white.
Really? Let me look at his profile. Does he have anything?
I gave that
Tell me
one.
the king.
The over urban sounding.
No way. I think that's authentic.
Urban. There's a couple guys, they do the accent and they act out, and they're like white 15-year-old kids.
No way, dude. This one's way too authentic.
100% a 35 to 40-year-old black guy.
Yeah, that's not some 16-year-old white kid doing that voice.
I don't think. You see, the thing that confuses me is someone that's 35 years old, black, and that retarded, I doubt can pay their electricity or their cell phone bill.
No. I mean, you gotta understand, he is road raging when he comes on stage here. That's his dopamine creation. But the theory is, if all communication is projection, he's using Mojo as his, sacrificial goat to project all of his trauma. Don't you see, Jimmy, what's happening here?
At 2:14 a.m., I doubt it. See, not someone that retarded.
No, bring him back up. And I think if you listen closely, you will actually hear a man projecting years and years of personal trauma onto Mojo. That's my opinion.
My opinion, 2:15 a.m., a black retard, no cell phone.
No, you gotta understand what is happening at 2:15 a.m. in this man's world. He's on his fourth glass of Hennessy and Courvoisier on the rocks. Jimmy, this is a man's entire soul literally letting go and giving up what his entire being is at 2:15 in the morning. That's what's happening here, Jimmy.
He should be doing crack, trying to find crack. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like going on Clubhouse to.
This is free dopamine, Jimmy. What don't you understand? The cost to get the dopamine from this app is next to nothing. So that's what he's doing, Jimmy. It's extreme.
I mean, that's nowhere near as much dopamine as crack. I mean, have you seen Hunter Biden's interview?
Were you listening to what he was saying? He's literally talking about how his father pillaged his asshole, and he's screaming that onto Mojo. That's a powerful dopamine creation statement to make, Jimmy.
Yeah, he definitely was projecting. That was a little bit of a Freudian thing there.
Yeah, no, he kind of reminded me of a guy I remember named G-Man. He was a Christian who defended slavery. It was,
Look at Necro trying to bring the conversation around to Christianity. Slavery.
You can't be a Christian and
so subtle, Necro.
Yeah, and I know Rich, you have a problem with me talking about.
Oh no, I was actually just gonna ask. Does anybody think that Connie looks like Priscilla Chen, Mark Zuckerberg's wife? I always think that when I see her down there, I'm like, it looks like Mark Zuckerberg's wife.
Yeah, well, I know that you have issues whenever I talk about Christianity.
Oh no, I was actually just ignoring it. I was just messing with you. It was just your subtleness.
You felt the need to talk about, so you
got an issue with it? What's going on?
Let me ask a question.
No, I just have issues who defend slavery.
So let's bring up something more modern, like Fake Book and Mark Zuckerberg.
I agree with that in the way I troll necros by calling necrophilia.
So Mark Zuckerberg has said that you can now have super intelligence, aka his Meta, AI chatbot. My question is super intelligence just a code word for super surveillance?
I don't know. That's what concerns me about people like Peter Thiel, who want to create a surveillance state.
See, it's really an ad economy, though. So it's the same thing as Alexa and everything else. Your cell phone's constant listening. If I talk about a roof repair, I need a roof repair. I'm going to see roof repair ads tomorrow across my 50 different cellular devices.
Wait, I got a question. What happened to Alex? Did he leave or did somebody kick him? I went and took a phone call, and then I come back and he was gone.
No, Alex, he went down
American,
there to go.
I would like to know what your thoughts are as a MAGA. What are your thoughts on people like billionaires like Jeff, or what's his name, Musk, and well, I guess he's not really a part of it anymore, but people like Peter Thiel being one of the greatest donors to Donald Trump. I mean, do you think that Peter Thiel represents, most of the people in MAGA?
I think Peter Thiel is a very sensuous man. He is an elite homosexual who has incredible gay sex with elite men. And as a straight heterosexual Christian Republican fiscally prudent person, I don't think spending billions upon hundreds of billions of dollars to give to Palantir to create a new third-party surveillance.
You were there, John, is conservative in those things you named.
I'm just saying that Peter Thiel, when I see him, he gives me cooties, or I get like a little nervous. He doesn't seem to me like the kind of guy that I want to go to an island with to have a great weekend in a lap of luxury. Because, I'm living in my mom's basement, drinking Miller High Life, smoking weed, running for Congress. I'm not on an incredible island surrounded by naked men and software developers in India. I'm not running that kind of business here. But to answer your question succinctly, Necro, and I will land this plane, all I can say is that if Peter Thiel is interested in contributing to the campaign to elect John Kitover, just go to johnforcongress.com, Dr. Thiel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason I asked is because to me, I just wonder about if MAGA is concerned about, Americans' lives being, made better. I just wonder, would you ever trust that a billionaire has the same concerns that you do, necessarily? So that's really the only thing I think really.
Listen, Necro, I don't know how many bankers you know, but there are a lot of patriotic bankers that, though they make great money, they don't throw their money around and waste it. Most people die and never even spend their fucking money. So people who rip on rich people and billionaires who are still fiscally prudent and conservative in their lifestyles, and they're patriotic. There's a lot of malignant people that want to lump all wealthy people together, but there are great wealthy people out there, and I hope maybe you meet some of them sometime, because they're not all about their money.
But do you see a difference between somebody who has, who's wealthy and somebody who has $1 billion?
Yeah, but people that have $1 billion are still gonna die, dude. You're born penniless, you die penniless, and really it's about your personality and whether or not you can find peace in your life. There's a lot of crazy rich billionaire people who are very neurotic and will never be happy, and they didn't have a traditional lifestyle. People like Peter Thiel. Maybe if you're an elite super gay person, you can adopt babies and suckle them at your nipples with your gay lover. I don't know. Necro, I know you've made love to trans people, and maybe you regret it, maybe you don't, but I hope you find a beautiful woman.
That is the truest thing you've
I
ever
hope
said
you
on this
find
stage,
a great
John.
income, Necro. I hope your life is traditional. I pray for you.
That's another thing I've always wondered. I've heard that because I've been attracted to trans women and that homosexuals. But I would like to know if I'm attracted.
It does make you homosexual.
If I'm attracted to trans men, am I homosexual?
No, that would make you a straight man that has a fetish for women that like dressing like men.
Okay. Well, I guess that's consistent.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a biological male that you're attracted to, then yeah, it makes you homosexual.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did we figure that out?
No, I mean,
work it out. Sorry.
It's consistent. I mean, but yeah, I understand. I mean, I do think it's weird that essentially any person, Republicans have obsession with people's sexuality.
Oh no, we don't
care what you do. We just want to use like the correct terminologies and definitions. Like, yeah, if you're attracted to someone who's biologically male, then that makes you homosexual.
Even though I'm attracted to female features.
Okay, then maybe you're bi.
No, bro, I'm literally just roasting you because I think that this is a roast app, and I am self-deprecating, and I do not mind insults, but I love flattery.
Yeah, John has the LGBTQAARP flag hanging up in his house, so he's okay with you, Necro.
That's a yoga chakra thing. See, I think gay people, or what we call gay conceptually, they have co-opted the beautiful rainbow. And, I have that chakra thing. I want to take the rainbow back and claim it as a peace symbol as opposed to an LGBTQ propaganda symbol.
Roger, I just got a question for Roger. You still awake or not?
Yeah.
Did you ever think in a million years that John Kitover would be on your stage every day for like a week now?
No, it's not the first time we've talked. I mean, like, I've always...
Well, yeah, but it usually comes up for like a few minutes,
I feel like you're new to Clubhouse, Rich.
No, I've been here like 4 years.
Like, I feel like I have more history. You know what it is? I feel like in some weird way, John and I have been connected since I first got on this app. But he played a villain. This is how I like to think of it.
He was your kingpin.
No, we'll go back to comic books. It's more like we're both mutants, and like I've got more of the Xavier thing. He's got a little bit of the Magneto thing, and then sometimes there's things that are going on where the mutants need to team up. So that's the phase we're going through.
I think that's great because what's interesting about Xavier and Magneto's relationship is they're kind of opposites in their powers, but they need each other to amplify and magnify their powers.
Let me ask you this, John. Do you think that the election, if you were to outperform people's expectations, would you take politics more serious, or is this just like something that you're doing that will help advance some of the other things you're interested in doing?
I think it's just like killing two birds with one stone. But I mean, in terms of like taking it more seriously, yes. I mean, I actually do need to like shut down what I'm doing and focus specifically on the campaign. And tomorrow is the first of the month. So as far as tomorrow, the 31st. Yeah, today it's the 31st. Anyways, the point is, I think I can, outperform what is possible. I mean, I'm gonna go to the top 10 cities pretty soon, and just go to business locations in those top 10 towns in the district and start filming conversations with local residents, or try to find people on Craigslist to do those interviews. But I think getting the communication aspect and doing publishing, I mean, even if I don't win, I'll be making movies out of this. So to me, it's a win-win. It is killing two birds with one stone.
Do you plan on pushing yourself into the debates?
Well, another congressman that I know that ran, in a similar district, he got one debate against this guy Raja Krishnamurti, and it's done by like a local news source. So I want to hire or get Scott Jones to reach out, or I will reach out to the Democratic candidates running against the incumbent Republican Darren LaHood, and do debates with the Democrat candidates, and then hopefully get a debate with the incumbent Darren LaHood.
What do you think is an issue that you have a unique spin on that you think would be popular amongst the
likely voters.
To me, if I just analyze my own life, it's property taxes and income taxes that I'm most concerned with, and then all the hidden taxes, the water, the sewer, the garbage. It's just too draining. And you had a former young speaker on here, a young woman. Even though she's making great money, she can't live within her means. So I think the education system is just a cartel. 65% of our property taxes going to these teachers and their unions to teach our kids fucking nothing. Meanwhile, these children are addicted to their cell phones. We have to stop borrowing and spending. Not many people know what the word borrowing means. That means spending money you don't have. What we are doing is so insane, and the craziest thing to me is that it works. But I think that if people aren't really focused even on their education, and the teachers suck, I mean, we're just lying to ourselves, and we're all a bunch of hypocrites, maybe.
The part that I can't figure out is when it comes to untying the thoughts that people have in their head about how government should work. They start with things like the government should do this, the government should do that. And I would love to figure out a way to just introduce the thought process of the government should not do this, the government should not do that. If we could just simply get people to think that way, I think everything from taxation to fucking drug laws, you name it, I think it would be much easier to get people to come around to a more common sense approach to what government should and shouldn't be doing, if we could just get them to think through the lens of what government should not do.
Do you ever think that everything is bitted up, meaning that everything in reality is completely organized and essentially underneath the control of someone or some collective organization? And so because everything is completely hyper organized, meaning that that's the human tendency. But if we wanted real freedom in the way that the founders intended it, we wouldn't have allowed all of these insane organizational agencies. I mean, literally the IRS and the entire accounting industrial complex, it's such a huge waste of money and time. There's just huge sectors of the economy which really shouldn't even exist. They're totally artificial. And like you said earlier about import duties and these taxes, it's to protect disorganization, or to allow organizations to continue to profit by essentially monopolization, or some other function to that matter. So I just think it's because it's 2025 and everything is so hyper organized. It is one giant fucking system where you can't step out of it. I mean, you are bagged and tagged at birth with that social security system number, and from the baby ward to the crematorium, your entire life, even when you die, I mean, it completely gets reorganized and reviewed. So it is a huge mousetrap, and part of me likes to think that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, and that the resistance to the system is a you problem. But I just know that the biggest problem, or what I could offer to the constituents, is an alternative approach to the spending. Because Medicare, Medicaid at $2 trillion, that's a lot of money to take away, that, through more organization, or cutting out the fat, or cutting out the waste and abuse and the fraud. I mean, that could save $500 billion a year. That's an insane amount of money that you could gut from that and still have the same productive output and same outcomes. But you would get administrative and salary expense decreases. Doctors would take 20% pay cuts. So welcome to the reality of fiscal prudence and forensic accounting, because you can't just theoretically keep borrowing. No one here in their own personal lives would do that because it's irresponsible, and you'd have to eventually declare bankruptcy. But maybe the government has this Frankenstein superpower that it never does declare bankruptcy because it's the government and it's super normal. It's not you and me. So it has a special set of rules that we can never achieve because it's conceptual. Anyways, those are my thoughts and opinions.
Have you thought about going to local Chamber of Commerce meetings?
Well, the local Chamber of Commerces in my immediate area are all controlled by liberal LGBTQ psychopaths. And I actually don't mind dating liberals, and I don't mind meeting with liberals because, just like you said earlier about, Magneto and Professor Xavier, the pairing of opposites really does get you to a silver lining, because even if you're a far right conservative, it's the far right liberal, that does the cake for dessert, meaning that we all need each other, even though we may find each other to be very obnoxious. But no, I haven't been going to local ones. See, I don't live in the district. I live in Chicago. This district is in the central corridor of Illinois. And this is going to be a multiple hour, drives out to these areas. And I'm going to do a lot of organizing off of Craigslist. And I want to meet, political activists. I don't care if they're on the left or the right, but I need people on the ground getting signatures starting August 1st.
Yeah. So the activists is interesting because those are the people that are you want them to be kind of radical and be aligned with even just one issue that you care about, because then they'll go out there and passionately pound the pavement. But the other thing that's interesting that would get you some buzz is if you started figuring out who the real players are. Obviously you would know that unions are powerful. If you can set up meetings to talk to union leaders, you can even not support unions if that's your position. I don't know, but meeting with the powerful people and just simply tell them that what you're interested in doing as a candidate is setting up a meeting so you can listen to them. Say, I don't even want to pitch you on my ideas. I just want to listen to what's important to you. They're going to ask you anyways what your positions are. But if you can ask them a bunch of questions, figure out what's important to them, and just connect with them on a human level, if they ever have a bone to pick with the candidate that you're running against, then they will use you. And that's the thing that I think people forget about politics, is that there's powerful people that represent voting blocks. Union leaders are great at this, other activist groups. But I would talk to everyone. You never know who could become an ally and for what reason they will ally with you. I have a friend that got elected to a city council. He first ran as he first ran as a libertarian, and he got virtually no votes. And then he just kind of hung out and made friends with some people that were somewhat influential in the community, and he got assigned to a position on a committee. And then he made a couple of friends there. And then there was a woman that pissed everybody off on the council, and they were trying to figure out somebody that they could work with that wasn't a threat to them. And when the woman was up for re-election, basically they basically groomed my buddy to be able to win an election simply because they didn't like the alternative. And so if you can just show up and not be the worst person, circumstances could lead you, and I know that you've got other motives here too, just filming it, just kind of maybe talking some shit and being out there being provocative.
if you go out there and just talk to people, like just literally just look for an opportunity. I wouldn't even like overthink what the opportunity is. Just make a list of who are the most powerful people in terms of the influence they have over voters. And if you can just get meetings with them, whether it's over coffee or whatever it might be, you'll be surprised the kind of doors that opens. Because they'll plant ideas in your head that you and I could never come up with in a million years, because they know people. And what they may do is they may just say, hey, I know who you need to talk to. They could be the introduction to somebody that agrees with you 100% on one or two issues, that has deep pockets and might want to, fund you or do some sort of project. Maybe running for office is not the thing. Maybe somebody else sees what you're doing like artistically and agrees with what you're saying and wants to like find a way to platform these ideas in a way that could inspire other people that might be, no offense, more electable. And then you could be the guy that, that lights the match, and then somebody else comes in and takes the credit. Kind of like the way Barry Goldwater was, Barry Goldwater had ideas, but then you have like Ronald Reagan that comes in and like, kind of put a face on it. I think if you took this just a little bit serious, I think you'd be surprised at the doors that you could open, because fresh ideas, people want to talk. Reporters will talk to you. People that have influence will talk to you, especially if they think that there's a snowball chance in hell that someday, somewhere along the line, that you might be the guy. Like, if you can convince them that you're serious about this, people will want to meet with you just in case you have power someday.
And on that note, I just popped in to tell you happy belated birthday. I tried to get to you to tell you the other day, but happy birthday.
Yeah, I agree with you on what you said, and I think that communication outreach and finding out a list of 100 people to call, to get meetings with, to send emails to just because I'm gonna ask them if I can record the conversation as a podcast. So if they don't let me or they don't want to, well, then I'd still like to talk with them. But part of this whole thing is to try to document it. And I think Thomas Massey, and what he's put out about, I don't know if you saw the Theo Von podcast interview, serving in Congress. And most Americans have absolutely no idea how the entire, capital formation and capital flow process happens, from lobbyists to congressman, and congressman, or congressperson to constituent. And, as a constituent, I mean, has anyone in this room ever had a direct impact from voting for a congressperson and what that meant for funding for something in their immediate life? Anyone? Am
I audible? You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Somebody you might want to talk to, I'm not sure if you're familiar with, if you talk to him on this app, but Stephen Bader, because of the work that he's done with the Republican Liberty Caucus, he knows Thomas Massey. In fact, Thomas Massey was on a Twitter space where we were doing a fundraiser. There's a mutual friend of Stephen and I that was doing the fundraiser for Congressman Chip Roy, and Thomas Massey comes in, and Stephen asked a question, and Thomas Massey goes, "Oh, Stephen, it's been a while. I remember our talks. You like, it was basically like on Twitter space talking about how they would have these long, hour-long talks while Thomas Massey was campaigning and talking strategy, and because Stephen Bader was involved in a volunteer community, and so like he's a known quantity. Like Thomas Massey knows who Stephen Bader is, and if you have anything that you think that would be in alignment with this,
with someone like Thomas Massey. Stephen Bader is somebody that can literally introduce you to him and his team.
Well, if you go on YouTube and you type in Stephen Bader, you're going to see a lot of my videos, and I don't think Stephen Bader is a fan of my artwork.
Yeah, but you can change that. It's all situational.
No. Stephen Bader hates my guts. He is not a friend to the campaign to elect John Kitover. But his videos get views. Like I put up one recently called Stephen Bader Dating Advice, where he went on for quite a while about how men are pigs and they don't know how to treat women. And this is how you get a woman. And it got a lot of views. The Stephen Bader Dating Advice, if you go to YouTube, I can put it in the chat. But it's got almost 1,000 views now. And I like Stephen Bader. I think he's a very nice, pleasant person to talk to. But anyways, I'm gonna create.
He actually in the volunteer community. This is what I would say: get somebody that's a mutual friend to reach out to Stephen and just say, "Hey, John Kitover is serious about running and would welcome your advice." I think that type of approach. I think he would. He loves talking about this shit. He lives this shit.
No, I was in an
I invited. Oh, dang it! I invited him in. I was gonna get him on stage.
I was in an X room with him like a couple weeks ago, and he goes, "Oh my God, kick him! He dances naked on camera. Kick him now! He had like a meltdown knowing that I was in the room. And so did Andrew Meyer, as he continues to have his KB little rooms. And, but I don't know. See, these people do not talk about controversial topics. I mean, Stephen Bader will never discuss 9/11, the Federal Reserve, COVID-19, the JFK assassination, or anything of any kind of, interest that perks up the ears. And that's fine. I mean, I know what you're talking. I mean, talking about marketing and political campaign strategy to win, I think. But your original advice about just requesting listening meetings with unions or major corporations would be interesting and fun. But anyways, it's a lot of work. But I think I should try to get like I would call secretaries AI campaign strategists, make everybody an AI campaign strategist. Because for a lot of these people who work for the campaign, it will lead to other employment opportunities for them after the campaign is over. So that's also a fun part about doing this. When you get people involved is you open up a lot of doors for other people. But hopefully this door opens up to Congress. And I want to thank you because if you go to Instagram.com/John Kitover, that's JOHNKIT over, you will see about 50 videos I recorded just today on that Instagram account, which didn't have a lot of content, but you are featured prominently on John Kitover on Instagram. Anyways, the reason why I have recorded the Roger Mayhem movie is because, you're one of the great organizers and thinkers on this app who basically corrects a lot of really bad ideas and really ignorant thoughts. So, I salute you, sir. And, I think that if there is a herd psychology, you conditioned a lot of people with Roger Mayhem. I mean, when I created that fake profile, it only lasted for a couple hours, but the point is, it's a fictitious character, but it still conditions a lot of people with the right way to think about things.
The simple fact that it was a fictitious character was the reason why YouTube wouldn't take down some of the shit that you were doing. When I was going through the process of Clubhouse was easy. When you were I was like, hey, this guy's got fake profiles, check it out. But I was able to get to the right people. So on YouTube, it was different. On YouTube, you have to go through this. You probably know the process better than anybody. But when you go through it, if you
claim that the person's impersonating you, if you claim that like, hey, they're unauthorized recording, whatever the fuck it might be, you have to first validate. Like, I would have had to produce identification that my name was Roger Mann, and so like YouTube was like nothing we could do.
Yeah, that's when I realized it was like a perfect, operation to do because of that fact. I was like, wait a minute, why does everybody think that this guy is Roger? And it's this Brunson or whatever that PTR, it's that Australian guy, right? Like the criminal or whatever it is. There's like a documentary
No,
about.
it's not. It's an old pro wrestler from the '70s named Box Baker.
Oh, because there's some kind of like documentary about like an English mafia guy who looks just like that.
Yeah, Bronson. In the movie it was played by Tom Hardy.
Well, anyways, I was just like, but that's when it clicked for me. I was like, why the fuck do I can just be Roger Mayhem. And the fact that I'm bald and got this like mustache thing going already, I'm like, this is like the perfect online, game to play because it'll confuse the hell out of anybody that comes across it. Is it me or is it this person's voice? Like it was, a perfect way to amplify what I was doing. But, again, I think my Elon Musk, yeah, go ahead.
The problem was that the timing didn't work out. Like if you could have been doing that at like peak Clubhouse when Healthy Debates had 1,000 people a night in the rooms, there could have been some traction that happened there. But
well, I mean, if you most people never even took the time to go on YouTube or Google and type in Roger Mayhem and like see your interview with, some podcaster. I mean, there's a lot of information in there. But I don't know. Most people are just looking at their cell phones.
Yeah. Are you talking about the Ayn Rand one, or are you talking about there's a couple of them?
Yeah. The one that I listened to, it was about a whole slew of topics, but basically it's about spending.
Yeah, I did a few, like they were all back to back, and I was like, you know what, this is a really bad idea. Like, I stopped doing podcasts.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's like I'm using AI to write speeches, and so I'm going to, put a shirt and a tie and a jacket on and like actually record grok speeches using, keywords like the top 25 towns in the district and tailoring those videos. But anyways, the point is you realize that, these podcasts, these conversations, there's so much media and you can create all this media and try to come up with good ideas or educate yourself and then regurgitate those new thoughts. It's like eventually you have to realize that Joseph Goebbels and propaganda, or that all communication is hypnosis. Like there's a lot of sophisticated communication creators out there in the political landscape that, will have supremacy in terms of the mind's eye and herd psychology. So I realize that live streaming these rooms, I feel like are important, but, my creative effort does have to eventually be dynamic or directed and focused with extreme intent of purpose, as opposed to just like having random conversations about movies and live streaming this and that, even though that's what I find to be, normal and fun. But if you do want to win, you do have to create a mind virus or at least project your image as a positive alternative to this, current status quo.
Okay, so Steven said if for the next 7 days you stay consistently on track with like not crashing out and like acting all weird and shit like that, he said he'll give you 2 minutes to like give your argument on why you're wanting to run for Congress and see if he'll actually help you.
Was he talking about Stephen Bader or another Stephen?
Yeah, Stephen. Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, I would have the exact same requirements to help you.
I would want to know that you could remain consistent instead of like bouncing around like a toddler. No offense, not trying to be offensive. Just like if he can't stay on topic for more than a day, it's going to be really, really hard.
He's been doing really good for the last like 4 or 5 days, Marshall.
That's great. I'm very proud of you, man.
Well, I just got to say that I don't know what political consultants really do.
John, real quick, I was going to ask Roger a question. Roger, what would be like your best? Are you there, Roger? No.
I'm here.
I was going to ask, what would be like your best argument against anarchists? I was just wondering.
Well, first of all, they're retarded. The best argument is that they have no fucking plan. Their idea is to just abandon the idea that it's important to organize a society. If it's important to protect individual freedom, if that's your jam, right? And anarchists are all about like they want individual freedom. You have to have a mechanism for protecting it. I don't necessarily think that any nation state has done a good job of it, which would be their argument. And I would grant them that they're correct, that there is a lot of trade-offs that end up infringing the state infringing on individual freedom. And you can make a logical argument that says that the biggest threat to individual freedom is the government. The problem with that is that if you have no government, then if at least if you have a stated goal that your value is individual freedom, you at least have a chance to protect it. You have some symbols. You have things like the Bill of Rights. You have a court system. You have mechanisms where you can defend the rights that are asserted. And so you have to have an authority. Yeah, like look, if you go and read Atlas Shrugged, the anarchists love the book because they think, oh look, man, they just kind of dipped out of society and set up their own shit. But they're not anarchists. They had a judge. Galt's had a judge. And you need a judge. You need somebody that's going to be able to handle disputes. And that's the part that I think anarchists are just wildly like unprepared for. It feels like a philosophy written by 5-year-olds. And I look, I have friends, good friends that are anarchists, like good friends. Spike Cohen is a good friend, and he's a self-identified anarchist, and he and I, we drove from Seattle to Richland, Washington, and that was about a 3-hour drive. We were in the car, and the entire conversation was minarchy versus anarchy. And this is a guy that's a great communicator. I don't know if you knew Spike Cohen. He's a great communicator. And 3 hours of talking about it. And after that conversation, I was more convinced than ever that anarchists are fucking stupid. And because he's a smart guy, because he's thoughtful, and he's a good communicator, he can spin it better than pretty much anybody. I think the more entertaining version of it would be Michael Malice. Michael Malice does an entertaining version of why anarchy is cool. But I think he does that to be. I don't think Michael Malice is an anarchist at all. And the weirdest thing that and this is where I fucking jab a lot of these guys. When I was doing all this shit with the Libertarian Party, you'd run into a bunch of anarchists, and they knew that I was like, fucking like the number one anarchist, like everybody else was like deep into the anarchy thing. And we would get in these conversations, and I'd learn about their personal lives, and they don't live like anarchists. None of them are like moving to Amish country and behaving like an anarchist. Like some of these people live in homeowners associations, and like it's like if you look at the way they live their life, there's nothing about the way that they've styled their life that tells you that they genuinely believe in the bullshit that they talk about. And so, I don't know.
It's just it's retarded. Did you ask me because Bima's in the audience and you bait her into this?
So you think they're full of shit and they don't actually live by the ideology or the things that they espouse?
No, of course not. Like, look, the most anarchist people in the fucking country are the fucking Amish. They in fact, they have revolted successfully and have gotten out of paying many taxes. The federal government leaves them alone more than they leave anybody else in the United States alone. And so I just don't believe. I'd like if we were to get Bima up here, she would try to convince you that like I'm a voluntarist and I believe in this and I believe in like no, she fucking doesn't. She doesn't believe in that shit.
So you're just saying they're all full of shit.
No, dude, have you ever heard her when she's got her boyfriend yelling at her? Like,
God.
What kind of anarchist is in an abusive relationship? If you're gonna rally against the
dude, he's still married to another chick. He's still married to another chick. Like, that's so fucked up. Yeah.
Maybe you can bring
So wait,
she's a coward.
Mojo, how do you define anarchism? You know, economically, politically.
Well, there's different versions of it. You've got the anarcho-commies, and then you've got the
somebody invite Beam up.
The anarcho-capitalists, and I think one of the problems that you run into with is that a lot of I think that anarcho-capitalism makes more sense than the commies because ultimately you split property theft, and then the anarcho-capitalists are they will their first principle is that property rights is number one. That's their number one thing. And so if you think about it, if we had these warring ideas, the thought of being anarchist, you like they always talk about like the state has a monopoly of violence. And in an anarchy society, what they would do is they would set up these private security agencies, which, you could do that now. There's private security companies now. You can hire private investigators. You can hire private security. You can do all those things now. The problem with anarchists is who has the fucking authority? So if you had your private security company and I had mine, and let's say I had more money than you, the chances are that my security company is going to be better than yours. But who has the authority to be the judge? Who has the authority to make a decision? When there's a conflict, there's got to be somebody that can adjudicate a dispute. And so if somebody says that they have the right to property, and then another person says, well, property is theft, right? Who's right? And who's gonna decide that? And if you were to ask Bima, she would be all over. I guarantee if she were to come up here right now, she would use 20,000 words and still not be able to describe exactly who would handle the dispute. And then if she was to describe to you a system that would allow that, it would sound exactly like what we have today. There would be somebody that will fulfill the role of police. In the society, we just wouldn't call them police. Somebody would be the judge, but we wouldn't call them a judge. And you would organize a system where decisions are made, but we wouldn't call it a government. And so, it's just the most immature philosophy that I've ever come across in my life. It's just retarded spiritual.
Why do you think the internet didn't revolutionize, the political industrial complex or the legal industrial complex? Like, why aren't there drastic reductions in these complexes because of efficiencies because of the internet? I mean, it busted businesses and created businesses, like through decentralization, but no efficiency in government. So it's like, where did we go wrong with the internet in terms of our usage or deployment of it?
Well, I think part of the appeal to the internet is how decentralized it is. but there are some aspects of it that are centralized, like protocols, like just simple things like TCP/IP, for example. Like the internet, there's certain rules that you have to follow even for the internet, and organizations like ICANN come up and make these protocols agreeable, and then you have the tier 1 data centers that or the ISPs that are providing the bandwidth, and there's, as decentralized as the internet appears, there's definitely some centralization. And if an ISP gets a phone call from the federal fucking government and says, "Hey, I want you to turn these fuckers off," or they don't even have to call the ISP. They can find out who manages your DNS hosting. They can call the DNS provider. Let's say you're using Route 53 for Amazon. They can just call Amazon and they can say, "Hey, this website, turn it off." And Amazon will fucking reroute the DNS. And then everybody going to that website will get a 404 page error. And so it feels decentralized, but there's still rules. There's still governance. And I think the internet's gonna, feel like the wild, wild west. But I think it's a controlled experiment, and there are powers that be that know, as much as you might think that you're not being watched, everybody's being watched, and they're collecting all of this data. And you could do things like, proxy avoidance and shit like that. None of that shit matters. Like, if they want to know what you're doing on the internet, they will do it. And so I think there's an illusion of freedom on the internet that doesn't really exist.
But don't you find that so much of life is just communication, and therefore, there's most people, a large percentage of your life is wasted communication. Organizations, whether it's government or religious or academic, that are just kind of spamming you with redundancy or useless information because it's not relevant anymore, or it's just traditional. So I'm just saying that, like, this app, the fact that there's no ads, there's only one little monetization nook for $5, and I think.
Oh, you see what she said, Roger?
I did. She said she won't come up because you're a mod, so you're no longer
I
mod.
was actually gonna say, you know what? I've never mod abused you one time, and I was actually about to offer to get out of the audience.
That's okay. That's okay.
As long as nobody mods her,
no, we did what we did, but now we're interrupting. Let's let John finish.
All I'm saying is that this app is like a case study in terms of, cost efficiency, I guess, but in terms of organization, education, and maybe future generations of how they will receive, education and information, versus sitting in a facility, in a classroom, in a college with all that overhead to basically house people. The commute, when I walk past the highway and I see just cars lined up as far as the eye can see, I'm just like, thank God I don't have to commute to a job right now. It's horrible, So I'm just saying that this free telephony, these free conference calls, though they always seem to be, comedy, roasting, and entertainment, in the future of America, if there is a financial crisis, and there is a drastic reduction in spending, it's apps like this. Like, I hate to sound like John Connor in fucking Terminator, but this app, kind of proves that we can do things a lot more efficiently, because most people's jobs are just communication. We're not building anything here. We're shipping in everything in, and there's basically people that bring boxes to your houses now, whether it's some type of furniture item or a food item. I'm just saying everything is completely bitted up. But in the future, if spending is drastically cut and unemployment goes up, this app can be useful for organizing and education and information exchange. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Like
guy who's saying that you have to remove me from the room when no good conversation will ever come.
All of a sudden, she's a dictator. It's amazing. That's the other thing about anarchists.
No, I'm not a dictator. I appreciate it, though, but I don't. I would, but honestly, the harassment, it's weird. It's just, I don't find it fun or exciting. Roger, I appreciate it. You could mod him again, but I thought that I'd be able to come up, but it's too predictable. So you could mod him. I'll take off.
Bima.
Wait, Bima. Why, you're not going to defend your position about anarchy?
I'd love to, but I won't. I don't want to talk on a stage with Rich. I don't want to be. He's destructive. Any stage that Rich is on is not a stage that I want to be on.
How about this, Bima?
I just wanted to be respectful.
Bima, we're going to make a rule. If Rich unmutes himself while we're talking, I'll remove him from the room.
It's not about while we're talking. It's about the things that he says. It's of a harassing nature. His behavior is outside of the scope of anything that is reasonable or that should be taken seriously. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not fun.
Yeah, but Bima, I've heard you make some pretty radical and violent claims, and very aggressive claims on here. Can't you just let it go and forgive him, and know that you have a log in your own eye?
Unfortunately, I do. I have tried for about 2 years, but Rich is a constant stain. He's had way too many chances. I've communicated to him peacefully. I've asked him peacefully many, many times, but he still continues to do it, and it's just not fun for me.
Bima, let me ask you.
I appreciate it. I'm going to take off. Go ahead.
Hold on, Bima. He's now in the audience. You don't have to worry about him. He can't hurt you.
Thank you, Roger.
Bima, I wanted to ask you, after listening to you talk about Israel and the IDF soldiers and how angry they make you, I'm just wondering, have you ever been in a fist fight in the real world in your life? Have you ever gotten into a fight with somebody and punched them in the face?
Yeah, I have, actually. Why?
I'm just saying, based on the emotional, based on the emotional communication I've heard from you on this app, I just got the feeling like this is somebody who has, probably been in physical altercations with people.
Yeah, no, I've never attacked anybody. They were, agreed to fights, but yeah, I was a kid, and I guess that's how we used to take care of stuff back in the day. It was with a boy too, both times. It was two guys. One time we had boxing gloves, and another time it was raw fists.
American or Edmund, John, did you say ask or ax?
I was asking a question.
Okay, let's rock. Here, Bima's up here.
So, yeah, I appreciate what Roger's saying, because he's not wrong about that. I have a frustration with my own community, especially the most intelligent people in the community. When we try to organize about how we would, a replacement, right? Because that's what we get most of the time. That's the number one. Okay, well, if we agree with you on these charges, then what are we going to replace it with? And the idea is that it's supposed to not be a one rule, a one size fits answer response. So the structure, but like I said, either way, it's very frustrating for me too. And I've been trying to get two of the biggest anarchists in the world, authors, two of the best, I believe, that they would be the leaders of, I would say, the leaders of the anarchist, the philosophical thought. I'm trying to get them to...
But how can you say that anarchy is even philosophical? It's basically anti-God. It's terrorism. I mean, every single day this country creates, $7 billion to $10 billion a day at the federal level. That system is not going away. And so if you are an anarcho, philosopher, whether it's a capitalist or communist, you believe in the destruction of that state through violent force. So that's why I asked you if you had ever been in physical confrontation with somebody, because you scare me. You're a violent type of person, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think, working outside of the system is better than working inside of the system. I think your biggest gripe is, and it's my biggest gripe too, is the flow of this $7 to $10 billion a day and where it goes and what it's buying through acquisition.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. I've actually one of a brilliant mind on here, a philosophical mind. He's also he feels that my position, that I take a dangerous position, and all I can say in response to that is, I'm the type of person that you don't have to worry about. I'm never going to enforce my preferences on you just because I have the right of the majority, right? The right, quote unquote. Might make sure I have the biggest gang. I'll never tell you what to do. I'll never violate you or your property. And so, realistically, in the real world, you also see me. You'll never see me complain. Voluntarily, I'll give my preferences, my associations, I'll let you know how I feel, but I'm not going to say that you have to do this or you don't have to do that, right? You'll never see me reporting anybody on Clubhouse. If I don't like it, I leave. If I don't like the room, I leave. If I don't like the way something is, I'll voice it. If the people don't want to work with me, then I leave. You know what I mean? You're not going to...
Got it. Let me ask you another question, Bima. When you say property rights, can you elaborate, please?
Yeah, property rights. Property rights beginning with the self as a rational human being, so you own yourself. And then the extension. So the Lockean model, I would say, just fair acquisition of property piece, and that's it. So, I mean, property, do you want the definition of property? Or
no, I'm just, I have some legal problems, what you might call property problems, financial problems. And I got to tell you, the judges and the lawyers I've dealt with, they don't read the fucking Constitution. The Constitution gives you the right to jury if it's over $20. And Bima, I don't know how much, legal problems or how many times you've had to go to court or deal with lawyers and judges, but I got to tell you, it's their way or the fucking highway. And so when you talk about property rights, I just wonder, have you ever dealt with property rights?
Yeah, and unfortunately, the biggest injustices that I've ever come across is, you'll probably say, yeah, that's something you would say, but is when the quote-unquote legal system gets involved, right? Because all of this is just bullshit that the last person, dumb Americans came up with and decided to say, okay, well, we had enough gang members to make this magical, so we're going to put these magical words on a piece of paper, and if anybody violates it, then we'll do what we have to do. So, I don't think that there's negotiation. I think even family court, I would go to move to say that family court is criminal court. I don't see it any different. Family court, civil court, it's all criminal court to me. Some of the best, one of the biggest attorneys, defense attorneys, who worked in the field for almost 50 years, and he was a defense usually against the state. So he defended people against the state, and he said that not a single case did he ever find that the government didn't abuse or overreach their power. Not a single case out of all of his years. So, I mean, it's telling. And all I'm saying is, yeah, we got one system, and let's not undo the system. Obviously, Roger makes, I said, great points. Let's use what we already figured out works. But let's also not restrict other people from using good ideas too and coming up with good ideas, for, and legislating them out of their ability to do stuff or to operate differently. But that's going to be difficult when you have a monopoly of power. Roger talks about it. So.
I have this interesting book by this female monk from the 60s who was part of like the radical feminist, liberal hippie movement. But she noticed that all of her female friends were still extremely angry all the time. Even if you believe in your political cause, why she couldn't understand why her friends were so angry. So anyways, it's a story about meditation and finding peace. But I just wonder, can you find peace within yourself?
Well, of course I have. I found peace about, I would say probably about 10 years ago. It was very deliberate. Have you ever heard of Ken Wilber?
No, was he a pickle farmer?
Are you sure you haven't heard of him?
No, go ahead.
Well, anyway, he came up with a model, and it's very similar to a lot of the things that you talk about. There's sometimes like Zen Buddhism, Taoism, and as such, these types of things. But basically, he created this hierarchy of different. I wouldn't say they're archetypes, different levels of what you can achieve. It's like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but it's for reaching spiritual just flow and freeness. So I think you should be able to be alone with yourself, and you should be happy and at peace and be able to die easy. You know what I mean? Like when I said die easy, I mean like if you're afraid to die or you don't feel that you've accomplished, if you don't have a definite major purpose, if you don't have a meaning, if you haven't these types of things, they keep different. You got to figure yourself out.
Got it. But let me ask you a follow-up question to confirm that you have found peace. I think that abortion should be outlawed in this country, and that spending $1 billion a month to kill 100,000 children is murder and genocide. How does that make you feel? Is it women's health or is it murder?
Yes, that's a great question. I think objectively, like scientifically, if we just look using science, we don't appeal to any type of, divine command theory, God, anything like that. I like to say, personhood begins at conception, because that's where each of us became a very specific type of human. And I would agree that it's murder. And I think the cultural mores have to change, and we have to adopt that. I think it would be much less as what happens is the left and the right, they like to I guess skin each other, right? They want to attack each other, and they use different methods at different times at different points, but they're doing the same exact thing. So you have the right that says, okay, abortion is murder, but let's use the government to get involved, right? But then what happens is the left is like, well, my body, my choice. So now you have a bunch of people who are frustrated, and they won't even acknowledge the scientific data, overwhelming data that says conception, like human life. Well, we could, go over the definitions and the iterations of what, like life, science, what they mean by that. But ultimately, human life begins at a very specific point that created all of us. And you can't really argue with that. But we have the left that can't even get to that point because they're in such fear of what the right is going to do in response to real people.
Well, Bima, I kind of only asked the question about abortion. I do, and I did because Victoria was in the audience, and she wrote. Wait, Victoria wrote in the chat.
Hold on, wait. Can I ask a question for you?
No, hold on. I'm going to jump in here real quick. I don't want to be the abortion conversation. I just don't. But now that you're engaged, I'd like to ask this. If there was no government, and considering the amount of
nuclear weapons that we have in this country, if there was no government at all, who would possess the nuclear weapons?
That's a great question. I would think that it would be similar to what we have now. We'd probably have multiple countries that have.
I'm just talking about the U.S. because we can't control other governments, right? Like if we're anarchists and we say we don't want a state, we probably shouldn't tell people outside of this little patch of land how they're going to handle their business. But I want to know specifically in North America, what would we do with the nukes?
Well, I served in the Army, and I was talking to a colonel one time who was a chaplain, and I asked him, what did you do during the Cold War in Europe? And this preacher, aka a chaplain in the Army, guess what his special job was in the Army? Not only was he working with the spiritual crises of soldiers, he was working on managing the nuclear arsenal. So he was intimately involved in the management of nuclear weapons deployed in Germany to prevent a Russian invasion. So in response to your question you asked, it's really like the priestly class who should be left with the nuclear weapons. It should be men of God and war.
American Party. I was curious what Bima, who is the resident anarchist, thinks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bima. My bad.
Yeah, just very simply, I talk about I think it's like Herbert or Oberon. No, I don't think it's Oberon. Maybe it's Oberon Herbert. But he talks about in an anarchist state how you have defensive measures, right? The difference, the military would be just as strong. We could have everything the military would be just like it is today, except there are no offensives. So it would just be defensive measures. And when you're talking about nuclear weapons, that's completely incompatible with liberty. You have an instrument that is going to not intentionally discriminate. So it's not. It's only used for mass coercion. So a free society.
I have a question. So you said only defensive purposes. So would that mean that we would only go to war if somebody attacked us on our soil?
Yeah, or gave a credible threat of violence, just like yeah.
So a credible threat of violence or attacking us. What do you think of my preference that if we were to fight a major war, I would prefer that the theater not be North America, and that the theater would be at the doorsteps of our enemy?
I mean, if you would be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they have full intentions of attacking us, then I don't see what the problem is.
Wait, Roger, why would you want to detonate nuclear weapons in a different part of the world other than your own part of the world?
I didn't say that. I didn't say nuclear weapons. No, you can't do that. You can't use nuclear weapons. That's the whole point. You wouldn't use that. Why would you use that to indiscriminate? It's an indiscriminate tool, which is just going to kill a bunch of people.
Okay, but how many nukes do you think we have in the U.S.?
How many? Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, let's just assume.
Around 5,500.
No, it's much larger than that. Sorry. But let's use that number. Fuck it. 5,500. 55 warheads. In an anarchist society, we have no government. We have no central command. Where do these things reside? Do they stay? Okay, because we're going to have submarines that have nukes. We have a fleet of bombers that can
today is the taxpayers. In my society, it would be the payers of the service, which would be mostly everybody. I think everybody on this stage would agree that you want a military. Is there anybody on this stage that would not as a, honestly, would you not want to pay into military to defend yourselves and your family?
No, I would actually prefer to have tax rates as low as possible and not fund $1 trillion a year military-industrial complex. I would prefer that we all get issued 357s with boxes of ammunition, and we build more rifle ranges, and we learn to defend ourselves cost-affordably, cheaply, pragmatically.
I would prefer that we all voted on people to manage the military.
All right, hold on. I want to ask a question to the chat because you guys are listening to this. There's some people that like the status quo. There's some people like myself that want to see a reduction of the size and scope of government, and then there's people like Bima that wants there to be no state whatsoever. And so my question would be, would anyone put a 1 in the chat if you would feel comfortable if there was no government? Just a 1 in the chat. And then if you feel comfortable. And put a 2 in the chat if you think that would be suicide. Put a 2 if you think it would be suicide.
I think most people would answer that way because they have no conceptualization of the alternatives. We don't even talk about it. It would be hard to even try to figure out how interconnected, how everything works. I don't agree. Because we're not saying that there wouldn't be any defense, right? We're not saying that there wouldn't be, the defense would be much greater, much highly trained, much greater trained, much more strategic, much more, there would be much more oversight. There would be a hiring firing mechanism. There would be,
Well, hold on. Under whose authority?
Everybody who participates, everybody who wants to pay into the service, right? That's who.
Wait a minute. So, okay. So we have silos. We have silos in the Dakotas and elsewhere. We have a satellite communication in the state of Washington that communicates with the nuclear powered subs. Who tells the sub operators where they should be strategically positioned to deal with threats?
Why do you think that these things would not be able to be figured out in a society where all we're doing is decentralizing the monopoly of force? We're not destroying society as we know it. We're enhancing our abilities to come together, create like minds, and offer alternatives, better solutions. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So here's my question. So if we have if we're going to have a strategy for dealing with our enemies, correct?
I mean, of course. I would hope so.
Okay, excellent. No, this is good news because I was getting a little worried that we wouldn't have a strategy. Now that we have a strategy, can you tell me who are the people that create this strategy?
They would be the people that we put into. What do you mean? They would be the people that would be.
It sounded like you were about to say it would be the people that we put in power.
Right. To be put into that position. That's correct.
Oh. Okay, now I'm confused. So who are the people that have the authority to put people into power?
The people who voluntarily choose to participate in it. It would be, like I said, everything, there isn't much difference. The only difference is that there would be an alternative, there would be competing institutions, that's it. So you would,
Army, at the Navy, Air Force, and Marines. Are we still going to keep those 4 separate branches?
Don't forget about the Coast Guard.
Yeah, the shallow water sailors. I don't get them, guys. But Bima, would we still keep that structure? The 4 branches?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. That's not for me to answer. That would.
Well, this is my question. Who would answer it?
What do you think my last response? What did you get from my last response?
A very poorly thought out idea to try to explain away something that doesn't make sense.
And drinks, and bro, look, all we care about is switching and drinks and catching hats. What y'all talking about, bro?
Okay, I don't believe that was English. If I was wrong, you can bring that guy back up, but he'll have to wait.
Bima, this is almost like a job interview. I mean, I've been through role-playing situations where they want to know how you're going to respond to a situation. You're not really responding with any clarity. Please try to think, before you respond, think about what, who would you communicate with to, who. Anyways, please proceed. Sorry.
Wait, hold on. I want to address the chat. Victoria says she isn't rethinking society. But no, that's precisely what anarchists are doing. In fact, all of the lessons that we learned that caused people to say we need to organize in a way that we have a standard. The American standard is individual freedom, and then we then say, okay, well, if we're going to protect individual freedom, we're going to need a structure to do that. We call that government, and then the government that we erected here, we have 3 branches of government. We got some nuance. We have our mission statement. We have these are the things that the government shall not do, and so again, if you want to scrap the government, right? Because that was the conventional wisdom. And I'm entertaining this idea, right? If we're going to scrap that idea, the only reason we would scrap it is because we have a better idea. And so what I'm asking for is with this better idea, how do we make sure that important things like the defense of our land, how do we make sure that we don't let that slip through the cracks? And I'm worried about things like central command and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I still have the same answer for you, Roger. I know you're not going to like it. People voluntarily come together. They pool their money together. They make defense forces, and those defense forces take care of the job. Effective. They get what they want. It's explicit consent. If they decide that those defense forces aren't doing what they need to be doing, then economic principles will tell us that demand will be filled, right? As supply is there, demand will be filled. And then they'll be able to remove their productive ability and put it towards something else, put it towards the competing institution that could get the job done better. And that's it. If there's multiple, if there's 3, if there's 4, if there's 100, whatever it might be, if they decide to communicate because they think that would be the best thing to do, well, then now they're all communicating, and you still you're operating off of explicit consent, putting your money where you believe that it goes because you think that something is effective and efficient.
Okay, a couple more questions. So we have no government. Is murder still against the law?
So,
because currently with the government we have lawmakers and they decide what's lawful and unlawful. We still have laws in an anarchist society.
Yeah, they wouldn't be laws as we understand them, right?
So how would we understand them?
You'd understand them as the consequences for not reciprocating rights. So we define rights, and we understand that if you're not going to reciprocate them, there's going to be consequences.
Hold on. Couple things. So So if you violate rights, under whose authority do we establish rights?
Each other. Through each other.
Okay, but I disagree. You and I find a disagreement. You think that property is a right. I think property is theft. Who makes the decision of whether or not somebody can be on a particular piece of property? Because right now we have laws and we have ways that if the law is violated, we have people that can bring you into a courtroom, summons you to this courtroom, bring you if you refuse, and put you in front of what we call a judge. And so my question is how do you replicate that if you don't have an authority that that's been agreed upon by the people to make these decisions?
It would become unaffordable for them to do so. There'd still be, societal mores and structures, and there'll be rules, something like outlaws that just, all that it's saying is that there isn't a one-size-fits-all. So there'll be multiple, areas and jurisdictions where people come together and they decide this is how they want to live, right? And that's just basically how it would work. If you violate somebody's right, you stop reciprocating rights in a particular area or region, right? You'd be under that jurisdiction. You'd have to.
Hold on. Who has the authority to that jurisdiction?
Well, for the sake of communication, it would just be because that's where you would want to go. Most people, if you have, because there's a million different ways that this could work. You're asking me. Well, everybody has their own defenses and they have their own, DRO, which they subscribe to, they put their money into, and that's connected to everything else that they do, like insurance, everything else.
Can we pause real quick?
Sure.
Have you ever played the video game Sims or SimCity or any type of game like that?
I mean, like when I was a kid on the computer.
Yeah. That's where we typically play this game. Let's just say that we were playing SimCity, and you can you're building a city up, and what the game teaches us is that if you forget to do things, like for example, there's a thing called Roller Coaster Tycoon. This is a sim game, and you build an amusement park, right? And your goal is to try to get patrons to come, go on the rides, go to the concessions. You're trying to make money, right? And you're in control of like what rides would be attractions that people would want. You have to think about the cost of building them. You have to think about the different types of foods that people might want to have. You have to give thought to the pathway in which people would follow in order to go to the restaurants or to the rides and that sort of thing. And I played this game before, and everything was going really, really cool. And then all of a sudden I realized that I'd forgotten to build bathrooms, right? And so then that created a problem. And so all of a sudden you have to fix this problem. And my worry that I have for this society that you're describing is that we've spent 250 years with this government to try to think about what rights people ought to have and how we should best protect them. And while you and I are 100% in agreement that government overreaches and it violates those rights and it's done a piss poor job of protecting those rights, what I worry about though is that something as simple as the military, and I say simple in the sense that we all understand that you need the ability to fight against foreign foes because there are others that might not have your same value system, and throughout history, these are called wars, and you can have others that may try to invade you, and so you have to have this military. I have not heard you say anything that would give me the confidence that we would be able to repel an invading force, and I'm concerned about that. Can you have no government. I'm concerned about our ability to fight in that situation. And I'm worried about, like, if Russia sent the nukes, how would we coordinate if we don't have a central command like we do today, a rapid response? And that rapid response can be from our submarines, it can be firing from those silos that we have, it can be, mobilizing bombers that we have strategically placed. My question is, who controls those things? And I don't think you've done anything to help me feel better that we would be safer in your world. Can you, and I will go on mute, please explain to me how and Alex, do not unmute yourself. You know what, I don't even trust you. I'm going to put you in the audience. Bima, go ahead and tell me how we're going to be safer militarily based on having no government.
Yeah, I hate to beat a dead horse, but it would just be the same answer. It's the idea you're decentralizing. So you're going to have, instead of one army, one full, everybody knows the procedures of the army. You're going to have decentralized basically militias that are going to be able to target their whatever target it's going to be. These are going to be different, coming from different people, different commands, different initiatives, right? And they may or may not work together, but the idea is, obviously it would be in the self-interest, I think, of just a good business model to be able to coordinate with other defensive forces, right? Especially defensive forces. So now you're talking about decentralized little militias and companies that have done without any type of regulation. You know how dangerous, how scared there is no fucking laws. There is no nothing that it's gonna say, yo, you can't do that, you have to do this. No, it's warfare. And that's specifically why decentralized and defensive force is necessary, because you can absolutely identify the invading force.
I think I get what you're saying. But now I want to ask others that are on the stage, which you cannot speak to. But I want to talk to the other people on the stage. Do you think that what she described about decentralized militias, do you think that would be a better approach to fighting against, an aggressive, modern military like China? Do you think a decentralized approach to this? Think about it. You can have hundreds of these armies, and they can be well armed. Does anybody feel safer with that model?
See, her entire perspective about anarchism and this decentralization, it's just a rambling mess of nothingness, because it's literally using your imagination to say, what if? But, everything runs on budgets, Bima. So if we're spending $10 billion a day and we take it to $2 billion, that means we got to get rid of a lot of stuff we don't need anymore, and we have to prioritize. So, what you're kind of doing is a waste of time, because everything is already fully organized, bidded up, and budgeted. So, Bima, try to fucking stay focused here.
Yeah, budgeted in which way? In the budget that you were just complaining about, in the budget where we have a fiat dollar that has lost 90% of its purchasing power since 1975, in the world where in the past 50 years homes went from $40,000 on average to $500,000, and we can't even get a two-party household to be able to afford a starter home. We went zero savings in the 1990s, and this can only, you talk to any economist, and this is only going to continue, because we have to, by
by the systems creation, the deliberate systems creation, we cannot stop debt. If we stop the debt and we stop debt creation, the entire system, this is economics, this is not my opinion, the entire system will collapse. We have to continue to borrow, and that means we're going to have to, inflation is going to continue. Everything else is, so what do you think is going to happen? There is, have you seen the evidence? Thank you, Marshall. Thank you. And we had studies. There was a study. 700. The last 700 fiat currencies. Every single one of them fell within a period of 60 to 100 and something years. Okay, so I think that we're seeing right now, right? We have a big problem. So what are we going to do about it? That's another issue. The spending is an issue, but you want to have your cake and eat it too. I say, I don't have all the answers. I'm not a fucking economist. I'm also not. Hold on. I'm not a military specialist. I'm also not a defense specialist. I'm also not a doctor. I'm also not. I'm fucking nobody. Okay, but what I do know is when it comes down to it, every single one of us on this stage right now, I believe we have the same moral inherent authority when we're put onto this earth. So I think that it's all of our duty as human beings, beginning from the very bottom. The only thing that we're responsible to do is to not harm each other. Okay, starting from there. Let's freely operate. You get maximum freedom. I get maximum freedom. Obviously, we're going to have to toe a very strict line of making sure we don't violate each other's freedom. So what is that line? Where is that line? And that's only one place that I've ever been told. And if anybody ever has anything that can...
What is that line, Bima?
That is the line of consent.
It is not consent, Bima. That's not the important line. I hate to break it to you.
Consent is the least arbitrary line above the state of nature. State of nature is might makes right. So I don't believe
you got the lines, Bima. Consent is not all or nothing.
If you're going to,
Bima, we gotta have a conversation and stop the wall of noise. I want to allow other people. I've asked my questions. I feel like I've sufficiently asked the right questions that, at least to me, have convinced me even more than ever before that these ideas don't work. But you know what? Everyone's got their own opinion, so I want to hear from other people. XG's blinking his mic. Maybe he's got something to say. XG, you want to ask a question or engage with Bima? But can we just? I just want to. Well, hold on. I want everyone to be respectful, but I also want everybody to be cognizant of let's try to keep it to one point and let's try to reduce the wall of noise.
Yeah. So, Bima, correct me if I'm wrong. We're talking about the same thing that we previously talked about concerning your ideas on the NAP, violence, consent, etc., and all that type of stuff, right?
Yes, sorry, consent. I don't remember our particular conversation, but I'm sure we're just saying it's
Yeah, we're on the same topic. So I'm going to ask you some questions again. My first question would be this, and I'll give you some time to respond. I'm trying to find a way to phrase this correctly, but what obligates me to give a shit about whether you consent or not in your system?
Your own self-interest. If you go ahead.
Yeah, so just on those points, I'm going to keep my question short, already. But, so if it's in my own self-interest, and that's the reason it would be, let's say, for you and I, let's say we were partners hypothetically, right? Or not even. Let's say I just saw you, and we're inside of a closed space together. It's in my self-interest during that time. I'm
personal protection.
Would they be
So,
able to protect themselves? And sorry for cutting off, but would they be able to protect themselves hypothetically? Let's say I invited you over to my property, my house, right? And you ended up getting raped at my property, my house, when I have, let's say, a very small sign, but it's on my house that says very fine print. You walk in here, you're getting your shit clapped regardless if you want it or not, right? So if you walk into the house, right, is there any way you can protect yourself legally under your system in my house?
well, so first of all, the property begins with the self. So the person is the property. That's first, and then you know, everything else is an extension. So it would be a contradiction, and unless she signs a contract with you to say you can do these things to me, right? Then that's not gonna work.
So if that's a contradiction, wouldn't it also be a contradiction to say that the person itself is property? Wouldn't property rights just be individual rights at the same point then?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying. Individual rights.
What I'm saying is, would my house then have the same rights that I have as a human being? Because technically, under your definition, a human would be property too. Where's the delineation between human property and non-human property?
Yeah, it would be private property. So there wouldn't be. I mean, like the only delineation would be in the consequences, right? The negotiations for harm. Obviously, me walking on your grass is going to be different. You know, be a bit different than me cutting you.
Right, but what's the law? What's the governing body, or what's the power, or what's the sense to enforce those consequences? Like, for example, I'm pretty sure last conversation we had, I had asked you along the lines of, let's say there's a tile on the floor, right? Just a 1 foot by 1 foot tile on the floor, and we both look at it, and we both say it's our property. And then you pull out a contract and say, well, actually, XG, it says on the contract it's Beavis property. And I say, well, fuck you. I don't care if it says it's Beavis property. It's nothing to enforce that. I'm going to take the tile. Fuck you're going to do about it. You can't assert violence on me. So in that case, what happens to you? What happens to the tile? What happens to you with the contract? What happens to the enforcement, and what is my consequence of that, other than just me feeling bad for not acting in my own self-interest?
Well, so first of all, it's you don't get you can't enforce violence if you stop reciprocating rights. You no longer have that moral authority. If the question is between who owns it and there's an honest property dispute, that would go just as it happens now. I mean, you would have to. There wouldn't be any difference. We have the structure here. It would be very similar, right? The only
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
So you want to get rid of the government, and then you want to have a structure that's no different than what we have today.
Correct. This is what
Right. So
because just real quick on that point that Roger brought up, the previous conversation that we had, I know that you may not remember, refresh it a bit. I have brought up a point that isn't just doing the same exact thing that we have right now that you're complaining about, with a weaker and more decentralized power system that's more ineffective. It gets less done consequence-wise for those that violate individual rights.
no, not at all. It would be more so, right? The only difference is, so right now, if I were to ask you, is morality subjective or objective? What would you say?
Objective.
Okay, well, society that would be. We don't live under that type of society today. Under this society, what is moral is what society might makes right, and they're going to make that that is going to be a universal claim. So everybody's going to be treated with this one law and this one way across the United States. So we get these laws, right? Of course, it's going to be different state to state have their own laws, and that's also a complication because now you have in the A state you can smoke pot and have no problem. In B state you go to jail for it. Okay, so that's the system that we have right now. What I'm saying is, okay, first of all, consent, right? So victimless crimes are going to disappear. The elements of law that we've already figured out that work, the moral aspects of how we created the legal system, the moral philosophies, all of those would still exist. No, not fraud. Fraud is a crime. No, it's not a victimless crime. Fraud, someone where you're not able to name a victim. If you can name it and say
would be like
the state is the problem. Yeah, the state is.
Hey, hold on. Again, you do the wall of noise thing. Yeah, victimless crime. If there is no crime, there's like smoking grass, man. If you're smoking grass, like you know.
No, I'm just trying to defend that because they don't know what a violent crime is. I'm trying to understand what violence in her society would be defined as and what would constitute a violent crime.
Hold on, let's get to the more interesting aspects of this. Like we're
maybe I'm actually going wrong. For example, it's the same one that I put last time that I couldn't get an answer to.
Well, but you're not going to get an answer to any because I have spoken to people that have been dedicated to these thoughts for a long time, and the answers are always vague. They're always similar. They're never good. It's just not well thought out. It's a very immature philosophy, but and it's a response to. This is where I give them credit. It's a response to a recognition that the state is overstepped and there's injustice, because of the state. And so what it is a gross overreaction and an oversimplification of like utopia, and it doesn't pass any scrutiny from people that are on the left, people that are on the right, people that are in the middle. Like the moment you start scrutinizing it, you get some really, really terrible responses. And in most cases, you don't get a response. Like, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I felt like when I was asking her who controls the nukes, I don't feel like we got a straight answer there. I feel like we got an answer, but it wasn't a straight answer. I'm still confused on who's going to be driving these submarines that have nuclear weapons.
I read that completely. I guess, like, for example, the one thing that I always pose that's like a challenge is it's basically it's damn near the version of the ECP, but for the ANCAS instead. It's the fraud. It's the fraud problem that you have with the NAP, because you'll say that violence can be used to may legitimately be used to prevent using force or fraud, but according to the NAP, the only legitimate use of force is to prevent or punish initiatory use of physical violence by others, and fraud is not physical violence. If I tell you that painting that you wanted to get was a genuine Renoir, for example, and it's not, I have not physically aggressed against you. If you buy it and you find out it's a fake, and then send the police or whatever protected private agency you have over to my house to get your money back, you're not aggressing against me. Then you end up aggressing against me. So not only does the prohibition on fraud,
XC, you're not wrong, but you're now doing the wall of sound. I want to just let's keep this simple, man. I want somebody to explain this to me like I'm 5, right? Pretend I'm a 5-year-old kid and I'm like, you mean there's no government? Who's going to protect us if there's a war? I think if Johnny goes to his mom and dad, the anarchists, and says, who would protect us if there's a war? I think they deserve a better answer than decentralized militias, because when Johnny turns, 20, he's going to ask a question like, you used to tell me about these privatized militias, but they train in the woods with rifles, and China has a navy. What are we doing here, Mom? It just doesn't.
Well, honey, China said they're not going to aggress against us, so we don't have anything to worry about.
It's just crazy. It's just fucking crazy. But I'll say this: I think anarchy is a worse idea than communism, and the reason why is because we know what communism does, but anarchy, I think, would be a much
much more total collapse. If we look at what happened with Mao and we look at what happened with Stalin, they at least still had infrastructure. Well, in an anarchist society, there'd be no infrastructure. I think the biggest problem before we get invaded, I think by the time China's little slow boats arrive here, I don't think they'd have to do any fighting because we'd all be dead and we'd starve to death.
I mean, for the most part, really, if we're talking about like the anarchists or whatever, if you're talking to like the 16-year-old Twitter commies, sure, then I'll give you like the whole Mao and Stalin point, right? Because all of them end up being fucking Marxist-Leninists for some reason. But if you're talking to like an actual commie that's willing to like stand up, as JB says, stand on his square at like 24/7, then they would also be anarchists because their number one, like, if they were to go off like principles, like just like you do with like property rights, individual rights, et cetera, for your principles, their principles would be three simple things: no state, no class, no money. And a dissolvement of state on there would immediately classify them as anarchists. So any actual communist or someone that's not too pussy to stand on getting critiques for being an anarchist that would be on the left side would be an actual communist. Anybody that says they're a commie but doesn't believe in anarchism is just LARPing or a Marxist-Leninist that's still trying to figure out how the ECP doesn't kill them.
I've had this debate with many anarchists, and I don't think that Bima does a bad job of articulating this position. It's just that the position's not something that makes a lot of sense, and so I think she's, depending on how you look at it, she's equally good or equally bad at positioning this, because this is the position. You know what I mean? Like this is like the way she makes it sound. That's the way. You know, even if you were talking to a professor, or if you were talking like Michael Malice, because he's got a sense of humor, would probably put up a better fight. But that's probably it, because the problem's not her ability to articulate. It's that the position is hard to defend because it just doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Period.
You can only play devil's advocate for so long until you start burning the hellfire with it.
I don't think it's so much as I don't think that it's hard to defend at all in my mind. What's frustrating is that there are no conceptualizations, alternative conceptualizations of real world tangibility that can be explained in these conversations. So, you know, I can keep saying the same thing over and over and over. Like you just said, explain to me like I'm 5 years old, like who is going to come and protect us? And I mean, like, you didn't like the idea that I'm saying, hey, look, there's going to be contracts. People are going to wake up, they're going to go and make voluntary contracts with private enterprises. These are going to be efficient, effective, dangerous defense agencies, which are going to emerge just through the demand and the necessity of needing them. They're going to be funded directly from the individual, knowing exactly what they're funding. They are going to be the ones, and you have an incentive to go to the best person who's going to most effectively make sure that you're protected. There's market incentives, right? There's so many different things. And this is all I'm saying. I'm saying that the state is generally who, well, I think most of the time, I think we can even make the argument that it's the state that that creates enemies country to country, because we feel that we could conquest, and we could, you know, come in, control, conquest. We become frustrated with what a country is doing. If that's decentralized and all of it into
let me ask you a question. If you're so in favor of a stateless society, why do you defend and argue
for Palestinian statehood?
I've never argued for Palestinian statehood. I've never argued that. What I argue is I try to figure out where the first aggression, that's why what you think I'm arguing. I've never articulated this, but in those back and forth, I'm trying to say, listen, where was a people? Who was the first mover of aggressor? Who was the aggressor? Who was the first disruptor of peace, right? And that we can go back to in a generally, relative time. That we have, like a grandpa or something that can explain to us what happened. That's all that I've been looking for.
Okay.
And,
so what we can go back to any snapshot in time. If you want to go back to May 14th of 1948, Israel has statehood, and then the very next day they're attacked. We can go through the entire timeline, but in every situation, they were the ones that was responding to aggression.
I disagree, and this is.
I know you do, but you're not basing that on any facts.
Well, what I'm basing it off of is so far this is what I found. I found that once so the Ottoman Empire had control, right? 1917. So everyone in this area that would be known as Palestine that we're referring to, okay. This was Ottoman Empire control. So we had Sharia law, we had Ottoman land codes, and Ottoman Empire, whatever was under Ottoman Empire. 1917 to 1920, you have the British military takeover, martial law, World War I, right? Under World War I powers. Okay, so now that area, that's how that area is controlled from 1917 to 1920. So at this point, now they're moving from moving slowly out of the World War I stage. Now we're talking about pre-mandate stage, and we're saying, all right, well, let's figure out what we're going to do with this area known as Palestine. And what I saw was that in that moment, as soon as in
1917, what area do you think was referred to as
the district of Jerusalem. So not all of these areas are known now, but it would have been Jerusalem, Nablus, Acre, Safad, Nazareth, Jaffa, and Gaza. All of that. Southern areas, Beersheba, and Hebron, that area. Okay, so does that make sense? Geographically, this is what we're talking about.
Makes no sense, but carry
on. Okay. Well, geographically, look up the British mandate for Palestine, right? Okay, so the 1922 League of Nations mandate will tell you what areas what areas we're talking about, right? They refer to it. Ask Herzl, he knows. He wrote a Jewish state in 1896. He wanted to fucking go and take over the barbarians, the barbaric people of Palestine, and move in. Okay, so maybe ask Herzl, the father of Zionism. Okay, so I don't know, but that's the area. So I hope it makes sense. So this is my issue. So now moving from 1917, right, to 1920, you have people of Palestine that lived in Palestine. And when I say Palestine, I'm referring to the areas that I mentioned before, okay, that are saying, hey, look, we actually have representatives, we're organized, can we be our own sovereign area? We don't want to be ruled by the British. We don't want to be ruled by the threat of the Jewish people coming in, because at that time, this has already all been talked about. The Balfour Declaration happened, and they're saying, no, we don't want the Jewish to come in. We don't want this to become a Jewish state. We want to reject the Balfour Declaration because we're saying, listen, we have self-determination rights. We're here. We live here. We are people. We're not barbaric. We have our own systems. Leave us be. Right? We're not talking about simple immigration. Yeah.
I think Yoa might have a question.
Not really. This is revisionism of history. There were Jews living in the land that wanted self-determination too. What about them?
There was a very few Jews living in that land. I looked at the 1922 census.
So because they're a minority, they can't have self-determination. That's
No,
what you said.
no. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they would be included in what was that area. Okay, but that's not what was being argued. What's being argued is the people that were in that area, as much to my understanding, didn't have a problem as long as they weren't being threatened by the notion that the British were going to make that a Jewish state and give this to the Jews. Jewish state, they're going to be able to come in, bring their own culture, change the laws, and then everything, you're going to be subject under their laws. That was the idea.
Partition plan.
Hold on, we're talking about Balfour Declaration. What do you understand about the Balfour Declaration? This is 1917.
The Jews want self-determination in their homeland, but under the international law, not under we want our land and kick the Arabs out. This was never mentioned.
Okay, so the Balfour Declaration, though, what does it say?
You want me to read the whole thing?
No, you can give it a summation. Abridged version.
I don't have it in front of me. I can get it in front of me. I don't want to half-ass it.
You don't have to. You can give the abridged version. I trust you. Go ahead.
I'm not playing this
If you're
game.
gonna half-ass it, make sure the ass is round.
Go ahead, tell me, Vima.
So it basically, what I understand it to be, it is saying that the British is saying we are going to create, or so they support a national home for the Jewish people, and that would be in Palestine. That's it. So saying yes, let's allow the Jews to come in, and they can have the nation. They can have this area of Palestine.
The entire area?
Well, I mean, like, regions changed and stuff happened from 1920 or 1917, right? There's different, little Arab nations started, there was a whole bunch of, a lot of shit happened between them, but I'm talking about in 1917, yeah. The area known as Palestine, the same area that Herzl says is Palestine, right? That he put it forward in a Jewish state.
Okay, but that's not what happened. You're saying that the entire area was supposed to be Jewish, right? And that's not what happened historically. So your problem is with any declaration of a Jewish state, as I understand it, in that area. Or did I get you wrong?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is your problem with any declaration of a Jewish state in that area?
Yeah. There should be no declaration of any state. There should just be the people that live there, and they should just all live peacefully. The Jews, the Christians, the Arabs.
But they didn't. The Arabs slaughtered the Jews.
Yeah, well, they were being threatened. They were being told that the Jews are going to come in and get rid of the barbaric people of Palestine, and they're going to come in and they're going to, take up the. Of course, I'd be fucking scared too. Of course, I'm going to fight.
So you're scared, so you slaughter women and children? That's your response?
Well, no. I mean, I don't know where that comes from.
1921, the Hebron massacre. Read about it.
Well, we could start before then. I don't think that was the first issue. The first armed conflict was 1929. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think it's. I think there's something before 1929.
Well, it wasn't an armed conflict. It was a
get along with anybody. I mean, like, you're being told that your home is going to be created as a nation state for immigrants. I mean, that's an invasion. That's an invasion.
An invasion of what? There wasn't a state. It was a region called Syria, Palestine.
There doesn't have to be an official state. It's just an invasion, right? The indigenous people, because you could use that same argument, right? It's not an invasion because the indigenous people of the colonial America didn't have a state. So it is what it is. It's an invasion. You come in and you disrupt peaceful people living. They have a way of life.
It's an immigration back to their historic homeland. The Jews are the indigenous people of Israel.
Well, then they could immigrate there peacefully. They don't have any right. I think, isn't that the whole issue, that they didn't?
No. They drank the swamp in Tel Aviv. It was a swampland. And they built cities. They didn't go and say, we want your home. Give us your home, people. This is a revisionism of history.
No, I'm not saying that.
They bought the land from the Arabs who were glad to sell them land. So what's the problem? If they didn't want to sell the land, nobody forced their hand.
Since we're done talking about anarchy, I would just like to thank Keo off, and I would like to thank Roger for beating the brakes off of her ass.
That sounds great. Thank you. I gotta go. I gotta take off. But thank you for the conversation. Bye, Roger. Bye. I'll catch you next time you're off. XG next.
Okay.
Yep, sounds good.
Oh yeah, I forgot about you too, Bubby. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
You like how she does this every time. She's like, this tyrannical fucking bullshit government, and that we need to put in place my government.
No, the shit that's funny to me is that she'll say that shit and then right afterwards say it's not that different to what we have in place right now.
Because it's her revisionist fucking government. That's all it is. She's like making her own government, her own mind, and she's like, well, we need to implement this.
But there's one thing I will respect about her. The one thing I do respect heavily about her is the fact that she'll stand on her shit no matter what.
Oh,
you
yeah,
can ask her the most outrageous. I asked her the hypothetical, I had a question about my skull fucking chihuahuas inside my house just because it's my private property and they're not using it. Is there anything you could do to stop me from skull fucking a chihuahua in my house without violating any of me? She's like, no, there's not. And then I was like, okay, but
next time you use that, ask her if you can still love pitbulls. Because she's like the biggest lover of pitbulls.
slave.
Yeah, because she says she uses the force doctrine argument. If as long as you don't initiate force against me, then we don't have a problem.
Hold on. What the fuck are you guys talking about? You want to harm pit bulls?
Oh no, the guy Incan does.
Who?
Incan.
You can't just make up a name. What are you talking about?
He's from Ecuador or some shit like that. He's like
I'm not gonna lie. One of my home countries is bordering Ecuador. Ain't nobody that I know named fucking Inca.
Yeah.
No,
hold on. So you're saying that somebody was threatening pit bulls, and you're criticizing her response to defend them?
Oh no. He was saying that he agrees with the British in London, where they went and they outlawed pit bulls because they were a threat to the society and stuff. So they implemented rules that they went around and took people's dogs because it violated the law. And
That's
he
fucking.
he said he agrees with it. Yeah.
That's
So
fucking retarded. So why aren't you mocking him? Why are you mocking her?
Because the response was to put him on a slave plantation.
Yeah, he was just trolling her. He didn't give a shit about pit bulls. He was just fucking with it because she does this shit all the time where she comes up.
I'll say this. I genuinely I don't believe in the death penalty, but if I saw somebody kill a dog, like Michael Vick, I think should have had life in prison.
Well, he was arguing for the government's legislating laws against pit bulls. His grandmother was mauled almost to death by pit bulls, so he doesn't like pit bulls. But he told me
I don't give a fuck what he fucking listen. What I'm fucking hearing is you guys laughing and giggling because somebody had some position that was like because he didn't like fucking pit bulls, and somehow like Bima, who's no longer even here, is the bad guy. But there's no smoke for this guy that holds some position where he wants to abuse animals. Like honestly, like right now, the two of you are worse than Bima.
That's wait. You can say that and that's fine, but I'm sorry. Agreeing with the British law and the response to that being you should be put on a slave plantation. I've had my fair share.
I'm just saying, people that abuse animals should literally suffer the same penalty as if they abuse humans.
But I don't think you're talking about animal abuse here. They're just talking about people.
I don't give a shit. You guys are so disappointed. Like, look. Bima says a lot of stupid shit, makes a lot of terrible arguments, but you guys are like going off on her. She's no longer even fucking here, and there's no smoke, no condemnation at all for a guy that's fucking talking shit about fucking that's got these ridiculous positions about animals. Fuck that. I would feed that guy to the dogs. Fuck him.
Which dogs specifically? Pit bulls?
Yeah, don't talk shit about animals in front of me, dude. Fuck you guys. You guys are fucking retards.
What about ants?
Oh, you're hilarious. Keep it going. Keep it going. You guys are so tough talking about the anarchist that's not here to defend herself, and you guys won't speak up about animals. Like honestly. Like, this is some cowardly shit. Like, this is the kind of shit that makes me think that you guys have never been in a fist fight in your fucking lives. You guys are talking like little faggot pussies.
Yeah, I'm not cool. I just don't like pit bulls.
No, you guys are talking like faggot pussies.
I mean, I like dogs. I'm not a big fan of pit bulls. Once I started looking at the numbers and realized that it's like 95% of all deaths associated with dogs are pit bull. So, I mean, I do think that the British government has a valid point in saying that you can't have those dogs and they won't outlaw.
Yeah. I would rather fucking outlaw people than outlaw these fucking dogs. Listen, the fucking dogs don't grow up fucking just violent. If you have a pit bull that's fucking attacking people, it's because of how it was trained. It's because of the owner. And if you guys are so stupid that you don't understand that,
you guys really shouldn't talk about it.
So are pit bulls just like Nissan Altima, the dog breeds that always gravitate towards the worst possible fucking?
You guys are fucking stupid, dude. Look, we talk about a lot of things, but like you guys are fucking retards. I'm not even dealing with you guys. That's fucking. You guys are so fucking ignorant. I have no patience for fucking people with those stupid ass opinions. You guys literally sound like two guys that have never fucking been in a fist fight. It's fucking gross. Yeah, Rich, you're a real fucking tough guy. People that won't defend animals would never defend women, would never defend children. I don't trust people that don't fucking protect animals. I think it's fucking gay as fuck. Some weak ass shit. Some faggotry.
I'm so hungry. I'm about to eat me a hot dog. Talk to y'all later.